one world currency.
The New World Order.
Those are the roots of trouble.
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice, tumbling down the rabbit hole. Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. That there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. But I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
And now, welcome to another episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. Here's your host from federaljack.com. It's Popeye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special edition of Down the Rabbit Hole. Today is April 29th, 2012. I'm your host, Popeye, from federaljack.com, and I want to thank you for tuning in today. The following interview you're going to hear is an interview I did with Judyth Vary Baker right before Christmas of 2011. This is Judyth's last interview that she did and will be doing until 2013, October of 2013. During the interview, we covered everything from JFK and Lee to cancer to 9/11 to what's going on in the world today, everything. It's Judyth as you've never heard her before, so make sure you stay tuned in for the full 6 hours, and I hope you enjoy the show. So without wasting any more time, let's get right into it. Judyth Vary Baker as you've never heard her before, the final interview until 2013. Here we go.
Well, it's been quite a last couple of weeks here, and this is the last interview I'm going to do until I stand in Dealey Plaza, and just before that, we're going to organize, the Occupy Dealey Plaza movement, because we're having a real problem with the sixth floor museum and with the powers that be in the city of Dallas who wanted to go ahead and take over the plaza. They have refused. For 3 years, people have been trying to get the usual permits that have allowed them to have a moment of silence and to speak about alternative ideas about how Kennedy was killed, which they've been doing since 1964, and this is being halted now. They have given all the permits to the sixth floor museum to be in charge of it for a total of 98 hours, a couple days before and a couple days after, we're talking about from 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. Nobody else will be allowed to speak or do anything else. And we assume that they're going to be because we're going to march in there, we assume they're going to be putting up barricades, and we will make our voice heard, because we've had enough of Max Holland and all the rest of them. I have something to say about Max Holland, if you're interested. You know who he is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know exactly who he is. Feel free to go ahead, pontificate.
Well, let's start. A lot of people are that way. I'm careful with my Facebook friends. I've had thousands of people ask to be on, and I could have had 5,000 by now. But I look at who they are and what they really care about, and so I only have about 400 and some friends on Facebook. I try to be a little careful. And what's interesting is that all of a sudden I noticed that the name Max Holland came up as a mutual friend of one of my... So I looked closer, and there are 32 of my friends that Mr. Max Holland, who could care little or nothing about them, has befriended. Now, when I'm posting something on my Facebook friends, of course, it appears on their, on their news feed. So basically, he can read what's going on there. 32 people who have no idea, really, who Max Holland was, except that maybe he's a friend who seemed interested in the Kennedy assassination. Well, he's far more than that. He is the person who said the Hughes film shows a shadowy figure up there that, with his enhancement techniques, well, with the help of Johann Rush, they have proven, that shadowy figure, it is a human being in the window, and of course it has to be Lee Harvey Oswald, case closed. I mean, this man has actually come out this November and said, we know that Oswald was in the window. Why? Because we see a shadowy figure moving in this the Hughes film. And if you look at the Hughes film online, you'll see that it would take a monstrous amount of imagination to go and enhance this to find it. You can see something moving in the window. And what's lovely about that is if there is someone moving in the window, which it looks like there is, we have witnesses who say they saw 2 people up there on the 6th floor. He doesn't mention the other person. They're just interested in that there's something moving around on the 6th floor right after the assassination. Well, what he's not telling the people is that if there's somebody moving around there, some 15 seconds or so after the assassination, okay, then we have even less time for Lee Harvey Oswald to get down to the 2nd floor to be seen, okay, by Roy Truly, his boss, and by, of course, Officer Mary Baker. So then we're down to 75 seconds or so. In other words, then it's impossible for Lee Oswald to even reach the 2nd floor. So you see how specious his argument is. And who is Max Holland? Max Holland received $45,000 from the CIA for his internship writing for their intelligence magazine. And that was in 2001, and we can go on and watch what he's done since then. He has paired up with the likes of Gary Mack and so on to tell us all about why, right from the get-go, Lee Harvey Oswald was the only one that could possibly have shot at John F. Kennedy. So that's who Max Holland is, and here he's trying to be a Facebook friend to 32 of my friends. So I just posted there, if you're going to be friends with Max Holland, I'm going to defriend you. I don't want you. And this man is the epitome of what our problem is right now in hiding and obfuscating the truth about the Kennedy assassination from the people. By the way, very interesting, we had the Mail put up this information about the John Hughes film or I think it's John Hughes, anyway, the Hughes film, and how Max Holland and Johann Rush, said, yes, we enhanced this and we can see Oswald in the window. I can enhance it and see an elephant in the window. You enhance it and see crocodile in the window. In other words, by enhancement, you can put almost anything you want in that window, actually, because this is photoshopping. We shouldn't trust anything now. That film also has been mishandled so much that even the color was stripped out of it. At one point, there are many faults to that film, and to have used such a silly film. Oh, by the way, he also added 6 seconds. Says, well, we know, they say 6 seconds in Dallas. Well, actually, he says it had to be at least 11 seconds in Dallas. We're giving him 11 seconds because, of course, you can't fire the rifle really that fast. So they just simply added on. How did they add it on? By saying, well, Zapruder, when he filmed, he started filming after that first shot. Now, what's silly about this, and Popeye, think about it, if they had that first shot and that many seconds earlier, how come we don't have anybody looking around? How come nobody is responding? You might say, well, they're shocked. Well, it doesn't take 6 seconds to figure out that you've heard something and to look around. Which reminds me how we have a retired Secret Service agent, also Secret Service agents were helping, if you can call it help in quotation marks, Max Holland to locate this kind of information. You have a Secret Service agent online, a former agent, saying, look, here's the picture. And I've talked about this before. You can see all these Secret Service agents on a car, behind Kennedy, and they're looking up at the 6th floor window. and he's showing, of course, he's showing a very common film that we've all seen, a photograph, and nobody's looking up at the window. And yet he has this right on his website and saying this as if it's a fact. They're using a photo where nobody's looking anywhere. So it's alive right in front of your face. Well, what can we do about that? And Popeye, I'm here to tell you what I can do. I'm a witness. I'm a witness as to who Lee Oswald was. And this last couple of weeks I've been through living hell, and that's why I'm not going to do any interviews for a while. And just I've had some threats ever since Toronto. I have a witness here because here's what's happening. I told my publisher that Kindle, when people are looking for Kindle online to buy the Kindle version of this book, that a lot of people can't see it. But it seems that all my friends and anybody I talk to, they can see it, and maybe a lot of your people can too. But a lot of people can't. And I have here online, her name is Teresa, and she can verify that some of us cannot see Kindle at all for sale. And so I'm going to put her on here just for a second.
Hi, this is Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi, yeah, it was like this. As she said, first we didn't see any Kindle, and after that she found out another way, and it seems bad. It seems to be something, as she said, it's the same. Now I leave it. I saw it by my eyes as an eyewitness. Now I leave it to her to continue.
One more thing too. Here's another thing, Popeye. There were almost 20,000 illegal downloads of me and Lee that someone, I don't know whether posing as me or they just did it anyway, and they didn't contact our publisher. We couldn't figure out what's happened to all the sales of the book. And here, some 19,900 downloads, free downloads. So we complained, okay, and 2 days ago they took it off. Now, Teresa will tell you what we saw today.
Yeah, again, I saw it in her searching. Everything she says, I saw by my eyes here. I was in front of her. I saw everything, and second search, we saw that Lee's back. Now, I don't know how it's happening, but just I can say that I saw it with my eyes. As clarify it here.
It just said it's good, I think, to have a witness to these things. Can you imagine? Here they took it offline. They said it's off. And 2 days later, they're downloading free Me and Lee's again. Who's doing this? When I asked them, Nitro Downloads, I hate to even mention who they are because everybody can go and get a free copy. It's not that I wouldn't love to have these copies be free. It's not right to the publisher. He spent all this money to print books, and here they're downloading almost 20,000 copies of Me and Lee for free.
Yeah, but it's better to have a full physical version of a book anyway, because all you need to do is have an EMP or some solar flare or something, or
they're going to be gone.
Yeah, and
but
all that is gone.
Yeah.
So.
Well, on top of that, though, we also don't even know what kind of book. What if they took things out? What if they put in things I never said? That they've had the ability somehow to put. It's not that easy to go and take that protected ebook and find a way to download it for free. And that means they can manipulate other things. I have no idea what people are reading, and it's not authorized. So it's completely unauthorized, and of course this is not the first time this has happened. It just makes you wonder why they're doing it to this book. You know, there are other books out there. And I believe the reason why is because, as you said, Popeye, we are able to humanize Lee to the extent, and with enough documents and everything here in the book, that they simply are going to do everything they can to stop people from reading it. The good news on the usual annual attempt to say that Lee Oswald was the sole gunman is that on this same article saying, and the article was really strange in the way they worded it. They said, this is the final proof. They're always saying that, you know. Anyway, that now we know that Lee Harvey Oswald for sure was, of course, you can't see a face in the window or anything, and then you're adding that time element. But what was wonderful was to see hundreds of responses, and only the usual couple of critters who go in there and say, you know, the Warren Commission said he did it, why don't you all be quiet? It's absolutely, probably 95% of the people were actually getting the information right and telling the reasons why this article was in error in so many ways. Nevertheless, it went on National Geographic, made a program about it, and so on and so forth. So they have the big guns, but they don't have the truth. And the truth is stronger than anything. But please bring forth any questions you have. Here I am. And this is the last interview, Popeye, I'm ever going to have for, as they say, until October of 2013. And I'm going to march into Dealey Plaza, and I hope there are a lot of people with me, because the people have got to make sure that on the 50th anniversary, our President Kennedy is going to be properly honored and not dishonored by the spooks and the crooks who, are out there, and the money makers and their let's pretend machinery. It's got to be stopped. And if I have to, I even thought I'll wear a chicken suit, and they'll say, "Why are you wearing a chicken suit?" I say, "Because, at least you're going to ask me why I'm here." I want to tell you, Papa, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want this attention. I want to have a normal life.
I feel you. Especially, you've gone through hell for coming out. I know, personally more than what you've gone through, more than what you just talk about, openly. And
yeah, you know what I mean.
It's pretty. You've gone through hell, Judyth. So, I'd
do it again. God knows I would, and it's my duty. It's my duty because I love my country and I love people, and we've got to do something, and we can actually even save our country. Look what's happened recently. My God, when we're in Dealey Plaza, are they going to arrest us, take us away, and when they're already using the word conspiracy theorist equals, an equation meaning terrorists, or that is someone who's subverting the policies of the United States. We're not subverting. What we're doing is we're strengthening our country, and we're trying to get our Constitution back. Our Constitution right now is hanging by a thread. Just by a thread. It's almost a joke.
Well, that was actually one of the questions I wanted to ask you about, because we're going to, I wanted to touch on, there's going to be a couple questions about JFK, Lee, but I also wanted to get your opinion on other things other than that, because a lot of people don't realize, they realize you're a smart lady, but they don't realize that you're on top of the ball with all of this. So
yeah, of course. It's just, it's natural. I was very naive, and I wouldn't let that happen to me again, in my life. I'm not going to take
But that's why you don't buy the government horse crap every time they say, "Oh, well, this is the story and you should believe it." You know better because you've personally gone through it.
Especially when I've seen right from the beginning. Right away we had John McAdams. A minute before he could spell my name, he was saying, "Well, wait a minute. Dr. Mary Sherman was just an orthopedic surgeon. What do you mean she was a cancer researcher?" Well, so then I shot back with the Wall Street Journal front page saying, noted cancer researcher found slain in her apartment. That's if the Wall Street Journal thinks she's a cancer researcher, that's just in the headline on the front page. Well, why do we have John McAdams telling me I don't know what I'm talking about? And of course he did that for years. And I pray for him every night. I do. This is supposedly a Catholic man. All right, he knows better. He's too smart. He knows what he's doing. And he has to face God, I'll tell you. We all do. I didn't even believe in God, but I've had so many things happen that I have to believe in God, because people say, "How come you're alive?" Well, it hasn't been easy sometimes. And over the years, different incidents have happened.
Somebody wants you alive, Judyth. Somebody wants you to be able to tell your story.
Yeah, well, it's been fantastic, but look how many things block the way. And Alex Jones will not tell this story. He'll not let me tell this story. Jesse Ventura, I think he did want to, because he contacted my publisher, and then something happened. So, you have these things going on. And some of these people that talk against me, actually, they have received information that's false. And, they go on that. Early on, people were using my name and passing out emails, and I didn't write them. And, of course, they go back to these. They refer to these things. And what can I do? Fortunately, I have the originals with the headers. They can't come up with any headers because, they've made these up. So you won't find the headers saying, exactly when it was made and where they came from. I've saved mine. See, that's what you do. You save these little bits of evidence, and then they can't touch you. And, then they have to lie.
Well, that's one of the things you have that backs up your complete story. When people research you,
like before I ever reached out to interview you, I told you I had known about you for a few years. I didn't just run into it. And I had seen the skeptics BS, but all the evidence that I had seen, and then I spoke to Jim Fetzer, who is a good friend of mine, and I respect his opinion. And Jim was like, "No, Popeye, she is the real deal." And I was like, "Well, that's kind of the feeling I get, but I have to talk to her before I can, give a any true judgment." And the first time I spoke to you, after I spoke to you, I was only about maybe a quarter of the way through your book, and within like the next week and a half, our conversation had spurred me to just sit and gobble the rest of your book. And
Good.
within like 2 weeks, I finished your book and read Dr. Mary's Monkey. And you have to read
what a pair.
Well, they complement each other. You can't read one. I mean, you can, but physically you can. But you really shouldn't read one, I should say, without the other, because the two of them together. And I've said this before. You have to read Judyth's book first, Me and Lee, and then read Ed's book, Dr. Mary's Monkey. And when you do it in that order, it's easier to understand the information in Ed's book because Judyth humanizes Lee. A lot of times everybody wants to try to make Lee Oswald out to be some sort of monster, and he's not. And that was my goal with our first interview, was to prove to people that Oswald was not a monster. Lee was, if anything, he was trying to be a good Marine, and he was trying to do the right thing, and then he got, used as a patsy. And I don't know how many times that they've played with the same, from the same playbook, before people have to, wake up and realize, wow, this is getting repetitive over and over again, So,
especially when they absolutely, they ignore new witnesses, they ignore new evidence, and they'll even say, well, she has no evidence or he has no evidence. What's really remarkable, we have Jeffrey Holmes over in New Orleans, and recently he said, I do tours over here, and I know all these old-timers because I have to pick up all the information from them. And a lot of this argument that, well, how come she knew all these people? Well, because we knew each other. Just because I was in there, I think one of the things that people don't understand is that in New Orleans, it's easy to get to know all these people. I mean, they were all politically active. They were right there out there. They weren't hiding in in little tiny cottages somewhere. They were walking on the streets and talking to people and getting in trouble. And I was alone, and I got myself in trouble pretty quickly myself. I've even had the comment saying, how come it took you so long, Judy, 11 days? It took you 11 days before you met all these people? Because that's the way New Orleans is. If you're with a certain type of company there, pretty quickly you understand what's going on. And of course, the book explains how it happened to me.
Circles you happen to be involved with.
Exactly.
And look at the people that you guys, you happen to be connected to, like that movie 6 Degrees of Separation.
Yes.
You look how many people within 1 or 2 degrees, these high-ranking, very powerful people at the time. So of course you're going to make friends that fast, and I shouldn't say friends, associates or acquaintances. And of course, you're going to have access to certain things very fast.
And this happened right from the beginning. People don't realize they really need to look at Sarasota, Florida, more carefully. Of course, I had lab help from Sarasota, all these retired officers. I don't think it's quite the accident it may look like that we have George Bush sitting in Sarasota, Florida at the time of the inception of 9/11. That strange look on his face. This is an area where people go and they seem to be there to relax, but there were meetings going on and things even back in 1960, 1961 that I was aware of. We really need to look at that area more closely. It's so easy to say, they're just there for
I'm
vacation.
writing that down because I live in Florida.
Yes.
So it would be easy for me to check out.
Yeah, and talk to Ed Haslam, because it was almost miraculous, like the hand of God, that he actually moved to my hometown in Bradenton, and he had got access to all this. He had no idea at all. We didn't even know each other, knew nothing about each other, nothing. And here he ended up there. It's just amazing, just amazing. So there are ways that the truth gets preserved, and Now, you said you had some questions, and I didn't mean to interrupt you like this. Though it's fun to talk to you.
Yeah, I love talking to you, so it doesn't matter. You can interrupt me with whatever thoughts come to your head. And by the way, I have to thank you because I didn't know about the whole beep, beep, beep story. And for the listeners, many of you know this now because of Judyth, but she was talking about the witness suicides. And George de Mohrenschildt, when he supposedly blew his head off, they had heard the FBI had his place bugged at the time, and they had actually picked up the sound of his alarm going off. And Judyth pointed that out to me, and I didn't know.
Yeah, they actually, this was actually on a tape that I think they put the tape in there to record this program just so you could hear the gunshot to prove that nobody was there by having the tape running, because it was copying a soap opera. And you can hear it on the soap opera tape. That's where they got it. Of course, the FBI did take that tape and everything, you know. So, yeah, that was just a few hours before he was going to see Gaetan Fonzi.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure they were worried about who he was going to open his mouth about, because he just so happened to be, or he was, good friends with Daddy Bush.
I wonder how that happened. And you have all these other people, of course, you know, who suddenly died, who were with the Select Committee on Intelligence Activities and the Select Committee on Assassination.
Well, that was one of the other things I was going to ask you about, was all the different witness suicides, so let's get into that.
You've got Malcolm Wallace, 1971, Lucien Sarti, 1972, Charles Willoughby, 1972, Thomas Davis, 1973, Richard King, 1973, Dave Yaris, 1974, Sam Giancana, of course, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa, 1975, Roland Masfer, 1975, Johnny Roselli, 76, and George de Mohrenschildt, 1977, Charlie Nicoletti, that's Charles, 1977, and Carlos Frio, 1977. These are people they wanted to talk to, and they're dead. They were. Then you have also Sullivan. You have William Sullivan. They tried to get him to testify. He died. He was one of 6 top officials of the FBI who died just within 6 months of each other in 1977. Lewis Nicholas was one. He was special assistant to J. Edgar Hoover. And you have Alan Belmont and James Cardigan and J.M. English. All these people here, Donald Kaler, they were dead and gone. Now, how many of them can possibly be an accident? We also have Winston Scott. You know, he retired in '69, and 1971, suddenly he dies of a heart attack 4 days before he's supposed to meet with them. And you've got Angleton, of course, took Scott's 150 pages out of his thing. Interestingly enough, you know, my sponsor was George Smathers, and I consider him a traitor, who is more of Lyndon Johnson's friend than he was ever Kennedy's friend. Kennedy would get on his case once in a while, and we have, of course, Mary Jo Kopechny, how do you pronounce her name? She was later the secretary to Bobby Kennedy, you know, and then, of course, she dies when the car of Ed Kennedy goes off into the water. He knew that area well. I believe both of them were drugged, and that he came to his senses. Of course, he didn't know what he was doing, and he finds that he's got a secretary in the car there. Mary Jo, she knew an awful lot. Why do we have her dying? And then, of course, they tried to cover up Dorothy Kilgallen's having obtained a private interview with Jack Ruby. Popeye, a lot of people don't understand that Dorothy Kilgallen was really a good researcher, and she had written fine articles about the Kennedy assassination that were all being published. She was up there with the best. And, you know, they tried to minimize this, like this is the only thing she ever did was interview Jack Ruby. No, she'd been on this quite a while. And the reason that she was delaying all this is she was establishing her credentials about her ability to do this research and to get it out there. She had written a number of wonderful articles, and you can find some of them online now. The internet has really helped us. So now we know Dorothy Kilgallen is found lying in her bed reading with a book in her hand, right? But her glasses are not on the bed. And she's fully dressed, and she's supposed to have taken all these pills and all. It sounds very much, again, like what happened to, of course, Marilyn Monroe, and we can go on and on. So
I've heard some interesting things about Marilyn. I've heard the theory that the Kennedys killed her, but I've also heard, if you obviously you know about mind control and stuff, there's a
Sure.
lady named Kathy O'Brien who wrote a book called The Transformation of America. And if you ever read it, I'm sure you could probably find an ebook copy of it online. But if you ever read it, prepare yourself, Judyth, because it's some. I mean, I know nothing would probably surprise you, but it's some hardcore stuff. It's not a very big book, but it's what her and her daughter went through as mind control victims and slaves.
Oh,
is incredible.
I may have heard of it. I have, very few books, but I'm maybe one of the few people who actually held MK Ultra documents in my hand. Howard Livengood, who was one of the researchers for the House Committee and all that, had actually seen such documents, and in front of 60 Minutes, he interviewed me and interrogated me quite sharply about the nature of what I saw and how even where they were. They punch holes in the tops and they put top secret on the top and bottom and all that. He asked me a lot of questions like that, what these documents actually, and I could answer him. And when I told him the whole thing, he looked at everybody there and said, she's seen them. So, I mean, I have actually seen these documents and the sign-offs, on them and everything. Dave Ferry had a few with what they were interested. Dave got involved because when he was associated with Robert Heath over at Tulane, who has definitely been, we know now, was funded by CIA for various experiments he was doing with his hot little wires, which we explain in the book Me and Lee. You can read about that there. Dave scared me out of my wits. He said, of course, if you don't want to go along with this project, we'll just take you over to Robert Heath and let him experiment on you a while, and you'll never remember a thing we said. And, of course, that's not funny. I can laugh about it now, maybe. But at the time, it didn't. It scared me, of course. It frightened me, and I was young. And Mary, Dr. Sherman, she rebuked him for making that kind of joke. But the fact is, Dave Ferry knew a lot of people because he'd been investigating for the FBI these various cults, religious cults. And they got interested, and CIA heard about it, hey, wait a minute, we're trying to do mind control experiments. We're working with LSD and everything. Everybody knows that now. And the project was supposed to have been closed down, but before it did, Dave was asked to look into what the Voodoos, the various religions, Santeria and so on, what they were doing, because we're talking about zombies. I mean, if you can get people walking around, they don't know what they're doing, maybe you can find a way to use that drug, you see. But it was apparently a blind alley because Dave said that they couldn't get enough recipes and things like that they could count on, and so they abandoned that. But he did get his foot into the project, and that was his PhD supposedly on retinitis and all of this. Actually, had to do with hypnosis, and he did send a report in, and he did get some pages. Most of those, of course, have been destroyed, but I did see some pages that where he was involved with that. So when you see these various documents, and then, of course, for a long time, they claimed these didn't even exist. And, of course, they actually destroyed some of these, almost everything. And there's very little left except what accidentally got misfiled other places. So when you talk to a witness and someone who has seen these various things, these are things that are very difficult to forget. And then when this happened so many years ago, what are they doing now? And what ability they have now to work with the minds of the people. And that's why I don't have a lot of hope for my country unless we change things from the bottom up. The only way we're going to be able to save our country, because the top is as rotten as can be. It's just as rotten. But it's not rotten at the core. I have a lot of faith in our fellow Americans. But, of course, they have got to start to wake up, and they start with the school boards, with their county, with their sheriff, with their county commissioners, and so on. Because we have a lot of good old boys right there at the bottom. These are the foundation, the rotten foundation. It has to be cleared up and cleared out. You don't have to go and have riots and revolutions. You need to clean up your own backyard.
Exactly.
And that's the only way we're going to solve this. Now, if they don't listen to this, there's no hope from our country. There isn't.
And people need to accept the things that sometimes they don't want to hear, or, that sounds too outlandish, again, with the mind control
I don't even see any hope. If poor Ron Paul actually gets elected, he'll get something will happen to him.
Well, look what they did to
or he'll be made into a complete puppet where he won't be able to do nothing.
Well, look what they did to Bobby Kennedy.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Popeye, how could they lose or destroy? How dare they destroy the evidence of yeah, I'm sorry, I'm almost speechless.
No, I know, the ceiling tiles.
Outright corruption. No, it's just total corruption.
They did it with Jack, too. They lost his brain.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's so much they did there.
How do you...
one of the great books out there, there are 5 of them, and it's for someone who's a doctor, someone who cares. Doug Horn's 5 volumes on Inside the Assassination Records Review Board. Those 5 volumes show you exactly some of the crazy things they did. Oh, Popeye, there is a new video we've put up, Lola and I have put up on YouTube, and it's about the how Lee Oswald was framed by the media just the first couple of days after he was arrested, and even the day after he died, about the paraffin wax cast test. Now, this is an area I'm familiar with, and you can go into a lot of detail, but I recommend anyone who is scientifically minded to go ahead and read what Pat Speer, S-P-E-E-R, has written, some wonderful stuff. I have written him recently myself and said, wait a minute, you think that Lee Oswald may have shot a revolver because he has these particles on his hands. But that's because people assume that Lee pulled a revolver out there at the Texas Theater. Now, Officer McDonald, in a later deposition, not in his first one, but when he's just talking, when he's more settled down, he says he came in, they had drawn their guns, their revolvers. They had drawn revolver when he approached Lee Oswald. Now, as he's approaching him, I ask you, and I think I may have even asked you about this before, how would he have, put his revolver away in order to grab Lee Oswald's revolver? No, Lee has his hands in the air, and only when McDonald is reaching for his belt does Lee react, and he hits him. And I'm convinced, even though we have some police who say differently, but the police would say almost anything, you see they 2 hands up in the air, and in most people's eyes, they think Lee has got the gun, and McDonald is wrestling it from him. What happened to the gun that was in McDonald's hand? Did he put it away before he went for the... You see, there's something wrong here. There's something wrong. I believe that they waited, because they waited till McDonald got there. I believe he came in there with the gun that he was going to plant on Lee Oswald. All he had to do was approach Oswald and try to shove that gun in his pants, and he knew Oswald would try to protect himself. And it was safe because, it was rigged. That thing could not fire. It was broken. The firing pin was broken on that thing. How did that happen? Well, that's very convenient. Okay, so they're struggling. If Lee's hand is on the barrel of that gun, and that gun has been fired, he's going to get particles on his hand. It'll look like he held the thing in his hand, you see. So I have some aspersions that we can cast upon the reliability of the wax paraffin cast, that he even fired a gun because of the incident with McDonald, which needs to be studied more thoroughly. I'm not saying this is precisely what happened, but I see no reason for Lee to have suddenly, with his hands in the air, suddenly decide to hit McDonald, unless he realized he was getting a weapon planted on him. And then, of course, he was shouting, "I am not resisting arrest." They're trying to say that he was struggling. And I look in there, I counted, I think, 6 police. One had his hands around his neck. Two others were holding down his arms. Meanwhile, he's being hit in the front of the face. Hit in the face. McDonald says, yes, after he was disarmed, I hit him. So McDonald whops him in the face, even after. And then we have a bystander who grazed Lee's head with a ring in some way, apparently, too. Somebody else hit him. And then we have another policeman who a witness saw was shoving a rifle butt a couple times into his back. So he got pretty beat up. And he's yelling, "I'm not resisting arrest." And in that foray, you could say that he was fighting, but I'm not so sure he was after they pulled him down. I think that he was crying out and that people could see he wasn't resisting, and I think that's why they didn't shoot him right there in the theater. We have people, the altercation that happened on August 9th on Canal Street, where Carlos Bernier and his two friends come and they knock the pamphlets out of Lee's hands. We have Patricia McMillan saying that Lee crossed his arms in front of him and said, "Go ahead and hit me, Carlos." Crossed his hands in front of him. That's, as if he's trying to protect his body, when actually all the eyewitnesses said that Lee didn't. He said, "Go ahead and hit me," but he didn't go and make a move to defend himself. McAdams and others are describing Lee Oswald as having, a scuffle. There wasn't any scuffle. That was all, planned. And Lee did not hit anybody. He was pushed. He was shoved, and I think he was even hit. I could hear, as I was leaving, I could hear them cursing him and yelling at him. I mean, not just these three. There were a whole bunch of people around him, and it was quite a noisy crowd, and they were cursing him. I was really worried about his safety, And I called a policeman and told him to get over there. I encountered policemen. I don't know how many others who actually finally got them arrested, but it was all set up.
Isn't that what they used to eventually fire you from the coffee company? Because you
Oh
were
yeah,
seen
well
there?
I got fired that same day. Yes, the same day that Lee was arrested. I came back and I was a little late, because I was worried about Lee. I had actually. You will see that his name is Carlos Quiroga. Supposedly brings some. He said a few flyers, to Lee's apartment. A few days later. Well, I want to tell you that those weren't a few. The landlady or the apartment manager said she saw a stack. It was like 5 or 6 inches high. See, and these, by the way, these are multicolored. They weren't all white and they weren't all yellow. We had some pink and I think blue and like that, other colors in there too, because they used scrap paper to print these. We got them as cheap as possible, and I had trimmed some of them. There are a couple of flyers where you can see the top there's not as much space there as there is at the bottom. There's too much space, and anyway, I trimmed some of them because I'm that way, and had brought them. Lee had kept some back because he knew these would be confiscated, and he knew they were going to have another, because they only printed 1,000 of them, and that I know of at least, and half of them that were ruined there on Canal Street, and so they needed the other half. Well, I brought them over, and I could see Dean Andrews. Oh, he's standing about a whole block away, but you can't miss him because he's so big. He was a huge guy, and I went over there.
He was the lawyer. For people who don't know, that's the lawyer that in
Carlos
the movie,
Marcello's lawyer.
Yeah, that's the guy that John Candy played in the movie. That
yes. And Garrison realized that he had to know Lee Oswald better than he said.
I mean, he kept telling him, "I don't know what you're talking about," because he didn't want to die.
Yeah.
Because he realized he was going to end up dead like everybody else if he kept.
Yeah, this a good Catholic guy who had himself a big family of kids and everything, and I met him twice. That time and once before that I knew him too. And he said, "Oh, you're his girlfriend, aren't you?" And I said, "No, we're both married." And he said, "That doesn't mean anything in New Orleans, And anyway, I gave him the flyers. He put them in his notebook. The next thing, I never knew how Lee got him back. I knew he did. Next thing, I years and years later, I read that Carlos Quiroga takes over these flyers. Well, that's how he got them. Okay, and that's why there was a stack of them, not just a few that he tried to say, "Oh, it's just a few I picked up off." No, it wasn't. Now you can imagine Dean Andrews didn't want to put his face over there by Lee's apartment or anything like that, but he needed those flyers, so they had Quiroga bring them over. And that's somebody Lee said you should never trust because his mom was out of prison, but his dad was still in prison in Cuba. And so even though he said he hated Castro, he could have been a spy, you see. And sure enough, the guy could not pass. I noticed he couldn't pass a lie detector test with Garrison's people. And it said in there, he failed the one that said, did you ever see any of the weapons that were used in the Kennedy assassination? He said no. He failed that one, for example.
And there's your connection to Clay Shaw, too.
Yep. Oh, yeah. All these people, some people say, well, why, Jim Garrison, why didn't he bring up the mafia? I'd like to ask if anybody in their right mind would bring up the mafia living in the town that the mafia runs. He did the best he could. That's the way I look at it, without himself getting, murdered. And like everybody in New Orleans, everybody has a connection to Marcello. I think that comes out in the book Me and Lee pretty well. Garrison has been denounced because he got his house at a really good price, from somebody who was connected to Marcello. Well, practically everybody in town was connected to Marcello, and I don't think somebody at Garrison could have bought a house without having to go through them. It's just the way it was. Now, maybe if you're lower down, but not when you're up that high, and when it's like this. Look, we would do you a favor, and by the way, you have to take this favor. That's the way it is. So there are a lot of things. Bashing Garrison is very popular to do, and where I don't think is fair. I think he did the very best he could. Because you go to the Dallas Library, you can see tons. They're on microfiche and they're on microfilm and so on. You can see all these handwritten records. Garrison spent hundreds of hours personally writing down all these notes and getting all of them correlated and all that. And if he made some mistakes here and there, which he did in his books, it's understandable when you see how much information this man actually accumulated. So, and we owe a lot to Garrison, because we have
he wanted to know who you
of my
were.
Existence.
Even
my existence wouldn't have been known if it hadn't been for Garrison.
Exactly. Well, Jim didn't know who you were. He knew there was a female in the car
he sure
with
did.
Lee. He just didn't know who that female was. And then
that's right.
That's another thing. See, that's another way that that I was able to verify your stuff, is because you stated certain things, and when you unless someone sits down with you and gets into it like I do with you, or asks the right questions, a lot of time it gets certain things kind of
get muddied,
get forgotten
people
about,
don't understand.
or they don't get mentioned. And there's so many ways that you can verify your story, Judyth, because you look at it and you're like, well, there's no way she could know about this unless, she was there. And then when you realize that Garrison knew of your existence, he just didn't know your name. But he knew that you physically
how
existed.
How could they have known?
Of course.
I'm Mrs. Robert Ellison Baker III. Right? Yeah, I'm Mrs. Robert Ellison Baker III at Riley's. I'm Dave and everybody, they just called me Jay.
And didn't he
and that could be a man or a woman,
Didn't he kind of help you disappear, or make you forgotten about afterwards?
Oh, yeah. In fact, even before that, even before I left town, Lee and I went around, destroyed all my you will not find any records. I had a library card, too, at the Napoleon branch, and I could never use it because Marina went there. See, that was, when I first got the card at Marina, I got the card almost right away. I was in town, before Lee was. And I got a card as soon as I got into my apartment, which was a week before Lee. I never could use my card, but I used it downtown. Well, just to make a long story short, that library card, he made me give it to him, and he destroyed it. And everything I had that had any kind of link to New Orleans. And then even David Ferry calls me and says, look, you've got to go and, you have this birth certificate, and it says, that the last known address is New Orleans. He said, you got to go and order that birth certificate again so we can, the next time this says last known address, it's going to be in Florida. So I did. So that's, of course, you see in the book. Who in the world would order two identical birth certificates within 6 months of each other that say female infant Varia? It doesn't even have my name right. But I had to do that to hide that I had been in New Orleans. And so they're very meticulous. They're very careful. And, a lot of people, it took years before people even realized they were involved in certain aspects of the Kennedy assassination. I mean, look how, as visible as he was, how long it took people to realize that Poppy Bush was involved with any of this.
Yeah, I agree. Look, JFK, or the assassination of him, I should say, is a complex puzzle. What was David quoted as saying by Joe Pesci in the movie? It's I
don't know, an enigma wrapped in a...
Yeah, enigma wrapped inside of a riddle, wrapped inside of whatever.
Yeah, well...
And that's what it is. It's not just one simple...
Well...
Kennedy.
A lot of this was made that way. Actually, in hindsight, of course, we can actually go through. We can see that shining light at the end of the tunnel. It's turning around the other way and being fed all this junk, every year they come out with, we now have proof that Oswald did it alone. The people aren't buying this anymore. They know better. And I'd say if they go to Lola for JVB, for LHO, and see those videos there, and that's what, I don't think I ever got to finish what that was about. Our newest one, which is about the media and the paraffin tests, which are quite important, because right away in the beginning, the first thing they said is, you have Sheriff Wade he's saying this, yeah, we had the paraffin test done and they were positive, it's for sure he's fired a gun. And on the video we show the work of Pat Spear, who put all this together. You find I'll just say the New York Times, you've got the Washington Post, the New York Times and all that, and from there they take it that even though there was no trace of nitrates on the cheek, in 2 days they're saying, yes, there were traces on the paraffin on the hands and the cheek, showing that he had fired a revolver and a rifle. Complete lie. And then when you look who gave them this information, it's the FBI in charge, in Dallas. Chief in charge, it's Shanklin who gave them that information. So it's the FBI deliberately told the people, yes, this paraffin test proves that he shot a rifle, and of course it did no such thing. There never was any trace of blowback. Now they try to say, oh, well, that Mannlicher Carcano, it had no blowback. Are you kidding? That thing was put together with toothpaste and gumballs. I mean, it just,
the Hungarian army called it the humanitarian rifle because it was such a piece of crap.
Well, here's the thing. There were different factories, and some of those rifles were good. But the particular one we're talking about, even though you will hear people say, well, wait a minute, why did the Italian army use it? Because they couldn't afford anything else. But besides that, these Mannlicher Carcanos, Lee was a trained Marine, for heaven's sakes, who knew how to use an M1 rifle. He knew all about rifles. There was no way that he would have mail-ordered a piece of junk when on the same page for just a little bit more money is a really good rifle. People need to look at that page that they say that's where he got ordered from, okay? Because they're on the same page as a good rifle. But I'll tell you something. Apparently the Dallas police, they don't have much money, you see. So they got this snub-nosed revolver, okay, that it's broken. You take the Mannlicher Carcano, and you had people, the experts refused to fire the thing until they tighten it up and everything. The scope was loose. And right there on the front page of the latest Max Howland and Johann Rush thing about Oswald did it, they have a picture showing the Warren Commission they show how he had to sight through this telescope, telescopic sight on the rifle to see where Kennedy was, in the car. And they have this thing on a tripod, because they're making a film of it. And of course, it's not at the right angle. It's too high up. They show him kneeling. They don't have any boxes there. This is supposed to be a reenactment. And of course, the funny thing about it is that telescopic sight was so loose they had to put shims under it to actually straighten it. In other words, it couldn't have been used at all during the so-called assassination using that rifle. It's just a piece of junk. And apparently they just didn't have enough money to get a decent rifle. Just like you have the backyard photos that were supposed to have been made with this Imperial reflex camera, which was one of the most ridiculous pieces of junk. And here Lee had terrific cameras, and even a camera that could do 3D photographs. He had a Minox that could take really good photos, unless they're all messed up by the FBI when they're actually processing them. Lee Oswald was processing his own film, in that they say that this film, which was processed at a store, that he did that. He used this inferior camera, made these had Marina take these inferior photos of him with it, and then went and processed the film at a store. Why? When he had his own chemicals.
You can even see all his chemicals for processing film is right there in his possessions, the list of possessions of the Dallas police. So how come the only film he doesn't go and process himself happens to be for the backyard photos with a cruddy camera that he never used for anything else?
Did he really point out that it was not him in that photo, or is
yes,
that
he
just...
did.
Okay, I wasn't sure if Oliver Stone added that or not.
No, absolutely, he did say so, and that's on the record. We're lucky that more than one policeman was in there, even though they didn't take notes and they didn't take transcripts and they didn't take recordings or anything. Of course, then they'd have to explain some of the things he was saying, wouldn't they? Still, there are some things they didn't dare not report because there were too many other people in there who would remember that, So that's one of the few things that got out that is true. Poor Lee, think what when they got him and they had him in there. You have all these pictures showing like what looks like a smirk, but as I told you, if you're looking at film instead of the photographs they put in the paper, you don't see those smirks. You see the face of a man who's profoundly upset and who's shocked when he hears that he has been arraigned, that he's been charged with killing President Kennedy. This is the man who saved Kennedy's life. He told me, he said he did. I didn't know what city. I know now, it was Chicago. When I look at those pictures, because I knew him and loved him, and I see his face, I know how he's suffering. I know darn well they weren't giving him water, and they weren't giving, they weren't giving him rest. They wanted to break him. They couldn't do it.
Do you think Ruby agonized over shooting Lee? Because I know that he knew Lee from the time he was a young boy. Like, do you think?
Yeah, of course.
He was upset,
when we have well, look, we have 2 telephone calls and two different. At least one of those calls was the recipient identified it as Jack Ruby's voice, saying, "We're going to, don't do this tomorrow. He'll die." And so he did what he could, but he's in a terrible position himself. He has a sister, he has a couple brothers, he has dogs, and you can see that he delayed as long as he could. He even stopped, and they're trying to say that this was some kind of impulse that he did. No, you can see he was trying to delay as much as he could. He stopped and, sent a telegram, and finally he has to go down there. They let him in. How can you let anybody into a place like that where you have somebody who killed the president, so-called, and he's got a heater on him. He's got a gun. How can you let somebody like that in? Well, the answer to that, they wanted him there. And when you watch the film very carefully, you see that they're taking him to transfer him out. Not one soul has a drawn pistol to protect him. And the person that should be standing in front, he moves away. Gives a clear shot, he can come right on in. It's dreadful to look at, and I know Jack Ruby never wanted that to happen. And eventually, Jack tried to kill himself several times in prison himself. He beat his head against the wall. He tried to electrocute himself and so on. They say he was crazy. No, he knew he was a doomed man anyway. And, of course, in the end, they killed him anyway. So, and I met him. You could see he was a mean person. He was kind of charming in his own way. Of course, when he found out I had been cheated of my rent money, he said, "Here, baby," and handed me $50, which was like, well, that's equivalent to almost $500 today, so you can imagine what it meant when I was almost penniless at that point. You could see that he was a much more powerful person than he's been made out to be. Much more than a nightclub owner, much more than, I'm not saying that he was a made man or something. They say because he was Jewish he couldn't do that. They can talk about things like that all they want. This guy had a lot of power, and he brought a ton of money to New Orleans. Something interesting also, when I talk about when Dave Ferry is not in town and things like that, and my critics, one of the wonderful things that Jim Garrison did is he got a list of Dave Ferry's phone calls. And it's lovely because I wrote the book. I don't have any of these things going on. I'm going from my memory and from some of my mnemonics that I memorized, and a bunch of poems that I wrote so I would keep names in my head, and some diary notations and things. And I didn't miss any of the times. Every time that Dave was away in Miami or something, I had I mentioned he's not mentioned I'm not meeting him, and we're not seeing him, and he's out of town, or I even mentioned that, and I had no access to any of that. It's been wonderful to find this stuff finally, Yeah, it's interesting. People who say, "Oh, she must have researched all this." Well, then why did I save all these little tickets and things from before Robert Baker got there? Why would I save these various little mementos and things? And of course, I saved my check stubs and everything to show what we did. And I guess the most important of those was the American Express card. I mean, it was a money order, and that he asked me to get, and it was so he could pay $30 on rent. It's for $30, just like he says in his lease. Wrote to the FPCC the day before, May 26th, that he was going to get an office for $30. And here I have, on May 27th, I have this money order for $30. And then the next day, of course, I've got the money back in my bank account. I have the bank account records. So all he needed was to have somebody else to put the money forth, because he was not supposed to be able to afford that, on his income and so on. So he had to have somebody, and then he used me. Well, it's in the book. We have a lot of stuff like that. Evidence, piece after piece, and of course explaining exactly what was going on and why the mission in Mexico City. Now we believe, of course, that they just wanted to get him there, locate him there, so they could later blame him, and set him up as a Castro sympathizer killing Kennedy. I'm up on some of these things, so if you have some questions about today or what's going on now, there are so many things that are going on at the present, Miller, that are disturbing, and people need perspective, and also people are getting too frightened. We've got to have more confidence in the people. When they've had enough, and our danger is, however, is that only about 3% of the people at any given time have the guts, the inclination, and the desire and courage to actually do something, that is to revolt, to express themselves. Now we have all these FEMA camps that are being built, and I can't think of a cheaper way for the United States government to create than to have labor camps where people are creating their weapons for them. They're sewing their uniforms. They're getting paid $1 a day if they're being paid that. We can hold 3 million. It looks like 3 million people. That's nothing in a big country like that. But that's 1/3 of the population of Sweden. We have more people in prison in our country than any other. Imagine that. Of course, we're not shooting them on the street. I mean, we are putting them in prison. So, I mean, if we count where people are actually being shot.
No, we put them in prison, or now they go to military prisons where they can get tortured for fun. That's just great.
Well, and also, of course, private prisons should be against the law. Think about this. Why should a private prison be against the law? Let's talk about that.
From my point of view, it's obviously going to become a criminal organization, because now they're not going to be about locking people up for justice. It's going to be about locking people up for money and for profit, because it's now a for-profit business. When
you have for-profit stuck into your judiciary system, you have kids going off to these places because it makes money. You have people that are not being released.
That just happened down here in Florida. 2 judges got nailed. They were getting $5,000 a pop per kid that they sent to these boot camps. Because
there you go.
The boot camps, for every kid they got more money from the state. So it behooved them, they'd get like 25 or 30 grand, we'll say. I don't remember the exact number, but...
So you've got to take money out of this equation. You have to take money out of the equation, or you're always going to have corruption. It's a law of nature. It's just the way it is. Because those who don't go along with it, they get rid of them. So then you have a nice, well-oiled machine where everybody's getting... If you put someone into this system, and with the new laws we have, they can stay there forever. And when you know that you can get labor out of them, okay? Yeah, we're talking about something that hails back, to the Soviet Union or to Hitler's times. It's so easy to slip back into this. Did you know we're the oldest country? Apparently the oldest country in the world. Did you know that?
No, I did not. Oh, why? Because everybody else has been recycled so many times?
They've had revolutions, or they've had, like, Hitler took them over or something like that. Yeah. And so we're aged past our time because, frankly, with the internet and with the cycles of the way we have it set up, our country's aging faster. More laws are being incrustated over, and we don't have time to get rid of the old laws for the new ones, you see. And so it's getting very cumbrous and encumbering. And what's very, very sad is that they keep making harsher and harsher laws. And when you look at this for-profit thing, that is the key. No senator or congressman should be able to have to run a campaign on, say, more than like $1 million. This is done in other countries. Then it's fair. What you have now is whoever raises the most money wins, for various reasons. It's when we look at money as the source of evil in this equation, it's rather sickening. All right, look, no for-profit, private prisons should ever exist. The prison should always be under the mandate of the people. If they're not being run correctly, they can be corrected by the people. You can't correct organizations that are for profit.
Well, you know that when you call, like, if you call customer support now, like, and you say someone in the United States calls customer support at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're like, "Oh, it's great. I love my this company, whatever." You know, say you're buying something. "Oh, it's great. I can call up and have live customer service instead of using the internet. I can do it live customer service 24 hours." Yeah, about half the time now, it's prison employees that you're speaking to.
Yep.
Okay, and they're in the jail in some, room that's got, just banks of computers.
This is legalized slavery. It's just it is. And when you see how many blacks compared to others are in there, we wonder what we're going back to.
When they tell you that a lot of the prison system, well, not only the prison system, but I should say, like, the sharks, the predators of the legal system, who they go after mainly, it definitely is black people more than any other race. I mean, there are white people, Hispanic people, but I would say that the like, out of the chunk of everybody, they have the largest percentage, and it's because it's completely race-based, and it's, of course, racism is complete, pardon my French, Judith, it's complete bullshit. And it's actually created by the elites to keep all of us separated so that we don't pay attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, it's hard for people when you say things like created to keep us separated. What's difficult for people to understand, who maybe are hearing you for the first time, Popeye, that it's behooves the powers that be to make sure that people don't get together. So we break up the families, we break up homes, we make sure that everybody's overworked and so on. Because again, nobody should be allowed to work more than 45 hours a week. Why? Because that means somebody else is not having a job. They're overworking that person and somebody else doesn't have a job. That's creating, of course, unemployment. Now, why is it that in the Scandinavian countries and other places like this, they're working 35 hours a week and they have 5 or 6 weeks of vacation mandated? And by the way, when we're talking about a product that's made in Denmark or in Sweden or in Germany, these are good products. They're just as good as in the U.S. in many cases, or even better. How come they have this high quality and they're putting out competitive products and their people are happy? So again, just get back to our little list here. Prisons should not be privatized ever. Number 2, there should not be such a name as mercenaries. Nobody in the United States should be supplying mercenaries to our United States government's military force. They're doing this because they don't want to put the draft in. The draft is good for us because when people are drafted, they have to worry about whether they want to go to war or not. When people are not drafted and they're going and hire mercenaries are working for a company, and if they die, well, there's insurance maybe for them. You know
Charlie Rangel made the same comment, and although I don't like Charlie because he is corrupt and he's part of this New World Order system, he made a comment, and of course, Fox News, tried to blow it out of
the Fox News,
like all of them do. But of course, they attacked it from the conservative angle, and they were like, "Oh, Charlie Rangel wants to bring back the draft," and blah 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 blah. Of course, other media outlets did the same thing. But they cut out what he was talking about, and I, as a veteran, understood, because that's one of the things that helped. That really saw.
That's what stopped the Vietnam War.
Vietnam, yes, was the fact that kids, college kids, everywhere. Everybody, didn't matter what race, what age,
That's exactly right.
We're screwed, and everybody started to get involved because it affected.
And right now, see, it's the poor people. It's something that Michael Moore got right. You have all these poor people. They have nowhere else to go but into the military, and so you have a whole bunch, and they're not well educated. So you're having. They're using it for a living, and then again, mercenaries. Why? We have so many mercenaries out there; it's absurd, and it's very expensive. They're never, by the way, if one of them die, they're not counted in the body count. They're not counted. All right, so you get rid of the mercenaries, and you put back the draft. As bad as that sounds, believe it or not, we would not have been in war for 10 years or 9 years or whatever in Iraq if we'd had the draft. We'd have some senator's son, baking in the sun over there, and we'd see just how long that would last. You see what I'm saying? We need to get our people again involved instead of allowing this war machine to exist.
It's only like 1% of the population that even goes in the military to begin with. So if more people were being conscripted into service,
it's the fear of conscription that makes them aware of what's going on. When they have no fear, they don't even look.
Well, it doesn't affect them, because I choose not to go in, Judyth, so it doesn't affect me. All of a sudden, now there's a draft, and all of you are eligible to get dragged in. And
all of you had better get concerned about your country and better decide why we're at war if you're going to have a chance of actually sitting your rear end over there in the hot sands of some Middle East country. Okay, so that's the number one thing. Again, no private prisons. Number two, you go back to the draft so that everybody, including the president's own daughters, would have a chance to be drafted, etc. And number three, of course, no private hospitals. That is, no hospitals that are proprietary for profit. That should be illegal. Nobody should be making money. The state, this is why states can be corrupt, and you can have corrupt doctors, but in general, what happens is that if doctors are, like they are in so many other countries, if they're assigned to certain areas in a country, for example, all through Scandinavia, there are more doctors per a certain number of population than there are in the United States, and there are even slightly more beds, like a tenth more of a bed, that kind of thing. And they're living longer. What's going on here? If we're ranked number 50 in longevity, something's really wrong here. Why do we have 44 vaccines for kids to take, compared to in Scandinavia and a lot of the European countries with only having 11, also Japan, 11 vaccines, and they only have, and they say, well, there's no connection between that and autism. Well, how come we have so much autism in our country compared to 60 times more autism in our country than in Sweden?
Yeah, Oxner said the same thing about the polio vaccine, and look where that got him. So people need to, history repeats itself.
Endlessly, unless we start getting a little bit smart. And the people hearing this program, I hope that they will record this program and then send it as a Christmas present to other people. It's about time we got, and I'm very, very much, for the first time, enheartened by the fact that people are starting to put roses on Lee Oswald's grave. Now, the sad part is that one person told me after he put roses there and a message of love from me on there, this guy walked up. He was a retired cop, and he picked it up and took it away. So, they don't want it immediately. It's gone. Because they don't understand. A lot of these older people, they've been, especially if they're retired police in Dallas or something, they're going to be like that. Because they've been told, oh, I know that Oswald killed Kennedy because this cop, who was there when Oswald was being questioned, he was there, and he looked like he was guilty, and we know he was guilty, that kind of thing. Oh, So, all right, but if you go down this list, what we're really talking about all along is profit. Let's go to one more list. It used to be that we had the National Defense Education Act, and we had other ways during the Kennedy administration also to make sure that we got our kids into college and that we stayed on top. And of course, I was rewarded for my efforts in science research and cancer research and everything with all kinds of scholarships. These have dried up because most of the universities and colleges today are only there to prepare kids for careers to make money. And there are all kinds of other things have gone by the wayside. There are no more craft shops. There are no more opportunities like the last one of the last universities finally closed their stables up. No more horseback riding. No more lessons for just ordinary kids. You have to be rich if you're going to have a horse. No more being on an Olympic team unless you're a rich person. So many doors have shut, and what's left are how do you make money? What's the best way to make money? And research and all that. It has to be funded, of course, by big pharmacy companies. It has to be making money. And that's why we're not going to have a cancer cure for a long, long time in this country, because it simply isn't profitable to do so. So there's our next thing. We need free college education. We're bringing out an entire generation loaded down with. They're now talking about, well, look, you could pay back your loan in 30 years. Not only you have to pay back a house loan in 30 years, okay, now you have to pay back your education loan in 30 years. That is indentureship. That is practically slavery. We've enslaved an entire generation of kids who they can't even get inheritances from their parents because that last final illness took every penny that the old folks had, and they have nothing to give to their kids. The only thing the kids did is they went to college, and they have these huge debts. Why? How is it that I have a friend of mine, he went from the United States. His parents are Swedish. And he has left the United States because, and come to Sweden because as a Swedish citizen, he gets free college education. He's getting his master's degree in Sweden free. All he has to do is buy books and feed himself. You know what I'm saying? No tuition. World-class education. And meanwhile, his brother in the United States, his brother has, I think he's got $105,000 worth of student loans to pay off.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's one of the reasons
he's going to be paying it off for 30 years. 30 years.
That's why I didn't want to go to college when I graduated high school back in the early 90s. I said to my mother, what's the point of me spending $25,000 a year to go to school? I hated school the way the school structure was anyway, because I didn't learn from it. So why would I...
Well, that meant you were pretty smart, Popeye.
Yeah, they labeled me as a problem child.
I went nuts in school. It was so boring. When I was in 8th grade, we had trigonometry, and I said to the teacher, look, just give me how many tests are there for this course? He said 5. I said, give them to me now. And if I pass, just let me go and take an art course. And so she gave me all the tests, and I passed with an A, and I switched over and took art. Yeah, they don't let you do that anymore, but
I did better my senior year for multiple reasons, and I got in a lot of fights when I was in high school. They told me that I'd be better off dropping out of high school. So I dropped out of my regular high school, but I enrolled in this school for kids that, were like problem children. That's where they sent me to. And
oh, my God. So you have really seen a lot.
Well, I was able to pick my curriculum, and when I graduated there, I graduated on the honor roll, Judyth, and it pissed off all of my old teachers at my old school because I got to go to my high school and graduate with the people I went to school with, and they were all like, how is this kid, this doesn't make any sense, and it was because I was able to pick my curriculum. And
yeah, see, I went to a wonderful school in Bradenton, Manatee County High School, at that time, and Manatee High. And we had all these various tracks, curriculum. You could take this, that, or the other. So, I was actually able to take science courses and art at the same time. And, of course, that broadened my soul. It just simply did. And it made me a better person. well, it's hard to even find an art course available now in school. So as you go and choke off any chance for a young person to have a new start in life and have a brand, why are they even in the United States? You have to ask yourself, why would you burden yourself like this? And the answer is there's no choice. If you don't have a college education, they won't even hire you. So you have to go into there. We have a major problem, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. But all of this has to do with money. M-O-N-E-Y. And of course, then we have the next thing we have to do is get rid of the feds. Start printing our own money and forget about them. And it's very simple, but they don't want to do that because, of course, everybody right now is very beholden to them. That's how most of them got into office because, they've sold their souls. And
the
that's why I say
it's completely evil. Let me ask you this. How long after John Kennedy was assassinated did you realize exactly how deep this went? I mean, I know that you raised kids, you were kind of in the background, but did you ever in your head put this stuff together as you saw events unfold? Like when they killed Bobby, for instance. Oh my God, they did it again? No,
I didn't know, oh my God. I thought at last they got him because I knew he'd die. I knew he'd die. There's some of these things are going to happen. And like, I wasn't surprised when John died. And I can tell you that it's part of the same agenda. They have to get. Caroline knows better than to run. She was going to run, and then something changed her mind, and who knows what she was shown or what happened. But the Kennedy family has been terrorized, and
like you said in our first interview, they probably bring them into a room. It's like they do the new president. They bring them into a room. Nobody says anything. They just sit down. The lights go off, and a never-before-seen angle from the the grassy knoll area.
Yeah, you're going to see a version of the Kennedy assassination you've never seen before, and they're just going to smile at you and they say, "Got it," and that's it.
A comedian named Bill Hicks used to say that too. It's funny that you said that because. Bill Hicks used to say the same thing, that's probably what they do with all these new presidents, because none of them have even attempted to buck the system since Kennedy. And I don't think Jack was a perfect human being. Of course, he did some idiotic things, but I think
some of the very but Popeye, some of the very things that this ferocity that he had, and this womanizing, and all this tremendous drive that he had. This is exactly what he needed to try and beat the system and try and make us better.
Oh, no, I agree.
You've got a degree of aggression there that was necessary if you're going to have any kind of control over this monster.
Are you familiar with Mary Meyer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the theory that through her, he experimented with psychedelics and realized that there was something, more what there is?
You know what, Popeye? Geez, back in University of Florida, I've got why I never do drugs, and I'll tell you why. But also, we had our labs. We're down in there in the physics building where the radiation is and all. They have these little smaller rooms where you can do your own experiments, and you pop this and that. And they were making LSD down there in the basement, okay? And soaking it up into cartoon, it looks like gum wrappers, and you chew them up and get the LSD like that. Well, they made a batch, and I was with friends, and they wanted me to try it, but I said, no, I want to see I will observe you and see what happens. Two awful things happened. The first thing that happened is one of my friends, the last time I saw him, he was on his way, a big dose of LSD, and he was totally naked riding away on his bicycle, okay? And the next thing we heard, they had taken him to Chattahoochee, and they did electroshock on everything like that on him. He came back an idiot. Second, it was horrible, just horrible. And he said he'd had some lucidity left. He said, I rubbed Dixie cups against my temples, to get the wax on there to try and stop some of the shocks from coming through my brain. He tried to save himself as much as he could. They shocked the dickens out of him. They gave him over 100 electroshocks till he didn't know who he was anymore. He was a brilliant, he was in mathematics and everything, physics, and he turned out he just wandered around the country, played guitar, and he was a mess, and he never got well. The other horrible thing that happened, this should be in the record somewhere. I don't know whether the family covered it up because it was so horrible, so I'm not sure. But there were 5 or 6 of us who were witnesses. And a friend of ours, we're following him in the car. He stopped the car, and we were there was a truck ahead of us. He climbed up because there was a ladder on the truck, and he stood up on the top, and he was high on LSD, waving his arms and saying, "Hey, look at me!" And we were yelling at him, "Get down, get down, get down!" And he was just jumping. The thing went under. This is in Gainesville, Florida. The truck went under a viaduct and cut his head right off. And it's not like a chopped off head. I mean, out came his trachea, and some of his lungs and part of his stomach, and all pulled out.
Ugh.
Landing, and it went under our car, and went under the car behind us, and his body and all his blood. And believe me, I've never touched a drug. And I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I don't do drugs.
I would never touch anything after having that experience myself either.
Back to David Ferrie, he was. And they told me, "Don't you talk about this about David Ferrie that he did drugs." I'm supposed to not talk about that, because if you do that, all his friends are going to say he didn't do it.
Judyth, because he's another question I did want to ask was about. I wanted you to kind of cover him, because he himself was an enigma.
Well, he did experiments, and so we have to be very careful about how much. Like if we talk about if he used a drug, I'm telling you, he had a scientific outlook to everything. He didn't do anything stupid. He was more likely to see how it worked on somebody else. Okay, he was very interested in that.
Well, like you said, he knew about a lot of stuff. Like he knew about.
Sure, he did.
He was a pilot. He trained a lot of these guys over on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain over there.
He was a voracious reader. God, he knew so much. And of course, I was very young then. There are many arguments now I think I could drive a truck through, but at the time, he was very, very impressive, and because he just simply knew, and I had read the encyclopedia, I knew a heck of a lot, so we had a good time talking. It seemed that he knew, since he knew many more languages than you would. So many languages. I mean, 5 or 6, and probably 7 altogether, and it's just remarkable. My grandmother was multilingual, and one of the first languages I tried to read was Czech, and it was just not very easy, I learned I learned how to read upside down, and things like that make you open your mind when you know multilingual people and you listen to what they have to say. Dave did a lot more flying for the mafia than people realize, too. And we have this ferry expert, and he's done some really bad things that I think people should be aware of. One of the things he did, and he said there's nothing wrong with it, is he called together Dave Ferrie's friends. And maybe I talked about this to you before. But he actually got them together to have a party, and then he talks to them about their experience with Ferrie. You don't do that with witnesses, because then they all end up with the same story. Then he can say, yes, they all agree about blah, 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 blah. Well, if you have 6 people in the room who say, yeah, I never saw Dave do such and such, and then the 7th says, well, I did, basically what's going to happen is that one dissenter is going to say, well, gee, that was 40 years ago. Maybe I'm wrong, So you contaminate witnesses. You can't do this, but this man has done this. And, of course, he's also a sound expert, so he's got all these tapes. And he refuses to make any quotes from these tapes. He's waiting, he says, until the book comes out that he will write someday. And, Popeye, how long are you going to wait? We've waited almost, I think, close to 20 years now for this book. Apparently he's waiting until they're all dead, and they can't complain if he misinterprets something with what they said on audio by removing certain words or whatever. So I suggest that anybody not accept anything from this particular ferry expert, okay, after 1999, because of his awareness of what I have had to say about Dave Ferrie, and he's done everything in his power to try and discredit that. And I think I told you already how, he got a photograph and said, look, we have this photograph, and if you can describe what's hanging in the doorway here, we'll know you knew David Ferrie, And I could not remember a thing hanging in the doorway, and I told him so, and he said, well, that shows that you weren't there. then a few years later, he puts a photograph online, and it's a monkey. It's a toy monkey with spring legs. It can snap on and snap off. And it was the picture was taken in February 1967. I hadn't been inside Dave's house since 1963. So this is the kind of tricks they'll pull on you, and then they'll announce to the world, oh, she didn't know fairy, and so on. So when you see that going on, you know that you have someone who's working for the enemy. That's all it is.
Well, Ed Haslam, that's where his book comes in as a companion to your book.
Yeah.
And not only, it has its own merit in its own right, but as a companion to Judyth's book, and Judyth's book being a companion to his book, it's like they're connected. Okay, they were meant to be written, and they connect at the hip. They're like two missing twins, because he explains a lot more about that. He goes into details. He ended up running into the Cubans, who he believes were the guys that ferried the mice back and forth.
Yeah. Isn't that something? And so, he ran into some of these people, of course, and since then he has done some remarkable research, mainly because, of course, he has all these contacts. It's wonderful. Once you know the truth, the lovely thing, Popeye, is it's easy for me. That's why I love questions, because it's easy for me to tell you if something is fake or not, if it has to do with Lee and his character and all that, simply because when you know somebody and you know exactly, and if you were there, you know what was going on. That's why I love it when people do ask me any questions about Lee or anything like that. There's a foreword that Ed Haslam wrote for the book Me and Lee, and he's a wonderful writer himself, and I really enjoy this. He writes in the early part. I'm going to read some of this to you, because it'll show you his awareness. He says, "Here is an unusual tale about a remarkably talented young woman who used her unique combination of brains, beauty, personality, and determination to chase her dream of finding a cure for cancer. The astonishing thing is how successful she was in that effort, particularly at such a young age. Okay, considered a scientific, I have to say some things in here, superstar by the press in her hometown and recognized for winning awards at prestigious science competitions, Judyth achieved prodigious feats while still in high school." Now, he was able, of course, to verify all this because he lived in that same town, and he actually found all the newspaper articles and talked to the people, These accomplishments attracted the attention of America's top scientists and some of the nation's most powerful political figures. Universities sent her offers, scholarships were handed to her by prominent organizations, newspaper articles, so on. It goes on. Then he says, in fact, the name Lee Harvey Oswald is not even mentioned in the first 5 absorbing chapters. The fateful summer of 1963 in New Orleans derailed her life and cast her future into obscurity with the same vengeance that Oswald's name was cast into infamy. Fearing that she would be murdered, just as her friend Lee had been, she kept silent for decades. Warned that she could not be allowed to continue in the world of cancer research, she dropped out of science and abandoned her dream of finding a cure for cancer. Instead, she had 5 children, educated them to her own high standards. So we're left to ponder the question, would Judyth Mary Baker have found the cure for cancer if she had not been derailed? Or with her help, would we at least have had a better weapon to fight the cancer epidemic that we face today? Is this a mission, part of the price we collectively pay for the subterfuge of the 1960s? And then he goes on to show that even though I was a contradictory, I loved animals and killed hundreds of them, for my cancer research, he says, he's honest. He says, spoiled by her own success and cursed with questionable judgment. She zigged and zagged through life, running toward the things she loved and away from the things she loathed. She lunged from extreme to extreme with passion and conviction, from being an 18-year-old virgin who dreamed of becoming a nun to committing adultery with a man who left a pregnant wife and baby alone at home in order to embrace her. What triggered her downfall, however, was not the fact that she strayed from her morality, but that she returned to it at an inconvenient moment. The problem was she objected to intentionally killing a group of human volunteers, so-called, in order to test the biological weapon which she and Lee had helped develop. In doing so, she endangered the reputation of a famous doctor, a sin that the doctor was not willing to forgive. Consequently, he banished her from medicine forever. But this is not a romance novel. It's a piece of history, a tile in our national mosaic that, once illuminated, changes the color of everything around it. It's the real-life story of a young girl trying to succeed in life, trying to make her contribution, trying to do something patriotic and important. I'm a witness, not a researcher. And that, he said, Judyth Vary Baker. Her tragic tale is an emotional odyssey told in the first person, but it's one with enormous political consequences. It shakes the very foundation of the explanations offered to the American people by their own government concerning the assassination of President Kennedy. Needless to say, getting her story out to the public has proven to be a long and difficult road. He says, I was introduced to Judyth Vary Baker in 2000 by the staff of 60 Minutes, the CBS News program. And then he talks about all that happened, and that he'd stayed in contact with me for 9 years, okay? And he was encouraged, he said, when the History Channel aired The Love Affair as part of the popular series The Men Who Killed Kennedy. And that exposed for the first time that Judyth and Lee, of course, had been part of an effort to use cancer-causing viruses as a biological weapon. But it was withdrawn from circulation 1 week later, along with 2 other controversial episodes for unexplained reasons. And anyway, in the end, he says this: the pursuit of power is a bloodthirsty game that knows few rules. It kills to silence. It punishes those who get in the way. It threatens those who might speak up. Lee was a casualty of this ugly game. His death preserved their secrets. He could not divulge his personal knowledge of the people and events leading up to Kennedy's assassination. He could not disclose the details of the biological weapon intended to kill Fidel Castro. He could not say who he really worked for. Those who run this game deemed his death necessary for the good of our country. Not only would it guarantee his silence, it would satisfy the public's lynch mob anger over the death of their president. Such was their plan, and it worked. But they overlooked something, the girl in Gainesville. And of course he says, you can listen to Madame Butterfly or read Romeo and Juliet, but you're not likely to find a story about undying love in which a woman has stood by her man with more resolve. Despite their separation by death, the horrible accusations made against him, or the crude insults she has endured publicly for pleading his case, the bottom line remains that Judyth Vary Baker loves Lee Harvey Oswald, and she wants you to know the man that she knew, the man who ultimately died because of his efforts to save John F. Kennedy. Here is her story at last. And here is the last interview I'm going to make, because I have a responsibility to be there in Dealey Plaza in November 2013. I'm going to stand there, and I ask everyone to stand there with me and to chant that Lee Oswald is innocent and that we want justice for John F. Kennedy. That's my goal.
I'm just really, really, excited that you're going to be there at Dealey Plaza.
It's called Occupy Dealey Plaza, and they can go to Facebook and join.
I'm super excited that you're going to be there, Judyth, because that takes a brass set of balls, which you've already proven probably 10 times over that you already have a bigger set of balls than most men out there. So that should be. I'd
rather you said boobs. I really do.
Well, okay, in your case, it can transform to boobs, but you have. I'm
just trying to lighten this up a little.
You have a lot of courage for what you do, and again, ladies and gentlemen, Judyth has. There's more to her than just her thoughts on JFK or her experience and the truth about Lee, although that is very important. There's there's other things, that I want to, while we have the time, I want to just get her thoughts on. The Jackie Onassis tapes that have come out. All the media keeps making a big deal about, her thoughts about this or that and the other thing, but the one thing they said, she thought LBJ was a jerk, a mean guy. But they left out the biggest thing, that she felt he was either a halfway contributor, if not full reason why her husband's brains were blown out in Dealey Plaza, and she openly said that pretty much, and that he was involved in his murder, and they left that out. The alternative media touched on it.
And we don't know how much else they left out. We don't know how much of those tapes have been mutilated either. If you think you got everything she said,
Well,
I'll sell you the Brooklyn Bridge.
Were you surprised to hear that she thought, or did you kind of figure?
Well, I think the only reason that they would leave some of those things in there is so they can take out other things that were more important to make it look like she had something bombshell, because it was pretty well known, I think, by almost everybody they know personally that what she thought of him.
Well,
because Jack Kennedy was her husband. I mean, you know what he thought of, and it's almost gross the way he talks to her and treats her. Right after the assassination.
Johnson was going to go to jail if Jack. If Johnson would have been, he wouldn't have been the president. He would have been in a cell.
That's what really hits me.
Her second husband, Onassis. He was connected to these people that killed Jack.
Well, it's really quite the fact that she probably had no choice but to marry him if she wanted to protect her family. If you think that was love, I don't think that was love.
No, that was probably to protect the children.
That's what I think.
Caroline.
Why do we have? And people have said, "Oh, come on, this can't be so," but it is true. Onassis was there to be there. She was there at the White House when Jackie Kennedy returns with the body of her husband in a casket. Now, how did he get there? You'd think about how long it took for people to get there at that time.
In the 60s, it's not like you could just run and hop on a jet and in 2 hours you're across.
Well, he had his own jet, so he probably could. But even so, we're talking about 8 hours. All I can say is he was ready to go, and he was there. What is he doing at the White House? Of all people. Hey, there's something, and I think he claimed his prize. Okay.
I think he said to her, unless you and the kids.
Well, just like this, honey, you're going to be safe with you're going to be safe with me, honey. Enjoy yourself. Take off your bikini and let them take a few pictures of you nude with me in the water, and everybody will know you love me. Heck, it really hurt her reputation a lot. There was not much she could do about it, I think. I don't think she would have ever married him if she could have avoided it. Look at him. He was gross. He swore a lot. He was abusive to his former wife.
And he was connected to the very men that she knew killed, her husband.
Yes.
So
yeah, and he had power. By the way, notice that he was punished for this. He lost his empire. These things happen. You don't play the game and you'll be punished. They'll get you somehow. I don't think these things are accidents.
So maybe in his own weird way he was trying to protect her from.
Oh, I think he did have.
He probably had feelings for her and wanted to protect her from the monsters. And maybe that was with some sort of good intention, and that was his only way.
Lee told me, I don't have all the conversations in the book. I've tried to save some of them for like talking to you. Lee told me that, and I've been asked, there are things I've been asked not to talk about because I can't prove them. And there comes a point where, this is just plain hearsay. I have no proof. But I was told that Onassis said if Kennedy gets killed and if anybody hurts Jackie Kennedy, they'll be sorry. That's what Lee told me, that Jackie Kennedy was a real, the word had gone around from Onassis that nobody better touch Jackie Kennedy. There was so much talk.
That's not the first time I've heard that, but it's the first time I've heard that it was from Onassis. But it's not the first time I've heard that comment that there were.
No, it was from Onassis. That's what I was told. Lee had some other things. Of course, the trophy meeting. A lot of people get on Madeline Brown's case, saying, "Oh, wait a minute. First of all, she was there. She was LBJ's mistress, and if you lived like I did." Well, yes, it behoove us very well to get DNA, not a DNA test in the United States where it could get corrupted, but by some independent laboratory somewhere. Just like we need an independent court to rule upon who really killed Kennedy. You cannot have the Fox tell us who raided the hen house. You just can't do it. We've tried twice to use the Fox and it doesn't work. They just kill more of the hens. So,
and when there's an independent investigation, they ignore it.
Well, Linda Miner is a really fine researcher, and she found out some very interesting things. Because there is talk that there couldn't have been a meeting at the Murchison house, It turns out Murchison's had so many houses in the area that she could have mixed one up, for one thing. And for another, just because a house is empty doesn't mean you can't open it up and have a party and meeting there. The Murchison who owned Clint Murchison had a stroke in 1959, It's reported as 1960, but I believe it was 1959 in actuality. And he had moved into another house and gave that house to one of his I think it was his son or whatever. It doesn't really matter very much because anybody they could have had a party there with not anybody there. Just saying, Murkison Sr. could have said, or Clint Murkison, in other words, could have said, go ahead, use the property because they're out of town. Because John Murkison and his wife, they had a number of different properties. So it's not correct to say, well, it's impossible that house could have been used. And then you look at the alibis that were used why Lyndon Johnson wouldn't be there, and you find out the alibi happens to be Bill Moyer, or it might be one of Jack Valenti, and you're talking about people who would lie to Jesus Christ himself, to say that he hadn't been there. So these alibis don't mean very much. And just because some comic noticed one of the I think it was Nixon or somebody, at his play at 10 o'clock doesn't mean at 11 o'clock he couldn't have been, because this meeting was held quite late. You had a party and then you had this meeting that didn't last that long, but it was late when it occurred. I don't know how good her memory was, but I know one thing. Lee told me there was a meeting the night before that. See, I talked to him on it was Wednesday night, and it turning into Thursday when I talked to him for the last time. And he had said there was a meeting on Tuesday, and that was the meeting where they decided what to do. And then they announced what they were going to do, at this final party. Make sure everybody was aware. So it's then makes sense that, Johnson comes out and says, after tomorrow, those damn Kennedys aren't going to, embarrass me anymore. That's not a threat, that's a promise. So they're just announcing this. They don't have to take that much time. Just make sure everybody's on board and make sure that everybody's going to coordinate. And for anybody who says, well, somebody would have talked, well, they got rid of the ones who talked. And the rest of
anybody
the
that was involved was killed within a few years anay. Most of the people that helped out.
Yeah, so many. And the rest of them, they eventually got them anyway. If you're CIA forever. And if you're FBI, basically, you're FBI forever. Everybody I knew, I couldn't believe.
Well, didn't Guy Bannister die not too long afterwards? He died a couple of years later of a heart attack.
No, a couple of years. Oh, my gosh, no, it was right away. Before the Warren Commission report comes out, these people are dead. We're talking about, first of all, there's Hugh Ward, who I knew from Lee. I didn't meet him myself, but Lee told me about him, and he was a business partner of Bannister's. He was an investigator, and he was a good pilot. So he was very useful to Guy Bannister, who had access to planes. People don't realize how this guy could get around. Okay, he was such a racist too, and Lee hated working for him. But anyway, that was his job. He had to work with these kind of people. And Hugh Ward was the one who flew Lee over to. He was one of those who flew Lee over to the Dallas area and all that. He had to get a way to get home again after that, and he took I think he took part of Lee's return ticket to New Orleans and used it, because all that obfuscates what is really going on. See, Lee had bought around August 28th. He bought a round-trip ticket to which would have been a leg to get to Mexico. Okay, starting with New Orleans and ending in New Orleans. It was round trip. And he got there as early as he could, so it wouldn't be connected necessarily to the death of the people that were being experimented on and so on. You can read about that in the book. But what's interesting, Hugh Ward dies in May of 1964. Now, that's just a few months, after the assassination. I mean, you had that November, this is May. I mean, you're talking about within 7 months. All right. That's the first guy to go down. That was the one that was so closely connected to Lee. And, of course, next is Guy Bannister the next month. May, then you have June. In June, Guy Bannister is found dead, so-called of a heart attack, that all his friends said he was shot in the back. The coroner doesn't turn him over to look. Anyway, he was found naked. And this is a signature also that was used. A lot of these people are found naked. And Bannister was an old-fashioned guy who always wore his pajamas, that kind of thing. So we have these witnesses, and I knew some of them, and I contacted some of them later, and a lot of them, they won't talk. They say, I'll tell you this, but I don't, quote me. I don't want any problems. They're still scared. Okay, well, who dies next after Bannister in June? In July, 1 month later, it's Mary Sherman who goes with a horrible death. And, of course, right when the Warren Commission comes to get testimonies, this very same day, the 21st of July. So there she is on the front page, she's been found naked. Her body was set on fire. She's got stab wounds. How many people are going to talk? I'll tell you who talks. Dean Andrews talks. That's who talks. He's the first one that comes up there and talks. He's the voice of the mafia saying, we didn't have anything to do with this. So, it's all set up, all arranged. And these people died, and they were my friend. Dave Ferry, he dies. And these are people that I knew. It's like, well, Popeye, I haven't met you face to face, but imagine if I heard that you got stabbed and burned and
were found
dead.
Worse, they were your friends. They might not, all of them, like Ferry might not have been a perfect person, but if some part of him, there was a part of him that you connected with on a different.
Well, it's really strange about Dave Ferry because he was really nice to. Well, he stopped cursing in my presence. We talked religion
because
so much.
Busted his balls about that, which was.
Oh yeah, I told him I said I could be kind of really. You'd be surprised how I'd get in his face. I did. I would get in his face about it because he would really hard as he could be and all that. He couldn't handle girls, and his own mother had more power over him probably than anybody. I'm just guessing, but wanted him to become a priest and all, and he wanted to become a priest. He wanted to help people. We had that in common. He was all messed up. He said, "Why did God make me like this?" He said, "It's a curse," and he whipped himself. He whipped himself, tried to stop himself from being like that. So he'd tell me things like that. I felt sorry. His struggles were real. He thought he was going to go to hell, and he believed these things.
He investigated cults, right? He was a private investigator too.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, he did that with Suggs. This is.
Did he say that there was? Did he ever mention that if there was a satanic cult at all involved? And I ask this because my second question is, if he did, I'll let you answer the first question, but then after that, I want to know if you've ever heard of the fact that there's, a massive satanic. I don't want to say, but whatever, and that there are many people.
Yeah, I think about the Lord of the Flies. How all of a sudden this book about people becoming quite evil, and kids, if they're left on their own, the veneer of civilization, the Veblen veneer, just vanishes, and here you have nature in its raw tooth and claw and nail, the blood dripping and all that. I think wherever you have evil, from whatever reason, whether it's you have insanity going on or you have fear, you will have satanic cults, and you'll have evil will appear in its various forms. And we love ritual, we love rites, we love secrecy, we want to belong to something that may give us a feeling of power. And people also can be very stupid. They can be very cruel. You know what, Popeye? A few days ago, turned on the TV. I was not in the country I'm in now. I was in a country that's much more violent. And every single channel at that moment when I turned, every one of them was having a murder. I turned off the television. I just started to cry because people are being overwhelmed with images of evil till they don't feel anything. And I just wept for so much evil in the world that sometimes it just overwhelms me, and I wonder, how can we keep on going on, and will our voices be heard? That love is the most important thing in this planet, and everything's being done to destroy love. So when we talk about satanic cults, a lot of this is, yes, indeed, there's money behind it, because the idea is not because basically, it could be some of these people really do believe in satanic powers and things like that, but they're being used and they're being supported because it destroys families, it destroys cohesion in the society. It also deflects all blame and all suspicion away from government actions onto cults. So a lot of these are being supported or even expanded because it takes the blame away from evil government. And I would say if you look first, who is making these cults recognizable? Where's the money behind them? Because there's money behind them. So why is this happening? Because when people are divided and they're frightened, and that instead of saying what we should fear, we only have to fear fear itself. Our government is telling us to be afraid. Our government is telling us you can't trust your neighbor. Our government is saying report someone who's acting suspiciously. These things divide our country. They don't make it stronger. They make us weaker. They make us suspicious. They make us not love. And love is the only way that we're going to conquer evil. So, when I stand in Dealey Plaza and all that, you remember when the hippies, they put flowers in their hair and all that. Well, some of the best things, all the best songs we had and some of the best writing we ever had came from those ideas. Love is stronger than evil. But I'll tell you, evil can kill you, evil can torture you, evil can destroy your country. And when I see people just sitting there, 97% of the people will allow their country to be overwhelmed, and they will have a new dictator. A lot of them will then get killed. Anybody who's decent gets killed. We've done a real good job of wiping out lots of wonderful, good, decent, loving people and leaving only the suspicious ones left and the ones who can be manipulated. We're going backwards as far as we might as well become cavemen if we keep it up, you see. So when is
Stalin did the same thing. He wiped out all the people of any intelligence.
Yeah, that's yes. And there's a YouTube video that's really cute. It's what is it called? It's called The Stupid Generation. I can't remember exactly, but it shows that somebody with an IQ of 86. He says, "What? You mean you got yourself pregnant again? You stupid bitch!" Things like that. And so they're having 18 kids, 35, and then you have this highly educated couple over here deciding when they're 35 and 40 if they're going to have one child.
It's from a movie called The Idiocracy by
yes, The Idiocracy. That's right.
Yeah, it's. I refer to it a lot. It's because I say it all the time that the smart people aren't procreating and the idiots are, and we're being overwhelmed by morons. And we don't have any wolves and bears and everything to get rid of them like we used to. I believe it was Plato. I believe it was Plato that said, and I'm paraphrasing here. It's something to the effect of, if you're smart and you're not willing to govern, then you deserve to be run by the idiots that are going to step up in your place and do it, because they're obviously going to be not on that high of a level, that understanding maybe that you are, that And
evil will get rid of good people. So when we get at the top, when we see people like in our own government right now who are incapable of acting because they don't want to lose their money, they don't want to lose their piggy banks, they don't want to lose those cushy payments they get under the table, and they sit there and do nothing while the country goes down the drain and all that. These are not patriots. These are treasonous people. And of course, if I was saying something like that, I get myself in trouble. You know this, Popeye, and there's no help for it. If you tell it like it is, I remember shaking and being afraid to speak out. But now, what difference does it make? Who's going to say? Somebody's got to say it. Somebody's got to say you have to. Somewhere you have to draw the line, and the line is go to your churches, please. Pray to God. Do what you can to be good to each other, and whatever you do, try and get back your government from the ground, under your feet there. Take control of your own backyard. It's our only hope left, and we have so many stupid people and deliberately undereducated, and the rest they had to go and sell their souls to the devil, didn't they, in order to get loans so that they could actually get an education, and their education is inferior. They know nothing practically.
Well, it's an indoctrination. It's not even an education anymore. We did a show a couple weeks ago. There's a Monday show that we do where it's a bunch of hosts that all get together, and on it, one of the hosts brought on an 8th grade exam. 8th grade from like the late 1800s.
Oh no, there's no way you could pass it.
Not one of us could even understand like the first 2 questions on the exam. We were like, huh? We didn't even know what they were talking about. We didn't know what they wanted us to do.
It's so sad.
I mean, that's sad. That shows, because most of us had, I think all of us on the show that night had public education, and none of us are stupid. by any means. But it's
not,
just to show you the vast difference of 100 years of what they teach children now, as opposed to what
they're not teaching the children very much. The teachers almost to say, and they do this a lot. They say, "What do you they get together, in committees and work on this or that?" There's nothing more destructive, in my opinion. For example, I was good in art, and they had us make a big mural. Therefore, the mural becomes the average of everybody who can do the art. Instead of having a really magnificent mural by picking out the 5 or 6 people who could do that and having others go into music or, make their contribution there, they put everybody on the mural. It sounds wonderfully and democratic. And the mural is forgotten, and, of course, it's gone. But you get somebody with, like 2 or 3 together who are truly inspired and they're working together. In other words, I'm trying to say that a common denominator, for everybody is not always as democratic as it looks. It actually, I would just groan when they said, "Okay, you're going to be on, they're going to have 10 people to help you, and make this mural," because I knew that no matter what we did, it would be a mess. And instead of these kids would have done much, much better if some of them, as I said, had written a poem, for the occasion, and others had got together and did music. Some others did skits. We all have our different talents, and you can't treat us all the same. But what we're doing right now, Popeye, we're complaining, and complaining is not where it is, and it won't work. And no matter if we keep just talking, nothing happens. What we have to do is decide we're going to save our families, that we're going to save our country, that we're going to save our Constitution, and that we're somewhere. We have to understand that a statesman is not a politician. Right now we have a bunch of politicians running the government. A statesman is someone who loves his country, her country, and decides to do what's best for it using the law and the government. A politician uses the law and government to enrich themselves. Period.
Well, I think we should go back to taking the money out of politics, going back to the whole taking money out of things. And
how do you do this? You have a Supreme Court that was packed with people who love the banks and all that.
We have to fire everybody. That's the sad part. We're going to have to shit-can everybody, pardon my French.
You can't fire them. The only way you can get rid of them, again, it's going to take a whole generation to do it, and it has to be done from the bottom, slowly and carefully, so they don't haul you off to FEMA camps.
No, you're right. Frankly. That's the only way we're going to be able to do this, because they have it set up.
You can't do it at the top.
Well, they have it set up that if people fight back and they try to make it bloody, of course, that's what
one of the wonderful things. I am so glad they did the Occupy, because what they showed is that we can be just as brutal as anybody in Egypt. We can be just as brutal as anybody in Syria. We had people that were sitting there peacefully, and the policemen walking back and forth, spraying pepper spray in their faces as they sat there on the ground. The most disgusting. Our America. I was so ashamed. I'm an American living overseas, and the people say, "Look at this. This is your country. What has happened to your country?" Because
here in the States, obviously, you're never going to get the truth from any of the quote unquote mainstream media.
Well, that's why I want people to see what the media did to Lee Oswald. I say in that video that we have on Lola for JVB for LHO. It shows right from the beginning how they lied. Once you understand that the media is built around every November, you see them say, we have proven that Lee Oswald did it alone. Well, nobody's believing it anymore, because they finally have learned.
Over 90% of the population of the country thinks that the government lied about the assassination shot of Kennedy.
Well, this has gone. Actually, we're doing better every year now, because before the internet. So now, what are they going to do? They're talking about, of course,
killing the internet.
Yeah, they're going to kill the internet. They have bills now before the Senate, and because why? We don't want to have bad things about the government out there. Let's all be Bradley Mannings. Who is caring about? Here's the trouble. I'm very likely, I probably will get arrested. I hope I get arrested in a way, but if so, guys may never see me again. I'm talking about 2013, because things could even be worse by then. Unless somebody stops me physically, I'm going to be there. I mean, if I can't get there because I have no money left or something, something could stop it. But what about Bradley Manning? If we are really, really, really care about our country, we should have vigils outside where he's being kept. We should do everything in our power to get that man out of there. All that man did is stop secrets from being kept from the people. And they can make as many lies as they want, okay, and say he's done this, that, or the other. But this man is a hero. Now, the sad part is that I have relatives, I have people who love me, who they refuse to hear any of the things I'm saying for two reasons. One, they're terribly afraid. They're afraid they'll lose their jobs, they're afraid they'll lose their homes, they're afraid something bad will happen to them, so they won't have anything to do with me. The other thing that they're afraid of course, is that I'm right, that they have lost the country that they had, and they don't want to see that. And they can sit and drink their $200 bottles of wine, and me, I I live on $200 a month, you know what I mean, for food. It's as long as it doesn't touch them themselves, they don't want to get involved because they don't want to lose what they have. Now, what can we do about that? All I can say is I hope the young people have to hear us, and they have to remember that once upon a time we had John Kennedy.
I think if they didn't kill him and if they didn't kill Bobby, things obviously would be different. But I mean, I'm not saying that they were perfect, but Bobby, especially after his brother's
we had a
death,
chance. We had our biggest chance that we ever had.
What would have happened if Bobby had gotten in, Judyth? I mean, by then he realized what was going on. Bobby wasn't so naive anymore, and I think he would have cleaned house. Because I know one of the first.
Look how we've let our heroes die, and then we turn a hero, Lee Oswald, who was a hero, turn him into a monster. And you're talking about satanic cults. They're going to flourish wherever there's evil.
How did he, do you know any of the details about how he was able to thwart the Chicago attempt?
I know a little. Here's the thing about Lee. He was not, like when I asked him, did you save anybody's life in the USSR? And he says to me, I believe so. You can't get much out of him, I believe so, he said with a smile. I believe I did. And that's all I could get out of it, because the less I knew, the safer I was. And he explained some of that, but I really wanted to know. And he did tell me a little. I said, he told me that he had met with these people. He told me about that he learned about the trophy meeting that was on Turtle Creek, where they had decided to make a film showing Kennedy's death so they could show it to everybody as a because they hated Kennedy so much they wanted to have a picture of him with his eyes open when he was dead. Isn't that horrible? And photos of him and everything, And he had found out about this because the rumors were going around, so many rumors that I'm sure people didn't know which were real and which were not. But Lee really did, and of course Lee said, I'm not going to get out of this alive. And he said, because they let me see too many faces. You don't do that. It's usually just one person or something. He was meeting a new person every time. So many knew him. He knew that they would be the ones that could point him out and make sure he died, too many of them. And so he said this. He said, a lot of his knowledge came from two things. When he was in New Orleans, he and Mary Sherman got along really well, and they knew each other after I left. I mean, he even knew her for another month. Okay, so we know that Mary Sherman was from Chicago, okay? And Sherman wanted to save Kennedy's life. So whatever it was, it's my belief, and Ed Haslam's too, because of the other things that she was involved in, the fact that she wanted Kennedy to live, and we were in this project, to kill Castro, trying to divert the kill team, back into dividing Cuba up instead of dividing up the president.
Did they ever know who was actually giving the quote-unquote kill order to take Kennedy out?
If I told you this kind of thing,
I don't want to put you in danger, Judyth, so you don't have to tell me whatever you can't tell me.
It isn't that. See, one person said, I know just enough to be dangerous, okay? That's my problem. These people created and generated information and stuff to hide who they really were. That's the problem. So it's hard to prove what they did. Why do I believe it? I know that Lee was effective. I know they had to kill him in broad daylight in front of millions of people.
But obviously it came from some high up source.
Well,
somewhere.
More than that. I can say this,
I know
without
Murchison was involved, but I'm sure somebody was higher up.
Well, look, what you've got, people are thinking that, here's the problem that exists today. They think it's like the Illuminati, or they think it's like the Masons, or they think it's like, some cult, or they think it's like certain government. The truth is that people who want to do evil and they want to take over things, they belong to a lot of organizations. They infiltrate with their friends all over the place, wherever they can gain power. The more power they get, the more it looks like we have a secret organization going on, when really these people are taking advantage of these secret organizations. I'll just give you an esoteric example. How many people have ever been inside a Mormon temple in the very most secret chambers, where only the president of the Mormon church could go, and only people that are very high up in the Mormon church would go? That's a secret organization, whether or not, and I'm not trying to bash Mormons, I'm just saying that's a good example. Now, say you're in a Masonic temple, and you're meeting there with people who are Masons. Say that you also have met other times with people that you trust because you were all in Skull and Bones together. And say that you're in another meeting here because all of you we're in the same Bilderberg organizations. You see what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that they use these various organizations, so at any time people can point at this one or that one and say they're the ones that did it, when actually these people are taking advantage of a wide variety of ways to communicate with each other, including
hide
meeting
amongst the shadows.
Yes, and then you can blame a group, or you can say, so when I see somebody say the Illuminati did this, and I think of all the members of Illuminati, or any group they want to call that, or who are also Masons, and then you have others who might have been Mormons or whatever, and I'm not saying the Mormons killed Kennedy or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is that when you have secret organizations, and you have secret meetings, and you have secrecy itself, these people who want power take advantage of opportunities to meet in secret and to make, their plans, and nobody can find them or see them or anything. Here's what happened. Lee told me about Chicago. I didn't know it was Chicago. He told me that he saved the president's life. Now this is before Kennedy went to Miami. But I didn't know when Kennedy went to Miami. You have to understand that at the time I was trying to stay as far out of that. They wanted me to stay out of that as much as possible, And I left, as you know, I left New Orleans the first days in September, at the end of August, into September, just in that area. I mean, I wasn't involved very much in it, and then I left. And when I was in Florida, the last thing I wanted to do was stick my nose into anything that was going on with the Kennedy assassination, because I was scared. I was frightened. I didn't want to be seen as someone who, the people I was working for, I mean, they cheered and they clapped their hands and they whistled when Kennedy was shot. That's the kind of people I was working with. So, I kept my nose as clean as I could and didn't talk about any of this, but Lee and I talked on the phone. That was different. And he said that he had saved Kennedy's life at least once. And that, not without help. He said, of course, not without help or anything like that, but he felt that all of them would die. Everybody who helped save Kennedy, he believed, would die. And, of course, Mary Sherman's dead. And, of course, Lee was. Who's left? I had to talk. I had to tell people what's happening. I didn't have any choice.
Well, you're the key. I mean, Judyth, I don't think people realize how much of a puzzle piece that you are, and that you fit into these missing pieces. When people say, well, I don't understand this person's connection. Again, here's another...
Yeah, they've got to see the book. They've got to see the book.
Here's another thing, and I didn't even realize this until I forget what made me sit and think and realize this, but I was sitting there, this is probably about a month and a half, 2 months ago, and I was looking into something about Jack's assassination, and I realized because Oliver Stone didn't do a good job of portraying who he was, but Jack Lemmon's character in the movie, I realized who he was. You knew him.
Yes, I did.
That was the guy that was the partner with the young guy whose wife
David Lewis
knows you. Yeah, David Lewis.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
They don't do a good job of explaining. Again.
See, that's Jack Martin who.
Yeah, that's his name, Jack Martin. Go ahead and tell the listeners a little bit about that and how you're connected to her.
Well, Jackass Martin. His middle name actually was Jack Suggs, but in New Orleans, because he'd been in a mental institution and all that. He was a Catholic, an artist, and he even made fake ID and stuff like that. Just there, and he was an FBI informant. He worked for Guy Bannister and was an investigator for him. And like he said, he'd bring in business. That's what he told Garrison. He did any business that came in because Bannister was doing other stuff. So somebody had to look like they were actually running the company. Of course, I'm the only person who ever released a letterhead showing, because I got that, from an office. I actually got Bannister's letterhead, which nobody's ever seen before, and it's in the book, Guy Bannister and Associates, his letterhead and all that. But it was Jack Martin there who worked with David Lewis. David Lewis and Jack Martin would go and pick up people in a bus and move them from precinct to precinct when it was time to vote, so they could vote multiple times. So they were doing all this stuff. They were involved in hanky-pank, in the city politics. And everybody knew them. They even ran with Guy Bannister's way far-right group that was, pro-KKK and everything. He actually ran for office, but they actually didn't win in their precincts, So they were trying to get on city council and things like that. But it didn't matter. By running for office and stuff, of course, they were able to attract different people and obtain information. They were investigators. Now, David Lewis was still doing work for Guy Bannister, but didn't want his wife to know because she didn't want him involved in that stuff anymore. He was working part-time at various jobs, and he still was basically getting paid by Bannister to get information from these various jobs. Like he was working part-time at Trailways, and later he became full-time there. Well, when the Garrison investigation came out and everything like that, David lost his job. They said when he turned out to be a witness, of course, suddenly he'd lose his job, and they're saying that he was stealing from the Trailways and all kinds of things. So right away they punish the witnesses that do come out. But Jack Martin was an alcoholic. He couldn't be trusted a lot because he drank too much. And this is just the kind of person you want to keep alive. You don't want to kill Jack Martin, okay? Because he had a real falling out with David Ferry just before I met Dave, and he had come over to that party. It's in the book, Came over to the party because he heard that Dave had come into some money. Dave had lost his job with Eastern Airlines, but now he's holding parties, and he's still on his motorcycle and apparently borrowing somebody's car. I'm not sure. He had an old car, and he had a better car before that, and he complained about he deserved a better car than what he had, so somebody had loaned him a car or something. So he didn't seem to have much money, but all of a sudden the money was flowing, And so what's going on? So he came to the party, and he wanted to know, well, what would happen, of course, is they brought in funds for the Cancer Research Project, the secret part, and they needed Dave for even to fly Lee over to Oak Ridge. I think that's how Lee got there the day before he went to Spring Hill. And that was in July. He went to Spring Hill. Anyway, so we have Jack Martin and David Lewis are intimately involved. Heck, I mean, I don't know how many times I saw Jack, and most of the time I saw him, he was drinking coffee. He wasn't drinking. So I'm not sure. He may have been an alcoholic, but I saw him drunk once, of course. But most of the time, if he was such a drunkard and so irresponsible, why did Guy Bannister keep him so long? I'd like to know. So I think sometimes their reputations, although there's no doubt he lied, and there's no doubt that he was a stool pigeon, and there's no doubt that he was drinking and other problems that he had, Jack Martin knew too much, and but they loved to have him talk because he had such a bad reputation. It just made everybody, whatever he said, they didn't believe him, So that's how that went. Yeah, I saw him. By the way, they always wore black. He and Dave Lewis always wore black suits, shiny black shoes.
Well, you were able to sit and talk to Anna Lewis, right, before she died? I think she recently passed away.
Yeah, she did. She died of lung cancer, and I was worried because she smoked a lot. So, I mean, this is not a mysterious death or anything. I was worried about that. No, I sit with her. Gosh, I was hunting for her. And there were two people. There was Anna and Anita, or I called her Anita, and her name was actually Annette. And she had wanted me to go to her wedding, and her photograph is in the book, saying, that she liked me at William B's and come to my wedding when you see it in the newspaper, because I was suddenly fired, so she couldn't give me an invitation, The day I was fired, she slipped that to me, before I left. So I kept that, and I was trying to find her, but of course I didn't know the name of the guy she was going to marry, so that was unsuccessful. But when after a year or so of trying to hunt, I accepted a fellowship, and I got into the English program at the University of Louisiana. And so I really wanted to see if I could find anybody who was still alive. I ran into several mafia guys, including Mac McCullough, who did go on tape for me. Others, a couple of them met my daughter and so on, but they refused to go on tape. But he did, and I'm really grateful that he did, because he saw Lee and me together playing chess, and we went to the restaurant where his mother used to work, and then he was singing after school got out that summer. He had a job singing, playing the piano in some of the clubs. He'd move around, and we would run into each other. We never talked, but we recognized each other so much. He even sang songs for Lee and me. So there it is. We have these various people, and some of them knew me, and Lee and I spent so much time probably went to Thompson's restaurant at least a half a dozen times together, and I myself or Lee by himself, both of us would be there at different times also. And she worked there as a waitress at Thompson's restaurant. And of course, Thompson's restaurant is even mentioned in the Warren Commission, because Carlos Quiroga was there, or maybe that was in Garrison. But anyway, actually the actual restaurant where Lee and I and Anna Lewis and David, her husband, we'd sit there and talk. And in fact, a lot of people were there sitting there talking. A lot of anti-Castro people were there. And sometimes, and in the beginning there, people assumed that the woman that was sitting there with Lee was his wife, because we had the same height, the same hair color, the same blue eyes, and I talked Russian if anybody came around, all that. It was just, I did that a few times. Finally couldn't do it anymore because she was so pregnant. It was, if anybody saw her, they'd wonder, what's he got, 2 wives, what's going on here? So I had to quit, but because of that, it was hard for people to know who was Lee's wife and who wasn't. Anyway, poor Anna died, and she was intimidated. She was threatened. They told her that they would call social services and have her retarded son taken from her. She had a son that was with her that's sitting in a high chair because he was completely retarded, because they took half his brain out because he had brain cancer. And she didn't want to lose that boy. He was like 23 or whatever, and he should have been dead years earlier. She kept him alive. But she's very poor, and when she lost her job, then they said they're going to take her son away. And that's just because she came out and said, yes, Judyth Ferry Baker and my husband, David Lewis, and Lee Harvey Oswald, we all walked and talked, walked on the streets of New Orleans together. And we went to, the different places together, and to the old preservation hall, things like that. And so she does this, she loses her job for a year and a half. She refused to be filmed again. So we only have the one film. By the way, I told you about the 20,000 or 19,900 or whatever downloads. You know how we stopped it,
You complained to the host, and then they were able to take it down.
Well, they took it down, but what happened is today we looked and it's back. They put it back on. So whoever's doing this is pretending to be me, or the publisher, because these are for sale. And the other thing that's happening, and what Teresa was trying to say, is that we had a lot of people, they're trying to buy the Kindle edition of the book, and it's not there. So, when they look for an ebook, then they find free download, And I tried to tell my publisher, look, Kindle's not showing up for people, but for him it is, and for some others it is. And then they wonder, what's going on here? How come Judyth can't see Kindle on hers? Well, today, and I have other witnesses now on their computers, and here we're in a whole different area, a different city and everything. Here we can't see Kindle either. Now, what's happened to it? How can somebody get into Amazon and stop the Kindle from being even available? You see what I'm saying? How can they do this? And
it has to be somebody with power. There has to be somebody.
Yeah, you don't see this happening even to JFK and the Unspeakable. You don't see this happening. These other books. This
that's
is
a good
small
book,
publisher.
by the way. I have.
It is a wonderful book.
And that's an important
it's
book.
It's the most important book of all. If I had to rate the books,
our first interview, because it was on my list of books to get, but after my first interview with you, I had discussed it. In that book, Douglas exposes exactly why they're trying to demonize Jack, and that's what they're doing right now. That's why all this stuff comes out. They're always attacking him.
To me, the most important books, the number one is JFK and the Unspeakable, then mine. I put his above mine because they need to know why Kennedy had to die and why it's still important. And then I put Dr. Mary's Monkey, and then I put the LBJ Mastermind book because it basically has, and by the way, Philip Nelson sent me his book, and it's very strange. People said to him, why did you do this? This woman, why did you send her a book and all that? And especially, why did you mention her in your book? Because in the second edition, he mentioned, for example, how the bioweapon going to Mexico City and the Clinton affair, the Clinton-Jackson sightings, which nobody's been able to explain until I explained what really happened. And so he did put that in there, but he had to apologize to my naysayers, And similarly, it's interesting that James Douglas, who sent me a really fine note and thanked me for me and Lee, and in fact I even have the note with me today, and because it means so much to me. But he was criticized for they were saying, what I want to ask you, do you endorse this woman? And he said, well, I don't know her, I haven't investigated her. And so people are afraid to even have anything to do with me, who are very good people. And I will endorse them anyway, because they're on the right track and they've done wonderful things for our country. And James Douglas, I know if he knew me, and if he would be able to endorse me if he met me. And of course, we now have these interviews from Toronto, and you can see who I am, and judge for yourself. Most of the people, it was a wonderful experience there. I'll never do it again. I've said my message. I'd like to. I'm going to fight for Lee in 2013. I'm going to try and make some paintings and do some poetry and things. My poetry book, it's a book called When the Clouds Came Flying By. It's for kids. It's poems for children. It's selling pretty well. I was just on Kindle. For some reason, that comes up on Kindle, but not my book. Isn't that amazing?
Because your poetry doesn't talk about weaponized cancer or
that's right,
humanizing Lee or any of the other bombshell.
They don't even know it's me. They're downloading the book because they're just having fun, because it's full of fun poems for kids, and it's getting downloaded. I can't believe that. I have actually sold more books of my children's poems, When the Clouds Came Flying By, than I have about me and Lee on Kindle. But Kindle's been squashed. See. When you have 20,000 free downloads, how are you going to sell anything on Kindle? So, they've really done the number on this book.
They're trying to get you from every angle that they possibly can.
Well, the main angle, by the way, recently, the Education Forum, which used to be really good, is now publishing everything that's not so good about the Kennedy assassination. They have removed thousands of the early posts, saying they don't have room for them anymore. In 2004 and 2005, we put up thousands of wonderful posts, and I was there also and presented everything. They've erased all of that now. It's erased. It's gone. So years of struggle to try to get the truth out on the internet, it can be erased in a moment. That's why the book is important. As you said, you get this out in print in tangible form that you have right in your hands, because you can't trust what they put out on the internet, and and I don't even know if the free books they're downloading, if they haven't changed things or removed things. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, see, that's the other problem. That's Charlotte Iserby. She wrote a book. She used to work for the Department of Education. She wrote a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. And she talks about how back in the 80s they were discussing how they would eventually get rid of school books and use computers, and then that way they could change whatever was in the books digitally.
And you can change history forever.
Yeah, they just hit a button and it uploads. It updates all the iPads or whatever they're using, the little computers, and everybody thought she was crazy. And here now there are schools that are they've gotten rid of books and they only use iPads. So there you go. I mean,
yeah,
it's harder to take, 500 copies of a book and rewrite every copy of that book. You know what I mean? There would be discrepancies. People would ask questions. There would be, hiccups.
Yeah, this has happened with the emails. Emails that they say I wrote have been sent around. They're filled with, I make typos, but these are filled with ridiculous number of typos and crazy little oddities. You can tell that things have been put in there. And one that really got to me is there's this legend that I said that Lee was not circumcised that was passed around. And one of the McAdams people's psychopaths put up, well, here, look, she added on this email, she says that he's not. Here's a list of things, and in parentheses it says, such as not uncircumcised. And you could tell it was added. It has nothing to do with anything else. You could tell it was just added on there. And he has no header. He has no, So they will add things. Well, as I countered, I said, one of the first things, 60 Minutes, because they're TV, the first things they asked me, tell us what he looked like, what was he, because Marina Oswald supposedly said that he was incompetent sexually, and J. Edgar Hoover said he may have been homosexual because he was shaved. You know the story about that, don't you? The police shaved him, and I found the records, and I've published them, and now they've been picked up by everybody. We know that Lee Oswald was shaved by the police. Not once, and it seems after, someone recently found this out, it looks at after his death, they'd shaved him completely. And the only people around him at that time were the CIA. This is disgusting. They go and work on, you can see the difference that he's been shaved totally in that area, around his pubic area after his death. What are they trying to do? Well, maybe they don't want the story to come up that he had a lover who might know these things, you see. And what really gets to me is that 60 Minutes asked me those personal questions about Lee. And the other is that it was already available online, Lee's autopsy. They say this woman put all this together because she's a fast reader, and why in hell would I do this if it were just, what have I gained from this except misery? But if I wanted to gain something, I would have said Lee killed Kennedy because I would have gotten rich. I was even offered bribes, The first, if I'm supposed to be so smart and research all this to insert myself, why in the world, for one thing, would I have said that he was uncircumcised? Why would I be so good in the research in one area and not even know this most basic thing? So they make these lies up to discredit you, and there's not much you can do except, please, you people, use your common sense. If I were in this for the money, God help me, if I were in it for the money, I would have said that Lee killed Kennedy because I've got all the proof here that we knew each other, and I would have been the darling. There's no doubt about it. The reason that this Lee and Me, the cover shows a woman, shows me on the cover there, but you don't see any legs, is because I cut the legs off because I'd been offered by a tabloid quite a bit of money for that photo, and they were going to make a big story about it. So I cut the legs off because I wasn't going to have this story be for sale. And it's not for sale. I went to an honest publisher. I didn't go to a big publisher. Believe it or not, this book was only offered to one publisher, period. Didn't go to anybody else. It went to the man that I saw was an honest man who would tell the story and have the guts to get it out. Now, he doesn't have the resources to. It's awful when somebody says, look, we want 4 cartons of the book, and you go and send the book to the bookstore. 6 months later, they send it back, and you see they never opened the cartons. They just did this to use up your money. And that's what they've done to this book. It had awful things happen. And yet he stood by. So why should he have 20,000 free downloads to this small publisher and do this to him? You see what I'm saying? And I tell people, please, buy from Amazon. I don't care if you buy from my website. I would make a little money to help me. I don't make hardly anything, maybe a couple cents off it, because they do such deep discounts on Amazon that the author doesn't get hardly anything. But I want people to buy from Amazon because I want people to know where the book, they get the book in their hands, and it's cheaper for them. I'm not doing this for money. God and heaven knows I've got to do something to show who Lee Oswald was before it's too late. We've got to see that justice for Kennedy comes from understanding that Lee did not kill Kennedy, that these people did. And they hide behind secret organizations. They work together. It is money. Just look at the dollar sign. It's money that did this. Money, blood, and power. That's what it is. And they can use all the organizations they want, and people are flattered, if they're part of some of these organizations. They compartmentalize. People don't know everything. They only know this part or that.
Do you know what stopped them from killing him in Miami? Because I know it was Chicago, Miami, and Dallas. Lee, remember that when I found out about Miami, Lee was already dead. See, I didn't know. There's a lot of people didn't know what happened in Miami. And, it's only later. So when Lee told me that he saved Kennedy, I didn't know whether it was Miami or it was Chicago or where it was. But it dawned on me later that most of his contacts that were good, the bad contacts were in Miami, okay? This is, Operation, you've got Alpha 66, you've got Sturgis, all those people over there, Marita Lorenz, their Operation 40, you've got all that over in Miami. That's bad. What you have over in Chicago were FBI agents who were persuaded to listen to somebody called Lee. Now, how many informants called Lee do you think there are that would go and contact the FBI with information about that Kennedy's life is in danger, and they go and arrest 4 people? It had to be him, and he said it was him. And I told people back in 1999, before Abraham Bolden spoke out and said that Kennedy was saved by someone called Lee in Chicago. In 1999, I was telling people this, and they said, come on, he may have been a patsy, but come on, don't tell me that he was trying to save Kennedy's life. Yes, he was. And now people are listening to me. Well, because the evidence is there. It's not like you're just pulling this, out of thin air or making it up.
Well, they thought I was pulling it out of thin air in 1999.
Well, because they did a lot of this. Back then the internet wasn't as prevalent as it is now.
Oh, and lots of the documents that now support what I'm saying hadn't even been released yet. And they were just numbers, and there's still so much redacted. It's amazing on Lee. And if you're ever going to see that income tax returns, it's because they're going to make a clever hoax. You're never going to see the real income tax returns, because it showed that he was being paid when he was a spy for the USSR, against the USSR for the United States for almost 3 years. They're not going to show you those income tax returns, that he got paid for that. You're going to see fakes. You're going to see that he had nothing, that he didn't file anything.
Did he?
Now, we know that's not true.
Did he ever talk to you, meaning Lee, about his time at the U2, spy plane
yes,
base?
he did. Yes, he did.
What did he think about Gary Powers?
First of all, I have a little background information. My stepfather is a fighter for me on my side, because he used to be in military intelligence, examining photographs and analyzing them of the U-2 flights. And he supports me 100% with everything I've told him about me and Lee, okay? And what Lee told me, because he was actually involved himself. So he's one of my greatest fans, my own stepdad. I love him with all my heart, okay? I just love him, and I can hardly ever see him. Finally saw him. He can hardly walk. He's crippled. He's on oxygen. He came all the way to Toronto to see me for one day. Can you imagine how the people I love and I can't see them, because it's not good for them. It's not safe for them. Bad things happen to my family. That's why I left the United States, not just because they happened to me, but bad things were happening to my family. Terrible things. And, you can't prove a darn thing, but how come nothing happens to them now? Now I'm gone, because they want me shut up. And I will be quiet. I'm going to be quiet for more than almost 2 years. I'm going to be quiet. But the organization we have, the Occupy Dallas, that's going to grow and grow. It's going to be big, unless they change things. And of course, they're not going to. Dealey Plaza is sewed up with a 6th-floor museum in Gary Mack. They'll be probably charging admission for people to even get into the Dealey Plaza. See, we're not going to allow that. It's not going to happen. This one. Can you believe Kennedy was killed there? The only real monument they have to Kennedy there is where he was shot. How dare they? Do you realize that they have Lyndon Johnson Boulevard, and they have all this stuff there in Dallas? There is not one road in Dallas named for Kennedy. Not a single, not even 5 inches is named for Kennedy. Can you believe it? I'm just outraged at the very thought. I'm going to be 70 when I'm standing there at the plaza. I'm going to be 70 years old. Some person said there's this little old lady who's fighting for Lee Oswald. I feel like a giant inside. They're not, we've got to do this. We've got to tell people Kennedy gave his life. We're not going to let these people make a travesty and say that Lee Oswald did this when Lee saved Kennedy's life and gave his life for his country.
I agree. The truth must be told, no matter what.
Popeye, you're the only one. Imagine people who scheduled, they're going to have me on their show. They backed out, or we were blocked. We couldn't get on at all. It's just amazing how thorough this can be. Even as I'm sitting here with the computer here, when I tried to write you an email for an hour, my computer was blocked. The computer here, even though it's connected to a hotel that never has seen me before and it's a different computer and everything, all I did is I just typed in you, okay, and my computer froze, just like that. So they're on to you.
Oh yeah, I get blocked in a lot of hotels all over the world. In fact, one of the local, or I shouldn't say local, but in the United States, this blog called Activist Post, very excellent source of information. The guys and gals over there are awesome. But they wrote an article because apparently one of their listeners tried to get onto their site, my site, and InfoWars, and all three sites are blocked from the inside the Sheraton hotels, which that doesn't surprise me because I've been told before that my site's been blocked for and I know it's because of certain things I've posted. So I completely expect that, and I actually consider it a badge of honor because that means that I'm doing something right. Because obviously there's something on my site that certain people don't, want other people to see. So that just makes us fight harder and push harder to make sure that the truth gets out. And once it's out on the internet, it's out on the internet. There is no, it doesn't matter. They could take one site down, but it's out there. Somebody will have mirrored it. It does not matter. It's out there.
Well, unless they squash the internet.
Well, that's the reason why they have the internet.
I'm concerned about our country. Yeah, I'm concerned about what's going to happen to our country. I love my country so much. I'm willing to do almost just. Lee said, "I choose to serve my country, even though I know." Even though he knew that it was corrupt, even in '63 it was corrupt. He said he chose to serve anyway because he still dreamed that there was a chance for this country. Some of Lee's real feelings and all that, they're still alive in my heart. He was so ahead of his time. Like he wanted to vote for the 18-year-olds. He said no one should have tax on their home. Because if your home is taxed and the government can take it away from you, you never owned it to begin with. You're just a servant of the government. You're a serf. When I was growing up, Popeye, when I was walking along a sidewalk, you know what that was called? That was public property. You hear me? It's called public property. You could walk on it. You could demonstrate on it. You could sit down on it, sell lemonade on it. You could do all these things. Now it's called. You know what it's called now? Government property. It's government property.
You dare not sell lemonade anywhere because now I don't know if you've seen the stories of the police busting little girls, for selling lemonade stands and coming over and saying, in one case it was the chief of police. Well, you got to shut it down. And then when they questioned her, she was like, well, if we give her, a break, then we have to do it for everybody. And it was like, it's a lemonade stand, you fascist dirt bag. I have a few questions about the whole Kennedy assassination scenario. Let me ask you this. Obviously, all the witnesses, all the main players, and everybody are dead.
Yeah.
Now, by now, Johnson, all of them are gone. Who do you think is, in your opinion, who do you think is around, or who do you think that these people still fear? That's a powerful entity or group that instills that fear. You know what I mean? It's 50%.
Well, first of all, it's obvious, first of all, that when Kennedy printed illegal money instead of the illegal money, and all that he got himself in a heck of a lot of trouble. And also you've got first of all, you've got all these very rich families. I talked about one, Onassis, and they punished him, I think, in the end because, he protected Jackie Kennedy in his own way. And these people have worked together for a long time. We have pretty good information now that most of our wars were probably caused in order to make sure some family or some group got ascendancy and got power. It's all, as long as we have, I'll put it this way, you have in the book, of course, JFK and the Unspeakable, you have a very, very good explanation of the array of people against Kennedy. All you have to do is go to the Nixon administration. Remember, Nixon thought he was going to win, and he kept his buddies around. And Pepsi-Cola, being a lawyer for Pepsi-Cola and all that. I mean, this man was waiting in the wings, Lyndon Johnson was a very emotional man and a tough cookie and an exploiter. He brought in a lot of people. But we see the seeds of this. The people who were brought into the Warren Commission, you're talking about a former World Bank president, you're talking about the head of the CIA that had been fired by Kennedy, you've got other people, and what you have to do from there is look at who got rewarded. All kinds of people who cooperated with this original group were rewarded with high position, with power. Ford goes all the way to the presidency from the Warren Commission. A nobody. And of course, you got, and it's the Nixon administration. Nixon brought in so many. It's such a corrupt administration that even his own vice president resigned because of corruption. And then they bring in an unelected vice president. He's nominated and set up by Nixon. Nixon resigns for corruption, and this man who never got elected president, who was on the Warren Commission, who was never elected vice president. It's all appointment. We get our first president in history who's appointed, never elected by the people. He brings in oodles of people, and this is a man so corrupt that at his funeral we have former President Bush standing there and saying, remember that deluded gunman? And he smiles, that Jerry Ford. This man moved the bullet hole up, people, 4 inches. He's a liar. And he's a thief. He took the presidency. We haven't been sane since. So you look at the cabinets, you look at the people brought in, you look at Kissinger. Kissinger should have gone to prison with all the rest of them. He gets a Nobel Peace Prize, for heaven's sakes. So you have, even everybody can be fooled. Who in the world thought that President Obama should get the Nobel Peace Prize because they hoped with all their might that this man would move toward peace? He was their best hope.
Oh, he fooled everybody, didn't he?
Well, it's not his fault. When you see that film where you see Ronald Reagan standing there, and you've got the most important, was Merrill Lynch, the most important banker in the world standing next to him, and he leans over to the president and he says, "Speed it up." When the president's talking to the people, speed it up. Who's in charge?
Yeah, that's why I tell people to blame Obama.
You can't blame Obama. You can't blame him. You can't blame him.
Well,
He's helpless.
Blame him only to a certain extent because he's a puppet. He's like George Bush and the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's like we talked about earlier. And
you look at that vapid expression on George Bush's face. You look at. Honestly,
he's an idiot. There's no way he didn't run the country. Cheney ran.
Yeah.
He was just.
You know that Cheney ran the country because you have. It's absolutely unbelievable that they go and whisk the president off finally, and he's going here and there in a plane while Dick Cheney is in the operations room. He's in the situation room. He is down there, telling whether or not they should shoot
government. They admitted they activated the shadow government on 9/11.
Yeah, and what was George Bush doing? He was up there flying on a honeypot plane and nothing going on. He wasn't running the country. Cheney, of course, was an intern, with a congressman who died mysteriously when he was only 40 years old of a heart attack, who was getting some really good EPA stuff done and everything. Cheney goes then into the Nixon administration, with all these other corrupt people, and look what we've got. And they bring their own kind with them by the truckload.
So the leeches are still...
They are still with us. Why we wouldn't have any problem. There would have been no... Why do they call controlling information about Lee Harvey Oswald a national security problem if it's only one person involved? People, please wake up. If you're going to save your country, start in your own backyard. I love my country. I love people. I wish I could have been a doctor and saved a lot of people's lives. That's what I want to do. I still give advice, and I've even been warned. My enemies have said, "Don't you do this, because if anybody dies, we're going to sue you, or we're going to we're going to punish you for giving people advice on how to avoid cancer." You can't avoid cancer. It's harder and harder in America. You can still do it. It's not easy, and they're making it harder all the time. Get off of cell phones. Start using your landlines, as much as you can. Even these light bulbs, and people say, "Oh, come on, everywhere you turn, everything causes cancer." Well, you know what? If you keep making the wrong choices and eat a lot of processed foods and drink the fluoridated water and run down your system with overwork because they're forcing you to work yourself to death in America, don't take your vitamins and go ahead and drink and do drugs on the side, and then wonder why you can't get anything done, why you feel so bad, and you're not living as long as your grandpa did, and you don't even want to live in the country anymore. You go and immerse yourself in your sports, or you're standing in line because you've lost your job. You have no security, no job security anymore. I hope everybody goes and watches It's a Wonderful Life, and not to think, oh, this is so, what's great about It's a Wonderful Life, and Merry Christmas, everybody? I'll tell you what's wonderful. In that story, you see that he comes against a banker. In that story, you see what a banker can do to one wonderful little town just because somebody didn't stop him. An evil banker. Now, you just expand it all over the country, and that's what we need, people to stand up against those bankers, just like he did. He refused. He refused to bow down and to give up. And even if he went to jail, he decided he would go against it. And you know what? It's a wonderful life, because that's the way it turned out. We can still have a wonderful life for our country. I do hope people will buy me and leave, because I think when people's eyes are opened, when they understand that Lee did not do this, then they're going to understand that we have to stand up. We can't trust the media. We can't trust what they say. They told us there were weapons of mass destruction, remember, in Iraq. We have 1 million people in Iraq who have suffered, and they hate America now. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you, media. The media that won't let me on TV, won't let, half the time when we try to get an interview, it gets cut off, and this is the last one, Popeye. So I hope that you save it. Tell people, save your country. The only way you're going to save your country is from your own backyard. We're very self-centered in our country. Why not? Why shouldn't we be? Families have been broken up. People don't even respect ordinary laws that used to be important. Now it's just, who cares about each other anymore? Popeye, would you die for me? See, these are hard questions. Would we die for each other?
If I was walking down the street with you, Judyth, and somebody tried knifing you or something, of course I would jump in between you and the guy, and I would have to...
I know you would. I know you would. And you know
Actually, where I live and where I come from, we practice the Second Amendment here, so I would just shoot the bastard before he got anywhere near you with the knife.
If we don't sacrifice now, we're going to all become basically like the goose-stepping armies. We're going to all be forced to conform a certain way, and it's coming. I see it coming around the corner, where you can't dissent, you can't be different, and if you are, they will consider you an enemy of the state. Wherever we have people who are forced in the military, you see them acting like what I call the beehive society. That is, they're forced to act a certain way and to perform a certain way. As we work more and more, and as it becomes more and more difficult to make a living unless you do what you're told. Even right now, nobody is allowed to have a cancer research project unless it's in a big lab. They don't allow it anymore. It's against. If you say that you have found a way to cure cancer, they'll come and arrest you. It has to be done their way or none. and is outrageous. Some people say, well, of course, we have to have rules and regulations. Anyway, I just want to finish saying that I hope that everybody will care about their country enough to try to save their country. Right now, America is turning into something I can't even recognize anymore. And our only hope are the brave men and women out there who love each other and love their country enough and love God enough. Follow the directive that we're supposed to love one another as He loved us. That's what Christ said. And whatever religion you are, there's nothing wrong with saying that we should love each other. We're not in a society that has anything whatsoever to do with love. It has to do with war. It's a war machine. And they're going to go and have us attack Iraq. Then they're going to have us attack Iran. And after Iran, what's next? When does it end? That Kennedy, the whole key is that Kennedy was going to stop this stuff. Anyway, I don't know what's going to happen to the human race. I won't be here to see it, but I suspect it'll be a couple thousand years before we pull out of this because they have so much power. Look at how long the Roman Empire lasted. Well, these people have this kind of power, too.
They're trying to bring it back to that kind of, rich versus poor type,
Well, you've got to get rid of the middle class is no longer necessary, so get rid of it. Make education so expensive that nobody does it anymore. You just need your few specialists to take care of the 1% there. They need their specialists. The rest of them can go to hell. And it doesn't matter. In fact, we're just eaters and feeders. We're in the way. Let them get their diseases and be wiped out. Let us get back to 500 million people. We don't need any more. Of course, I am an advocate now. If you really want to do this planet any good, instead of feeding the starving little kids, which should be done, stop having give these poor women an opportunity to have birth control. Why aren't they giving those people birth control pills who are, in dire need, and they have kids who are starving and they'll get pregnant again because they'll get raped by a soldier or something? Why can't these people have free birth control pills? And it doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense. Why? Because they really want these people to wipe each other out. When's the last time we went and invaded a country, to save the people from a bad dictator that wasn't connected to an oil field somewhere? How come we're not helping people in other countries where, they have dire needs? We're not there to help anybody, and this is a joke. It's an old joke now, and I'm so ashamed and embarrassed. People said, I used to love America. They freed us from the Nazis. They were our liberators. What have they become? They're killing everybody. They're killers.
They've become exactly what we quote unquote liberated Europe from. Okay,
so now what are we going to do about it? As I said, and it's my repeat it and like a drum beat. Save your own backyard. Grow your own food. Get off the grid as much as you can. Start forming your own communes. Have your own. You have to do it secretly because it's now against the law. You cannot have tokens and things and make your own, money for bartering. So you have to kind of do that secretly, but create your own money for each other. And, work on a barter system. In small groups it works. You can't get communes too big. What happens then?
Yeah, they call that financial terrorism now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'll tell you who the financial terrorists are. That's right. You got them all in your head. You got the names.
Goldman Sachs.
Sure. There they are.
They're the ones that didn't get prosecuted. How topsy-turvy of a world do we live in where freedom of speech, which is your First Amendment right, which is supposed to be guaranteed.
See, Popeye, no matter what you say, it makes no difference. They're so powerful that we can complain all day long. As long as we do nothing, they don't care.
That's the key. People have to get mad and they have to get angry. I hope,
wait a minute. When they get mad and get angry, what happens is they're going to get on the grid, they're going to go and haul you off, and you'll be no good to anybody.
I don't mean angry that way. I mean angry as in they have to get motivated to do something. Because a lot of people, the one thing out of all this Occupy stuff, whether or not you agree 100% or not with what the Occupy movement, or even a little bit, it doesn't matter, the Occupy movement as a whole, what the purpose I think that they really served was to show to, especially the maybe the if you want to, I don't believe in the left-right paradigm, but if you want to play into the liberals, the lefties, this is showing to them exactly what people have been saying. Saying, look, they're building a police state, and a lot of people will be, oh no, blah 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 blah, and then what it's happened.
Look how they're treated. If there's anything that shows what's really going on.
Exactly.
Look how they've been treated.
They're like a good. They end up showing. You force a dictator to act like a dictator. I forget the exact. But the best way to make a tyrant, to like, if
is
the guy
reveal
an undercover tyrant, if he's ruling with if he's a tyrant but he rules with a white glove on his hand, to make him get blood on his hands, per se, or make him get dirt on his hands. So show people that he's not a white glove nice guy. The best way to make one of these hidden tyrants, come out and show themselves is
expose
to make
themselves.
Make him act like a tyrant. And when you see
a very good example, Popeye, you had at the wedding over in England, they had the police lining along the streets there, and all the people were cheering. There wasn't one policeman there with a helmet on or with a billy club. They all had their regular clothes on, all right? And yet they had these huge crowds. Okay. Then when you had riots and things going on, of course, then they put their riot gear on. But what gets me is that these were the same police, and now because of what's the civic unrest that's going on, they dress like this and they're supposed to club their own people on the head. What made these people act like this who were cheering, just some months earlier? Why would so many of them now, go onto the streets and protest? Something's dreadfully wrong. Who did this to these people? We're not like this unless we're forced to be like this. Don't tell me that we would have these demonstrations going on with the Occupy movement, and to have Gingrich say, they need to get a job and get washed. They need to bath. This tells you that there's no way to reach these people through these kind of demonstrations. You can't. But what you do show is that how the police will treat them, shows how brutal they can get, shows you exactly who is in charge, doesn't it? So, as I say, we've got to get the only way to change this.
It's a lack of humanity. I mean, the fact that they're willing to do that to people.
Oh my God! If I turn on the television set like I did, and I saw one murder after another, to the point where I turned the TV off and I just began to cry and weep, because I realized that all over that area of that huge city, everybody was watching a murder. How could that except there are a couple cartoons on, for kids, and even those were violent. There was nothing except a murder going on at every channel I turned. How many of these do you have to see in a whole lifetime? If you were living as an Aborigine in Australia, you may have never have ever seen a murder in your entire life. And there it is on television. You're seeing it I'll bet every day. If you had your TV on every day, you will see a murder every day on TV. So then reality and this craziness. Then you see kids hitting their parents. You see parents, of course, all the drinking going on, the self-centeredness. We've got to sacrifice for each other. We've got to stop drinking. We've got to stop boozing. We've got to straighten out ourselves too. Because when you're warped, you're weak. When you're not fed right, and you're overworked and all that, then they have their cattle. And the cattle will do what they want. And we've got to become human beings again. We've got to become men and women. Strong men and women, proud of our country, proud of our freedoms, proud of who we are, and able to discern our left hand from our right, to know what's right and what's wrong, and to stick up for it. And people ought to support their local banks and get out of these big banks. They ought to pay off their houses. They shouldn't go into debt if they can help it. But on the other hand, they used to have companies, you see, that would hire them and keep them all their life. So everybody, go watch It's a Wonderful Life and be like him. Don't give up. Stay in the fight. Love each other. That's all I can say. And thank you, Popeye. I have nothing left to say. See you in Dallas, 2013.
Judyth, as always, it's always a powerful conversation with you. It's you leave me speechless many times. You speak from the heart, my dear, and that's one of the things. That's one of the biggest reasons why people, it's easy for you once you. Of course, there's going to be skeptics and stuff, but a lot of people
always
reach them because they understand you, that you're speaking right from the heart. You don't come off like some arrogant retard or anything. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to act like some of these people that pretend they're John F. Kennedy. experts or anything.
No, there's stuff I don't know, and
But you're very humble about it too. You're not, you'll say, I'm not really sure about that or whatever. I mean, how many people are willing to admit that? Most people will try to make something up if they don't know. To maybe appease the person asking, whereas you're very humble about it. So, you've changed history. You've done a good job. You can take a break and relate.
Can't do it. Can't. This isn't a break. Actually, what this is going to be underground work because Popeye, I'm doing this because I want to stay alive to be there through 2013. I've had a couple threats that I'm taking seriously. I'm moving to a different country.
Well, that's why I'm telling you, relax. You can take a break. You've done a good job. I mean, you can take some time off to reorganize for 2013 because you've done enough interviews now, and there's enough spotlight on it that the alternative media will have fodder for months and months and months to sit and discuss. I still get emails every day from people. Just yesterday, someone was telling me, I was doing one of my, it was Wednesday, rather, this happened. On Wednesday, I had Carolyn Goida on my show again, and we were talking about you, and we brought up the fact about your ebook fiasco and what was going on with that, and I brought that up. And somebody said that they were like, wow, very synchronistic that, you're talking about this. I just thought about your interview. The night I played my last interview with you from Thanksgiving, and the 2 days before that, on the 22nd, on the 48th anniversary, I put them together. They sound great, by the way. I put it all together and I did a little voiceover to, hey, this is when Judyth and I got cut off the first time, second time, blah blah blah. Anyway,
you did a good job of putting that together.
Thank you.
You did. You know that.
Somebody said I've become quite good, and I will say I'm not the best, but I do a pretty good job. It sounds professional.
And you've had Ed Haslam, haven't you, on your show?
He's actually coming back on after the holidays. I'm going to have him back on.
This is a very brilliant man. I'm just so I'm proud to know him. He's a wise man. I'm so glad he's not a witness because he can live a normal life because he's done he's a researcher and it does make a big difference. But
because he's just a writer. I mean, it's easier for them.
Oh, he's more than a writer. He's a thinker too.
Well, what I'm saying is, in their eyes, they can just do a character assassination on him as opposed to him literally.
They've had a hard time doing that with Ed Haslam because
of course they have. He's again, it's almost fate, like you said, that he was there, and because he's the person. If you really,
he knew Mary Sherman. How many people today can say that?
Yeah, and if people are skeptical about you, they can go look at.
Oh, he asked the people who knew Sherman and all that, or knew about her and all that. They'd say, well, tell me what her apartment looked like, and one of these researchers, I told her exactly. And even so, she discredited me. She said she told somebody she must have got that information from somebody.
Well, because some people don't want to. Some people either refuse to believe it out of willful ignorance, or they get phone calls or a visit from somebody that says you must, Well,
like the Lifton Manifesto. That Lifton Manifesto that David Lifton put out there, because his book got ruined. He had been working on it with Deborah Conway for quite a while, and then I came along, and they had no mention of the project. They didn't know a thing about what Dave Ferry was really doing, and so on and so forth, or how Lee was involved. And so their book was withdrawn from publication, and I was never forgiven. So he put out this directive saying that if anybody contacts you, you just give them these phone numbers, and and we'll tell them, she's a Looney Tune, she inserted herself into history, and don't attack the things she says, because he knows better than that. Just attack her character, that she's crazy, and so on and so forth. And I thought, I'm glad I got hit on the head. I had this MMPI-2 done. I had all these tests done, and they came out saying, "Gee, it was a pleasure to interview you. It was a pleasure to test you. You're a nice person."
It's the same motif. Kill the messenger. Don't worry about the message. Let's overlook what the message is. Let's just go after and attack the person that's bringing the message out. And
precisely.
Our attention, our 5-second attention span, general public nowadays is much different. When you were young, when you were in your 20s, the people thought back then. They use
right. People don't know how. When's the last time anybody was required to memorize a poem, a simple poem? Now, wait a minute, but they do, because we have rap. These kids still want to learn, and they know their rap and all that. Some of those rap songs out there are pretty darn good, and they're telling the truth. They're telling how it is. So it is there. It's alive in the underground. Some of the kids do have brains. God help them. So, you may want to divide this into like 2 interviews or something, so people, because of their attention span problems, which is not their fault.
No,
it's because the way they've been indoctrinated to think in short.
Yes, it all goes that goes along with the mind control and the mass media. That's what television's for. And this Facebook and social media. That's the word I'm looking for. And Twitter, only allowing 140 characters in a tweet. That limits the vocabulary that people not only speak but think in.
Oh, and because of texting, people have forgotten how to spell even ordinary words. By the way, there's a paradigm there, though. It's amazing how a lot of people who text, and I can hardly read what they say on Facebook, when they write me a message, they're actually legible. Then you can really read what they're saying. I love Facebook for a lot of reasons. First of all, scum come against me there every once in a while, and because they can't fight, because we put facts down there and everything, they can't fight it. They end up making a personal comment like, "How dare you claim you knew Lee Harvey Oswald when there's no photograph of you and he together?" As if 2 people who are both married would go and make photographs of each other when we're working on a secret project where nobody's supposed to know you're even together or anything. I mean, it's really crazy. By the way, I would like to say I didn't own a camera, and that Lee Oswald, because I think this is important, there's not a single photograph of Marina Oswald in New Orleans. So we could say, how would I like to say that Marina wasn't there, huh? In New Orleans. Because the only person that says she was, of course, what happens to be Ruth Payne.
I was going to ask you, what do you think of Ruth Payne? Because I've seen enough evidence to prove that she's a CIA spook.
Well, Lee told me never to trust her, that he called her the Pain, P-A-I-N. And he had worked, by the way, he worked with her long before they met in New Orleans, in Fort Worth. That's this joke that they were introduced by George and Maureen Shell to the party or whatever she was. This is it's hogwash. He told me he knew about her way back when he was in the USSR. I don't know whether he met her, but he knew about her. So she just reeks of CIA and all her. She said, "I didn't know my relatives were CIA." When the House Committee asked her, well, wait a minute, did you know about your sister? You didn't know about the connections that your mom had, and you didn't know about, and all these people in your family who are CIA. You don't know? No, I didn't. And here, where does she come from when she comes to pick up Marina Oswald to take her, to Fort Worth area, to where she lives in Irving, Irving, Texas, between, just outside of out of Dallas. She just came from Washington, D.C. She just came from the East Coast there. She's talking. She was right there among all the people that, are suspicious later. She's right in with them. And as you know, on the site, Lola for JVB for LHO, you have Lee Harvey Oswald and the granny knot. I told you about that. You have a blanket that's sitting there in the garage. It's supposed to have held a rifle for 2 months there that nobody touches, nobody opens up, except Marina says she did once the night before or something. It doesn't have, even though there's chips on the floor there and there's a dirty old floor there in the garage, it's not, that blanket is pristine. It's nice and clean. There's not one fiber that they find on the rifle that belonged on the blanket. Okay, couldn't match them together. Now there was a fiber from the blanket inside the paper sack, but on the other hand, it looks like the paper sack and the blanket were actually packed together and shipped to the FBI together. So that doesn't count for much, Here's what's really funny. And I probably mentioned this before, but it's worth mentioning again. So Ruth Payne leads them all in there. She's the only one that can translate to Marina what's going on, between her and the police and all that. They look in there, and there's the blanket sitting there. Ruth Payne walks over and steps her foot on it to show there's nothing in it. How did she know that? And why was the blanket tied with a granny knot? That is, there was a piece of string. The string was apparently was on both sides, to both ends to hold the blanket tight to keep the rifle inside. But the string, which they look at the string and they say, wow, it's been tied with a granny knot and then with bow ties, And in the Marines, they teach you not to tie with a granny knot. Lee was taught not to use a granny knot, and here these are things that are tied with granny knots. Who ties granny knots and puts bowstrings on? Women who are tying little kids' shoes. That's who do it. Now, who tied up that blanket? And why did Marina look so horrible and cry out and everything and never speak to Ruth Payne again? She never, after that day there, she had nothing more to do with Ruth Payne. Poor Marina. What was she to do with her? She had a 6-week-old baby. A little baby. Born just after Lee's birthday was 18th. I think the baby was born like the 21st or 20th or something like just a few days later. Okay, 1-month-old baby. And the baby's born in the United States. If they deport her, the baby will stay. She'll lose her baby. Lee's dead. What's she to do? Anyway, these are the considerations. So Ruth Payne is still alive. She gets herself an award. You can tell who the bad guys are because they get awarded. She got a key to the city of Irving, and her house there is being made into a museum to show where the killer rifle was kept. There's no memorial to Kennedy.
Have you ever?
But they go and make a memorial out of the house where the rifle was kept. Think about that.
That's it's this culture of death. They really.
This is their celebration of Kennedy's death.
It is. Well,
everything.
Flaming torch is an actual. It is used by the people that call themselves the Illuminated Ones. That's where. As
I say, they just use these organizations to meet in.
Of course. And people that are involved in it, they use some of them use symbolism and the torch.
Of course, because and secret handshakes.
That's what that torch is, and they built the local Masonic organization put an obelisk right by Dealey Plaza. They're just telling you it's a big FU.
Of course they are.
We killed
him. But they recognize those all over the world. These big families, these big banker organizations, the people really running the world's governments, they understand these symbols where they are. And yet these are when I was talking about the trophy meaning, these are trophies they set up. They're saying, see, we're in charge. See that? That means us. That's us.
Well, yeah, that's like me saying, hey, Judyth, like we put up, like people that are trying for truth and justice. We put up special, things for each other only that we understand. And it's like, yeah, we got him. Yeah, we did that, And nobody understands. It's right in front of your face. They did it to him. And I don't know how anybody in the 60s didn't see that Jack, Bobby, and Martin Luther King Jr. were all connected.
Oh, no, then we have the song, Martin, you remember the song? Whatever happened to my, Abraham, Martin, and John? So, and then Jack Kennedy.
I rephrase that. Some people did see it, but it amazes me how
the
general public wasn't like,
they say that people can be fooled, all the people can be fooled part of the time, and some of the people could be fooled all the time, but not all the people can be fooled all the time, and we really have to take that to heart. That I wouldn't even be talking to you. I'd be hiding, and I'd be doing my painting, I'd be doing my writing, I'd be trying desperately, I suppose. I have some inventions, medical inventions that would help people. Because of the way our society is, I've had some of these inventions for 25, 35 years, and they still haven't invented them in the outside world, and I have no way to help people with them. I would give them to anybody who would just contact me, because they would help people so much. One of them has to do with stopping bed sores. Bed sores, decubitus. Bed sores actually kill more people every year than almost any other disease because of infections that they get from side effects. Christopher Reeve really died from bed sores infections, from his being a paraplegic and all that, quadriplegic. So, there you are. There are ways that I could still help people, and I can't. This is the most frustrating thing of all, to live my life and not be able to help anybody.
Well, actually, you're helping more than you realize, because like the cancer thing, the special we did, the second interview we did, the last one, it was incredible, and Although
people have got to take better care of themselves, and you can avoid cancer. There's no doubt. The chances are almost insurmountable. In other words, almost guaranteed that you do have the monkey virus in your bloodstream and in your body, sitting in your cells, waiting to be triggered. You've got to keep your immune system built up, and take good care of yourself. It is still possible to avoid it.
Because, like you said on the last show with me, and I didn't realize this. I thought they somehow kept it like cryogenically frozen from the 50s, and you corrected me. They were still manufacturing the tainted virus
right into the 90s.
The 90s, which is even scarier. A scarier thought that then they cryogenically froze it. It's even scarier that they knew it was infected and just kept going ahead and doing it. They didn't care.
Yeah, no. And the cryogenically frozen material I was talking about is the cancer itself as a biological weapon that can actually be injected into people. And you go to a doctor and you get injected and you get an X-ray that X-ray maybe will pull your immune system down, and those cells you get the injection after a good X-ray. Who is going to ever connect it that 3 months later they're dead of cancer? Get rid of anybody, and not just cancer. They're now using all kinds of things.
I had postulated this, and I forgot to ask you this the last time.
Yeah.
With all this radiation we're being exposed to, with
lots
the
of it,
food and the scanner.
Well, not only that, but they're actually having planes go higher than ever before because there's less air resistance. But you're getting, remember, it's an inverse proportion. So you're actually getting much more radiation just because you're getting higher in the sky. Every time you cross the Atlantic Ocean, you're getting enough X-rays equal to probably a lifetime of X-rays that you're getting exposed right there in an airplane.
Well,
people should be wearing helmets. I know you've heard of the tinfoil hats.
Well, I've actually heard that you get exposed to a ton of radiation as it is flying.
Yeah, they should all have helmets on with some kind of protection so they don't get brain cancer or something. Because a lot of it's coming straight through the plane.
With all that exposure between just flying, the body scanners, the amount doctors scan you,
the dentist doing it.
They X-ray, food. You get
and then you're getting who knows how much contaminated food from Japan and other places.
Well, then
like I say, if anything's contaminated
with all these
to the United States, they send it.
Do you think that they know that this kind of radiation could perhaps trigger what is it from those viruses? That I don't think they think it out that well. These people are not well. For example, our politicians are not well informed about things like this. In fact, they're afraid. They don't know when something could happen to them. Let's face it, they don't know. They don't toe the line and so on. They do learn to cooperate. Well, they did. A lot of them take like 200. A couple of them, I forget the one guy's name. They outed him. Somebody, one of these hacker groups outed him the other day after he voted on the NDAA. He voted for it. He got paid like $200 and something thousand to vote, for the bill. So how the hell is that? How is that legal?
Well, how is that man still in any position of authority? How do these people? How can we expose these people and then they still remain where they are? Because that's how corrupt the whole system is.
Well, yeah, that's bad.
I'm gonna be in tears again because I can see that when I was a little girl and I could see the Christmas lights and people would give presents and give real books to each other, and they had time to be together as a family. My daughter, the second last time I saw her, which was some years ago before I had to go into exile, she came to visit me. You know what? She only had 1 day of vacation her whole year. 1 day. She came to see me, and didn't they bother her with her, with her cell phone anyway? They called her, on her BlackBerry on Christmas Day, and even bothered her, and she had to spend about an hour with them even on Christmas Day. One of my daughters, she's a very important girl in many ways. They actually fly her. She spends like 4 days in another city, in another state, and then on weekends she flies back to her home. She does this in order to keep, making a lot of money. But ask yourself how many people have to go to such extremes and they have no vacations. Otherwise, they have no job. How cruel is it that we cannot have men and women be hired to only work 40 or 40 hours? Let's say 40 hours. Now, the dream was to go down to 35. But if we could just get back to 40 hours like we had when I was, in the 1950s, people had time for each other then.
When I lived in New Jersey, I used to drive a tow truck when I was younger, and we used to tow for AAA in the area that I worked in. And a lot of times I would pick up people that worked in New York City, and they were commuting because Jersey is between New York and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And they would live in Pennsylvania, Judyth. They would commute 100 miles one way for work. And I would say to them, well, how long do you have to commute to work? Oh, like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And I'm like, one way. So you spend 5 hours of your day commuting plus an 8 to 10 hour work day. And they're like, yeah, and then I go home and I help make dinner or do this. So these people aren't, and they're doing this 5 days a week, and they're like, well, I have Saturday and Sunday off, and I have this beautiful house with my family out in the middle of nowhere in the Poconos. And I'm like, yeah, but you have to live in the Poconos because you can't afford, or even further out, because you can't afford to live in New Jersey because the property taxes are ridiculous and the prices for the houses are too high.
Yeah.
And you can't afford to live in New York because it's just incredibly too expensive. Plus, who the hell would want to live on the island anymore?
And on top of everything you're saying, they have no job security. Tomorrow it could be gone.
Oh yeah,
these people do not. They don't respect American families anymore. Anyway, what can I say? I just pray for all of us. I pray that people will have the courage to get their country back.
Is there anything that you haven't gotten a chance to say that you want to get out?
I loved Lee Oswald, and I did this for him. And anyone who would just take the time to understand who he was should feel completely outraged at what's happened, and they should feel so outraged at what has been taken from us, Kennedy and all the Kennedys and all that's happened. They should be so outraged that they will feel like I do, that they will do anything, they will give anything, they will give their lives if they have to save their country and to save each other and to get our country back. And that sounds revolutionary, and this kind of thing could get you in jail these days if you say you're a patriot. That's almost a dirty word now. So I love my country, and if that's whatever I have to do in order to get the truth to the people, I'm going to do it in 2013. That's what I want everybody to know.
Well, you're a very tough lady, Judyth. You, like I said, I am in awe of you, and I'm very proud to consider you a friend.
Well, bless you.
I'll let you go. I have 2 quick questions, and I'll let you go.
Yeah, sure.
I know we had mentioned before about John Jr., and you had said that they even killed him. Now, I've done shows about his plane crash and everything, and I've showed how hinky it is, and there's a documentary out there about it. But what's your personal view and knowledge of him? Obviously, you think he was taken out, correct?
Yeah, this is very sad, but Lee said they're going to get them all, and he believed that even the children would eventually get killed. Well, Carolyn hasn't been killed, but basically everybody else has been. Some of our best, even on the periphery, the Kennedy family. What really gets me is that they've done everything in their power, because now that people are becoming aware that the government long ago, of course they want to make it look as long ago as possible, killed Kennedy, that it didn't matter because he wasn't that good a man anyway. They need to read the quotations on the internet that Kennedy is famous for, and then some others. The one I like a lot is there's one that's new on the internet, shows Kennedy calling up a general, an Army general, and he's really upset because apparently they, on one of these bases, Mrs. Kennedy, when she's pregnant, they spent $5,000 on what looks like an ordinary bedroom suite, but actually the furniture's from a very expensive company and all that. That's like $50,000 a day, all right? And he's profane. The president is being very profane, and he's telling them, "What do you think? What's that's going to do to your budget when people find out you spent this on Mrs. Kennedy?" And then finally he says, "Take the furniture back," And who is that? He says, "Who's that bastard?" Who's standing there in the picture. You can tell he wants to get him fired. And one of the comments under that was, well, you can see that this is one of the generals that wanted to get rid of Kennedy because Kennedy's cursing him for wasting money on his wife. And I was thinking to myself, where would we find a president like that today who would just stand up and say, don't you spend a penny on my wife? You know. Kennedy is really was a truly great man, a great president, and they're trying to quash this. They're trying to make him look so bad that nobody will care that he got killed. Here's what I want to see in Dallas in 2013. I want to see all of us carrying a monument. I want to see us form a human monument that says, you know, something like "God bless America," and then we're all carrying like some red, so we can be seen from overhead. And then I want to say this: we are Kennedy's monument, because they have not made a monument in that dreadful city, what I call the city of hate, Dallas. How we can have Max Holland be able to say his piece. And when I was in Toronto and did an interview, the Huffington Post talked about me, and the only thing that got across the border was somebody talking about me. They didn't interview me. They just said, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Who is she? This 80-year-old man, his only claim to fame being that he had been in the basement when Lee was shot, saying that, well, this woman doesn't know what she's talking about. He never met me, never talked to me. This is the only piece that reached the American public on American soil, when all over Canada, you know, I'm talking about, it was from sea to shining sea, from one end of the sea to the other. National, you know, is on there talking about that Lee Oswald was innocent and I was a witness and so on. Can you imagine? Only one thing got in Huffington Post. That was the only press that even mentioned it, and it was just to diss me without even.
It doesn't surprise me. You know that the Germans put out before the Lusitania was sunk. The Germans put out a warning in the newspapers all along the East Coast. Said, "Do not get on the Lusitania because there's weapons on board that ship, and it's going to be considered a military ship, and we will torpedo it and sink it." And it was run in the newspapers. But a couple hours too late, after the ship had set sail, there was a paper that ran before the ship set sail. So you can see, even back then, they knew they controlled.
Well, look at Pearl Harbor. I mean, you know, anybody with brains now can see that they knew that Pearl Harbor was going to be hit.
It's even come out. It's come out that they knew that they had intelligence that Pearl was going to get hit. They knew the Japanese fleet was out in the middle.
So there you are. So what can we do?
Well, we have to stand up because, you know, Fletcher Prouty put it best. If you ever get a chance to read his books.
See, I haven't got any of it. I have very few books, you know.
Yeah, Prouty was a very interesting individual. Obviously you've seen the movie JFK. He was
he actually sent me an email, and he said he was glad to have heard that I existed, but he died before we could correspond.
Oh, so Prouty even knew about your existence. That's cool.
Yeah, he did. Just barely. I mean, he was still alive, and he wrote back and he said he was glad to hear about me, and
he was an interesting individual. And he talks about one of his books, The Secret Team. How
I've heard about it.
To have this vast, 200-300 people in one organization. They just have one or two people in the right positions of power inside that organization.
Yeah, and what it is when they do all these things, nobody knew enough to be blamed. That's how they do it. They take this little bit here, and of course we did the same thing. The same thing happened in New Orleans. I mean, I didn't know anybody in the other labs. I just knew the other labs existed, and even Ed Haslam didn't know there were other labs. But when I pointed out, he was able to go back, and you were able to see how exactly how they orchestrated. It was very clever and very cool. In fact, most of this there was a lot of planning. They left nothing to chance, and they had backup upon backup. Lee said also, even if he left, they would have put somebody else in there, and that person probably would have also shot at Kennedy, really, for real, They would have put someone in his place if he left. That's why he said he stayed. He said, if I stay, there'll be one less bullet aimed at Kennedy. And think about that, what he gave up. He was barely 24. He gave up everything. So I'm saying in Dealey Plaza, I want to see people. We'll come out there, and I want us to be able to say, we are the monument. I just want us to say that. We are the monument. We are the monument. We are the monument to Kennedy. Because we are the people. And Kennedy gave his life. He knew it was coming. You know, in JFK and the Unspeakable, there's that "I have a rendezvous with death." How can that be Kennedy's favorite poem, and how is it that little Carolyn Kennedy was told to memorize this poem, "I have a rendezvous with death," and to say it in front of the National Security Council in Kennedy's presence? Don't tell me Jackie Kennedy didn't understand what was going on, or that Jack didn't. So,
I think he knew. I think he knew the forces he was up against, without a
doubt. And anybody says, by the way, he didn't take the bubble top off of that car. He didn't order it off. That's a lie. We now know that it was it Bill Moyer? Was it Bill Moyer? I think it was Bill Moyer who called Mrs. Hall and said, look, Kennedy wants that bubble top off unless it's raining, raining bad. I'm taking out expletives. Turns out, Moyer is LBJ's aide. What's he doing telling people to take the top off of the car? This is an inside job, and the more you read, the more outrageous.
You saw the
what?
You've seen.
Oh yes,
guys, right?
and then
one
so
guy
when
he's waving to his.
So when we have that, so when we have that Secret Service stand down where you can see everybody ordered off his car and all that, what do we have next? We have a whole book come out saying that the Kennedy detail to try and fight that. So then we have Vince Palomaro doesn't even like me. I don't care, but I like him because he's put together all the proof showing that they lied. If you go to Vince Palomaro right there on the internet, and you're going to find the most wonderful information about the Secret Service showing that indeed they're not only derelict, they helped kill the president. Period. They did. As I say, each one had their own little job, so no one could be blamed saying this man did it. This. You have Kellerman. You have people stepping on the slowing down the car. Did he kill Kennedy? No. Somebody shot. But everybody had their position. Everybody had their little spot.
I'll put this out there for the listeners, and I'll ask you the last question. If somebody goes out and takes a copy of Judyth's book and puts it on next to Lee's headstone and takes a photo of it, I will give you a free federaljack.com T-shirt, but it's got to be a real picture of a copy of her book. You don't have to leave it there, but you could at least put it there and take a photo of it, and
fantastic.
Maybe say something to Lee. Send me the photo, and if it's the real deal and you really did it, I'll give you a free federaljack.com T-shirt for doing it, and that'll be awesome. And then I'll forward the picture to Judyth. So
all right, we're going to collect these pictures. What's weird is people are putting things down, but they're taking them away right away.
Well, that's why I say you don't have to leave the book. You don't want to lose a copy of the book, but at least go there, pay some homage to Lee if you want to leave a flower or something, but put a copy of Judyth's book next to the headstone, take a photo, and send it to me, and if it's the real deal and you really did it, I'll hook you up with a free Federal
fantastic
picture as a
gift. Some people said, well, we wanted to make a bigger headstone for Lee, because he originally had a nice one with a cross and everything, and his born and death dates and all that, and that was taken away, But anyway, I'm telling you now, the headstone that's there, it just says Oswald. That's the way Lee was. He wouldn't have wanted anything else. He was not that way.
Yeah, from what you've told me, he was a very humble man, and he wouldn't have, he didn't even.
He had his pride. I sometimes when he said he had to act humble, you could see that his pride. He had a proud streak in him, but the proud streak was not one that I would call self-centered. It wasn't. He was proud of what he had managed to accomplish. Imagine, he could play chess. He knew Russian. He had read so much. And yet he came from a lower-class family in New Orleans, and he could do and he loved classical music. He was one of a kind. And he would play dumb. Like he said, when they were interrogating him in the USSR, he would just quote back Lenin and Marx at him and say, I just wanted to come here and live because I love Lenin and I love Marx. I'm a Marxist. I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, and why are you bothering me like this? And they finally said, this kid is full of this is a dumb kid. Forget him, But they kept, of course, watching him. But they sent him as far away from Moscow as they possibly could. And it didn't make any difference. He was there to spy on how the people were and what they were doing, and he did get into he brought back all the plans for the radio plant and other things. amazing that he could play really stupid, because he did this Scarlet Pimpernel thing. When he said he had to play dumb in New Orleans, like act like he was drunk and some other things he had to do, and be with Guy Bannister, he hated that because Bannister's a racist, and he had to go and support him, and do some things he didn't want to do.
Yeah,
that's
another thing.
A
lot of people don't know about you and Lee. You and him had courage. You guys would sit in the back of the bus.
You bet we did.
And other people on the bus, other white people would look at you like you had 6 heads, but you and Lee really had courage to do that. So, again. Well,
and Lee's on record, of course, as sitting on the black side in the court when he was given his fine, his $10 fine, that he had to pay, which is like $100 a day. And when he went to court, he sat with the blacks on the black side. And Carlos Bernier said, "Why is he doing that? What kind of statement is he trying to make? He's trying to make everybody and all the blacks like him or something." Anyway, of course, Carlos was a traitor. Carlos knew. Carlos is alive, and I don't care what he'll say against me. I'm making enemies, by talking like this. But Lee gave him his own Marine handbook, and Carlos kept it. Lee couldn't get it back from him, and Carlos kept it. And a few years ago, Carlos went and sold it on eBay.
Of course he did. I'm sure he got a pretty hefty price for it too.
Who knows what he got for it, but I'm sure he did. And so why did he do such a? He should have given it back to the course of the Oswald family if he had any. But no, we know who he really is, and that proved who he really was. If he was a good man, he would have given that back to Marina Oswald.
Yeah, he wouldn't have sold it. He just would have said.
That's what I'm saying. So you can see who he is.
His true colors.
Now, everybody who ever liked Carlos and thinks he's a good man and all, I don't know about his future life. I just am telling you about this, and I don't want to make all these enemies, but I have to tell you what's going on, because he knew who Lee really was. He knew.
Well, if people weren't doing shady things, then they wouldn't get upset at you for what you're saying. You know what I mean? If it wasn't the truth, then there wouldn't be the passion behind it. If it was fake, they would just be like, "Oh, whatever, she's crazy." There wouldn't be this passion behind it. The passion that they put behind it goes to show that that there is more validity to what you're saying than they want to admit. And like you said, he was part of the whole staged fight thing with Lee.
It was all totally staged, and
you cover that in your book more in depth.
Well, yeah, you saw that newspaper. Of course, it's ways like this I can prove who I was, because this newspaper article from May 4th, it says these 3 people beat up, this guy who was posing, in narcotics. His name was Phillips. And he looked a little like Lee. And Lee said, "I'm going to do this same thing." And he darned if he didn't do it. He set it up the same way. 3 guys, punch me in the nose, go ahead, and all that kind of thing, just like in the newspaper article of May 4th. So I have all this stuff that explains why certain things happen and how these things were set up. But you just have to, if you want to listen to the enemies, put it this way: they haven't solved the case for 50 years, and no matter who's come out, they haven't solved the case in 50 years. If you follow the hints and the things that I was allowed to put in the book, some of them were not allowed because we all wanted to stay alive, all right? But what we've allowed to put in the book is enough so that you understand who took the country over and why we're in trouble today. And then you read Dr. Mary's Monkey, and you'll see why they had to shoot Lee. There's just way too much that he knew. It is a miracle I'm alive, and so I thank God.
Well, they couldn't let him go to trial.
No,
there's no way, because then what if he's not intimidated?
Well, what was on my side a long time ago, of course, is that I was over in Florida, and I was no longer even in after Peninsula Chem, after they fired me on the day. I got a 30-day notice on the day that Kennedy was killed. And so, well, anyway. Just before Christmas, of course, that was my last day at work at Peninsula Chem Research, and I'm never in science again, and there's nothing I could do about it. I tried to get back in. I signed up for some science courses at University of Texas. Harry Ransom called me, and it turned out later, Harry Ransom's with the CIA and all that. He was the head of the whole university there, and he calls me in and tells me to drop out of my science classes. Like I never had even in 67, 68, and I couldn't do any of it, 65 that was, I should say, excuse me. anyway.
Was it threatening, or he just said, Judyth?
Oh, well, no, it was very, very nice. Called me in, very friendly, said, Mrs. Baker, you need to drop those courses. You know why. That's all.
Oh, at least he was...
Oh,
he wasn't. At least he wasn't a jerk about it. At least he was somewhat polite. And
well, what? They can be as oily and cool as can be, but they get the job done.
Yeah. Well, they understand that a lot of times you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So. Yeah.
Well, he knew how to. I mean, if he's the head of the university, he certainly knew how to do it right, didn't he?
And you were doing other research. You were pulling metal out of seawater or something.
Oh yeah. Well, originally, sure. That's what I'm saying. I got a lot of interest right away from the military and all that.
How are you pulling metal out of seawater?
Oh, that's easy. That's. So
I didn't
easy.
know there was metal in seawater. I mean, this is.
There's even gold in seawater, just not very much. It'd take an awful lot to get it out. I mean, everything's dissolved. See, seawater's been there a long time. As you get one kind of mineral in there that's dissolved in it, that gives it a charge in the water, and that can pull another one out. Seawater is salty because it's so full of minerals. Think about it. Not just sodium in there, but you've got all kinds of other minerals in there, and the metals all taste. It's a mix. It's a wonderful soup of stuff, and it's just loaded. You have lots and lots of especially magnesium is in seawater, and whole lumps of it that sometimes deposited along with some other things. But
you were able to pull physical metal out of the water?
It's simple. No. You have to go. You have to make a slurry out of it. You dehydrate it. And you come up with a white slurry. You have to add calcium hydroxide and do other things. There's a process you go through, and finally you're getting magnesium oxide. And magnesium oxide then has to go in, and the oxygen has to be driven off. Like in a furnace, and then you get the metal. You see. Now, the point is, though, is depositing that metal and not having it go up in the air into a vapor or something like that. An easier way is to try and get this slurry, and you put electrodes in, and on the electrodes you have platinum, and you run a current through it, and you get all this magnesium goes and plates itself on the electrode. That's expensive, though, because of the platinum, and what I had was a refinement of that process, of this German process that was already patented, to get rid of, so you didn't have to use the platinum, and that they just were amazed at that. See, because I found a way around that. Okay, so I did that when I was 15 and 16, and 17 finally. I was playing with it all along, but with getting just with chemistry. By the time I was 16 and I'd figured that out in 17, that by age 17, I turned 17, just after. So I was still 16, actually. I don't know. Anyway, right around my 17th birthday.
This might sound like a stupid question, but is that something, is that like along the same lines of how a desalinization plant would work? Like it pulls the minerals out of the salt water?
No.
Or
well, yeah, but you don't do it like that. Although, to desalinate, there are different ways, but probably the easiest way is use these membranes, and so you basically keep all the minerals on one side, and you have the pure water coming out on the other, in a membrane situation. But they have actual plants where just turning seawater into steam, you'll end up with salts of all sorts, and you have the steam, and the steam then is water. That's expensive too.
Well, see, that's what I've always asked. Why don't if you were really serious about having some sort of
well, if you want to desalinate water, what you need to have is a big batch, and it's so easy to do. Just get yourself a whole bunch of solar panels, all right, to supply your energy.
For solution-wise, instead of building bombs, why don't we build massive desalinization plants on the coast, and then you could you could literally pull the salt and all this other stuff, minerals, whatever. I don't want to say crap because a lot of it's probably good stuff, but pull all this high concentration of minerals out of the water and then filter it somehow through whatever.
Of course, you can do that, and
And then pump it forever. You'd have potable water.
But even better, wouldn't it be that you see all these floods? We do have plenty of fresh water.
Why don't we channel it better? I mean,
yes. Oh yeah.
Well, it's like turning on the faucet and just letting it run and not doing anything, you know?
Well, and this is a wonderful thing about living in a place, two places, Turkey and Sweden. Both are very careful about conserving their water for different reasons. And you learn a great deal about water conservation. And then, but one of the silliest things, of course, that we have is that we will have, we can take showers with water that is so clean you can drink it. Well, that's a wonderful thing. But if we're going to fill a bathtub, we shouldn't have to have water that you can drink in a bathtub if you're going to take a bath. Or when you're washing clothes, why are you using water that you can drink to wash clothes? So, we should have tanks where water can be recirculated. That is, it's not drinkable because it's already gone down the drain once,
well,
it goes through a filter.
If we didn't use crappy chemicals, you could use natural stuff like charcoal and stuff to filter.
Well, that's the other. A lot of the old type plants where they were using a lot of bacteriophage and other things to treat, they're often closing that down, and they're just using pure chemicals now because the chemicals are cheaply purchased, and the people are being trained in college to use the expensive chemicals so that it makes money for the companies. So they're all being trained to use a method that makes the most money, not the one that's the best for the planet or anything like that. It's sad. People should be looking at the textbooks that their students, if they're technically trained, they ought to be looking at some of these, what's in the chemical books, what's in the books that doctors are reading, because there's often very little mention of ethics. There's very little mention of what's good for the patient beyond. They talk about like the alleviation of pain. One of the saddest things is, I read in one textbook, it said, if you're taking care of a client, they call them clients, a client in a nursing home, and that client is complaining about how they're treated, the client is probably wrong. That was in the book. The client's probably wrong because they just assume that they're old and they're aching and that they're suspicious and that they're blaming everyone. That's not the way that people should be taught to handle the elderly. Anyway, there's a lot that we need to learn and to be to try and think more of one another and be kinder just to be kind. If you just think to be kind to each other, where are you going to find those doctors? They're the ones that, they go Doctors Without Borders and so on, I can't believe we've talked so long, and I hope it's done some good somewhere. You said you had one last question. Is that it, or is it finished?
Yeah. Well, no. I wanted to ask you a question, and if you had time, I wanted to. There was something that we had forgotten to. We kind of gotten sidetracked. The question, the last question I wanted to ask was, have you ever gotten a chance to talk to Marina Oswald, or do you know if her children, Lee's kids, at least understand the truth about their father, or at least know?
My enemies this year sent around a letter, because we published a letter, and I asked people to send it as far and wide as they could, that was addressed to Marina and her children, saying, for the first time, we're seeing roses and flowers appearing on Lee Oswald's grave. For the first time on YouTube and places like that, the comments being made there are outweighing, and there are many more of them, defending Lee than ever before. For the first time, more books have come out, showing his innocence, and that you should be proud, you should rejoice, and hold your heads up high, because Lee Oswald is being recognized as a hero and who he really is. And we want you to know that, Marina. We want you to know that. Rachel. We want you to know that, Judy. All the other part of that is between Marina and me. We have a difficulty. I'm the other woman. I knew things about Marina that's nobody's business. You know what I'm saying? And there are things that she may have been told about me that are probably nobody's business. She knows that I'm campaigning to clear Lee Oswald's name, and that's good for her family. Why should she get involved with anybody trying to trap her? Because they will try to do it. And a good example is that Jesse Ventura said, did you take a backyard photo of Lee Oswald? And the answer is yes, but What was not added is that she has told people that she took it from a different direction. I believe that Lee was asked to make such a photo, and when it didn't turn out that it had the right guns or whatever in it, or they couldn't use it to add guns because they weren't clever enough, they had to go and repose the photos, see? And they couldn't even use that same camera, in my opinion. She didn't know one camera for another, so that was easy, no problem. So Marina had perjured herself, and in many ways she can be trapped, and it could harm everything. Marina sat there and watched the film, The Love Affair, that was done by Nigel Turner, that was from the History Channel, okay? And in there, and she looked at Nigel when it was over, and she said, well, he had an affair. And no way that, frankly, I'm sure that she figured it out. She went down to Leon, there's a coffee company, Leon Coffee Company, not very far from Riley's, with the baby in its stroller, looking around to see if Lee actually worked there, because he said he did, and of course he lied. He didn't. For the first time, of course, Patricia McMillan says in the book Marina and Lee, for some reason he had this crazy, silly, stupid little lie, a senseless lie, that he was working at a different coffee company than where he really was working. Well, of course he told her a different one because he didn't want her to see me with Lee, He didn't want her to see
He didn't want her to walk up and catch you two together.
That's exactly right.
That would have been no good.
Yeah, so she shows up at this other coffee company, and they say, no, he doesn't work there. And of course, she was then mad at him, Then she calls down at Thompson's restaurant because she called Anna Lewis. Now, by the way, Marina Oswald could speak more English and knew more English than she pretended. We have Mrs. Tobias and others who actually, when they sat down and talked with her, she could actually say a little more. She couldn't say much more, but she could do enough to. Here's what we think happened. She actually dialed the number there. I never knew about this, but Anna brought it up, Anna Lewis. She said, yeah, she called there, and she said, hey, is my husband there, and is he there with a woman? Like that. And Anna said, well, these are my customers, and that's my business is just to serve them and all that. And, she said, I don't have anything to do with that. And she hung up. And when I heard this, because I never knew about this, because she never told me, or she must have told Lee, but she didn't tell me. And I figured it out, because Thompson's restaurant had book matches, okay? Books of matches with their number on it, and their, and their location and everything like that. And Lee had a gas stove, and he took those 3 things home and used them to light the fire, and she sees him, Thompson's restaurant, all the time. That's how she called down there. So, I finally figured out how that happened. So what can we do? What we do is we're just going to mind each other's own business. Okay? One of the people said, what we need to do is have you two meet on television. And I said, this is wonderful. I will go for it under one condition. You will not have us meet ahead of time. Have us meet right there on TV, and we don't know what's going to happen. That I'll go for. I said, if you're going to have us meet ahead of time and have a script to follow, forget it. And they refused to film us unless we rehearsed it ahead of time. That was what I heard on my side. I don't know what they told her. Okay, so I refused because I'm not going to have any staged meeting. You see what I'm saying? I wanted the real thing. They didn't want that.
What happened to Nigel Turner?
We have never heard from him again. I do know that he receives emails from a few select people. I do believe, because he had a family, and he had a young family and a new wife, and all this, and he had a contract signed with the A&E, and the History Channel, that he would get a certain percentage of the videos that were sold. That did not happen because these were banned. I believe that they settled with him, okay, secretly, because they weren't supposed to ban the videos, so there were no video sales. So I think that they paid him a lot, and they told him, you keep your nose out of this for the rest of your life, because we haven't heard again from him for 10 years. This is a man whose calling card shows a knight in shining armor, and he talks on the History Channel, and about the forces of darkness. The forces of darkness came around Nigel Turner. I consider him a hero, but he had a family. so we don't hear from him again.
Yeah, I figured they went after him one way or another. They probably.
Oh yeah, why don't we ever hear from him again? How would you like it if you saw on what they did is they wrote that Max Holland did this. He wrote that by the way, it was he and Perry and all those. They wrote the man who shamed the History Channel, the Briton who shamed the History Channel. Put that all over the place, and all the things that he had done before. He'd done other documentaries and stuff. The only one they mentioned is one where he did one that was bold, and he got censored. He got by the British. You know,
if you look anywhere, those last three segments, the parts 7, 8, and 9, are nowhere to be found. I found eBay.
The only way you can get them is I'll tell you. One of the things I'm going to do in 2012, okay, is we're going to put a bookstore up, and we're going to have those segments until they knock us off the internet. We're going to have 7, 8, and 9 for sale for the cost of mailing plus any donation, you know. And I don't want to make money off of this, but on the other hand, I can't get a job or anything because of doing this, you know. The last teaching job I had, the third last teaching job I had, never mind. I don't want to argue.
Well, they probably went after you because obviously they're going to make you look like try to make you look like an ass or a crazy person.
Well, when I was teaching, I had only been teaching 6 weeks at an academy in Orlando, Florida, before I was forced overseas, and right after I was filmed by Nigel Turner, okay, somehow they found out. And anyway, the son of an FBI agent passed around because this was a Christian academy where I was teaching, and I love the Lord, I love God, I love Jesus Christ. And he put that this woman was the mistress of Kennedy, and you having her teaching you. Of Kennedy, of Oswald, and you have her teaching you. You know, Oswald who killed Kennedy. And so they fired me. And that's what's happened to me, that kind of thing, everywhere. You know. So I lost everything.
Because you become ostracized. You were okay until you came out. So
I thought I was safe. I had been teaching for 6 years at the same school, and I had an additional job at a nearby Christian academy teaching. And I was about to get my PhD. By the way, nobody would sit on my committee. All of a sudden, everybody got sick, or one of them legitimately had a heart attack, and another retired, and I couldn't get any replacements because now I was notorious. So even though I had a 3.9, I had done my orals, I had passed all my comps, I had done all my coursework, and I had my dissertation. I could not get the committee together. They would not extend extra time because I'd been in the hospital. They would not extend extra time and give me extra time, and so I didn't get my doctorate. And then they told me on top of that I couldn't even say I had an ABD, even though that's the truth. So, my hope is that I can have a couple more books come out, and on there I'm going to put, University of Louisiana denied a doctorate, in English. So anyway, just it's a little joke, but I had a lot of money, and all the money went to pay off my doctor bills.
They're cowards, and most of these universities, unfortunately, are controlled in one way or another by the CIA. It was usually somebody in the.
What happened to me there was outrageous. Somebody threw a gallon of hydrochloric acid at me. It landed all over the floor and against the wall and everything. And another thing, I was working part time in the computer lab there, and they accused me of stealing some 21 computers out of the lab. How? Well, they said I had to they found out that the police said, well, wait, it can't be her because these were stolen out by moving the ceiling tiles, and they had to get up to the ceiling. And I was on crutches, and because I had back problems. I was handicapped at the time. And but they actually tried to say that I stole 21 computers, and there was only one computer left that was working that had everybody's dissertations on it, and that was in the main office of the English department. And I moved my dissertation over there, and the next day the whole drive, the hard drive, was stolen out of that, and then they thought I did that too. And so nobody wanted to have anything to do with me anymore. Of course I didn't do this. Can you imagine how I felt? It's just horrible. And then the next thing that happened, they had a bomb scare in the in the building. They never had one before. And that's when they said, we're not going to hire you and you're not going to teach here anymore. And I had to leave.
Which is just incredible. And you'd think that somebody would put two and two together and be like, well, obviously this wouldn't be her doing it to herself. But either they were too scared.
Well, they're just that. They're not going to they lose any more stuff just because I was there. You know, I'd been there 6 years. You know, I thought I could speak, you know, especially in Louisiana where there's a lot of corruption. And, you know, at that time, Edwin Edwards was being put in jail along with some mafia people, so I felt safer, you know, to go there at that time. And in that, it'd be a good, if I'm ever going to speak out, it would be an okay time to speak out, you know, and everything. Boy, was I wrong, so, you know. So I stupidly went to Dallas because I had friends there that invited me. And I thought, well, you know, I got a job there in Dallas at the Lighthouse Christian Academy. I ran into Mrs. Crum, Mrs. Denise Crum, and she told me, yes, her grandmother, Mrs. Tobias, that Lee Oswald was, she saw him there speaking with Jack Ruby. She called the FBI and told them. They said, if you tell anybody, we'll put you in a mental hospital. When I asked to put her on tape, she refused. See, this is what I come across all the time. The reason I'm even telling you this is because there was a witness present. And even though this man has refused to acknowledge what happened, he was there, and so I do have a witness, and so I am telling you that Jack Ruby and Lee Oswald, Mrs. Tobias knew it, and they wouldn't have let her tell anybody. Or they said they'd put her in a mental institution. She was an old lady. She was afraid of losing her. She was the manager of the apartments there, see, so that was really rough. And so even when you find witnesses, most of the time they're too afraid and they won't talk. And on top of that, people will write me and they'll tell me that they have this or that information, but that they're going to take it to their grave because they're afraid. So why did they tell me? It's dreadful. I know a lot of things.
Yeah, like why tease you? That's kind of screwed up.
Well, no. They don't mean to. They'll say things like, "I know you're telling the truth." And by the way, I have sent their copies of their emails to others, removing their name or whatever and all that. You know, because I promise I'm not to tell, but I certainly can tell what they said. You know, I mean, but not telling who they are. What else can I do? And other stuff. I mean, you had this Mr. Teeter, you know, Sirhan's lawyer. Before he died, he called me. He said, "I've got cancer. I'm dying. You know, can you do anything for me?" It was too late.
Oh, he knew of you by this time?
Yeah, well, he did. Yeah, he told me, you know, he knew Sirhan was innocent. He knew he was a mind control thing, and he said, I'm so sick. And while we were talking, he like almost passed out on the phone. And I said, "Are you there? Are you there?" And he finally, "Yeah, I'm here." And he died. You know.
You think they killed him because he knew too much?
He thought he did. He thought that somebody may have done something to him. But this is something he didn't want to talk about because of his family. And after right after he died, all his stuff was raided at his house. I mean, his friends tried to save his stuff, and it was all taken away, hauled off. We don't know what happened to it. These are all kinds of things I get told, and you can, you know, somebody may deny these things, but I'm telling you that I believe it because I don't believe these people would have told me these things, you know, unless it were true. So.
And let me ask you, since we're back on JFK for a second, this just popped into my head, and then I'll ask you about the thing we got sidetracked on.
I can't believe how long we're talking. It's been fight. You know,
it just flows with you, Judyth. I swear to God, it's just conversation just flows with you. I'll let you go at any point. Just tell me. I just want to know: have you ever heard of Rose Cheramy?
Of course. Oh yeah, sure. Rose Cheramy. Of course, she had other names and everything. And now, a lot of people don't realize that when they picked her up off the road there, Mr. Francis, he goes and you know where he takes where the sergeant takes her. He takes her to the Louisiana mental hospital there. Okay, in Jackson. Did you know that?
That's the same place that you were.
That's the same place where we did all our stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. In other words, they had that place totally under control, so they take her there. Okay? And detox her there. And if she's talking about they're going to kill Kennedy, everybody there, they never told anybody. it just so happens that, you know, the policemen heard it, so they couldn't hide it all, you know. Yeah, they're so close. I mean, they were really close to the Texas border. She was on her way to Texas. They'd turn around and take her all the way back to that mental hospital. This thing, I mean, there's so much control. This stuff was over controlled. In fact,
because I know they found her dead on the.
Oh yeah, sure they did, because she would have been called up again as another witness. Now, she was a prostitute, and she was a drug runner, and she was a stripper, and she even said things like she thought that Lee Oswald and Jack Ruby had slept together and had sex together and stuff like that. Jack Ruby was bisexual, which a lot of people don't know. You know, he basically likes he loved his girls, but he loved, you know, if somebody came along, and I've heard the rumors. I don't know whether it was true or not, but I believe he was bisexual from all the rumors that were going on. And some of the rumors I know were not true, because one of the girls said they liked him because he couldn't have he was sterile, even though he could do sex, but he wouldn't get the girls pregnant, so they liked that. And you heard all these rumors going around and about Jack. And I didn't know Jack Ruby, of course, was Sparky Rubenstein. When Sparky was introduced to me, I didn't know they were the same guy. Only in 1999, after I spoke out, did they tell me. Why? Because I didn't look at anything. Popeye, I'm telling you, it was the worst day of my life. I never looked at any Kennedy assassination stuff anymore. And only after my daughter left home, I finally got the film out, JFK, and looked at it by myself. And then when it said that, you know, to be silent is to be a coward, or whatever it said along that line, it hit me so hard. I should be able to remember the words, but for some reason it gets all twisted in my head now. All I can say is I felt like a coward after watching this film, and I realized if I didn't speak out, and I really thought there was so much evidence out there that by now they would know that Lee was innocent. I could not believe the lies that had been and the twisted stuff. It made Lee look so hideous. A good man looked so bad.
Oliver Stone did an okay job. I think he could have. I mean, he did a decent job.
He did the best with what he had, you know.
I will give him credit for eventually releasing the director's cut, because he was able to put like an extra, I think it was like 30 or 40 minutes of footage that they had made him cut out.
Yeah, that's right.
And a lot.
What I love,
Mr.
You know, the guy who played what's his name? He played Lee.
Gary Oldman. That's his
Gary
name.
Oldman. He finally sits down. He says, you know, please, I want you to take this. He says this to Oliver Stone. I want you to take this. And he sits there like a ghost in a chair. And he says, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. With all his might and all his strength. Gary Oldman knew, because he studied this so closely, you know, and he's such a good actor, and he looked into it. He knew Lee didn't do it. What people don't understand is about, like, Marina, the fights they had and all that. You have to know Russian women to understand how I knew Lee explained some Russian to me. Marina said some things to him that no man can hear without becoming infuriated.
Yeah, Russian women have a way of.
Oh my gosh!
I lived in a Russian area for a while, and I used.
All right, you understand? Not only that, they will hit every. So maybe it's not always true, but I recently had a Russian couple in my house recently, about a year ago, in one of the houses I was in. Okay, and it wasn't my house actually; it was somebody else's house. But they came from Moscow, and I loved it because, in fact, he leaned in my ear, and I said, "Can you just say some words?" Because I haven't heard for many years the way Lee spoke beautiful words to me. And he spoke the most melodious and lovely Russian. Russian can be one of the most romantic, oh gosh, romantic sounds in your ear that you've ever heard. On the other hand, those two got in a fight, and I looked, and she went over and she kicked him in the leg, she slapped him in the face, she hit him in the jaw, and then he finally hit her back. She hit him at least 10 times, and he finally hit her back. And I've seen stuff like that more than once. And I was thinking to myself, you know, how many times does somebody get hit before they will finally hit back and it'll break them, you know? You know, because...
And you even mentioned that in your book.
People said things like,
Marina was very harsh on him. So, I mean, I'm not...
Well, George Morgenschildt says the same thing. I mean, so it's not just me. I'm not out there by myself.
It's not trying to justify anything, but at the same time...
And people change, too. I'm not saying that she's that way now. I look at a woman who's completely isolated in a new country, doesn't know anybody, and Lee gets jealous because, you know, these white Russians, they want to give her everything, and it's humiliating him. You know, he's proud. As I say, he's got some pride in him that way, and she was saying things like, "You never give me anything, and they give me everything, and you know, you're not a good provider, and you don't care about your family, and you know, and why do you always read? Why are you always interested in politics? Why don't you?" What he really wanted to do, and this is a fact, he got her pregnant so she could stay in America and not get deported, and he intended to divorce her. And you don't see him living after New Orleans. And they had a truce in New Orleans. In fact, David Lifton said, "Why hasn't he hit her? I mean, he hit her before, but he's not hitting her in New Orleans." Of course, in the book, I said, "You touch her," and I said, and that's why I started a relationship with him, because he was so taken with me. And I thought, well, I'll do this for Marina. You know, if you don't hit her, I'll still see you. You know, you can still come over. That's how it started, you know. And he kept his word. He never touched her that way. You know, he never hit her again. So that people said, "What happened? What happened?" And the other thing they say, "What happened in New Orleans?" That suddenly he's in New Orleans, and when he's writing these letters, all of a sudden he's writing, and there aren't any hardly any spelling errors anymore. Heck, I was sitting there, and he's writing. He'd say, "How do I spell this? How do I spell it?" That's how come. So you look at what he was writing when he was in Dallas, and then you go look at what Fort Worth area, and then when he moves to New Orleans, all of a sudden he can spell when he's writing these letters.
That's why I said you are like the key, that missing piece. And for people to think that you would, you know how much time it would take for you to sit and try to go around and pick every little weird, factoid, that, unanswered little weird question. Like, I mean, the whole thing with, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. The guy that Jack Lemmon played in the movie.
That's Martin. I mean, you're talking about.
Yeah, Jack Martin. That's his name. I couldn't remember his last name. If you look, that's a perfect example. That's a tiny little fact that you would have to dig to find, and there's no way you could fake knowing him.
Well, that's what I'm going to talk about that, because even bringing it up. Anybody who knows me, and if they get to know me, I'll walk 2 miles to give back a nickel that doesn't belong to me. They know how honest I am, and I won't take anything that doesn't belong to me. And they get, after they get to know me and everything, they know. There's trust in everything, and that's important. It's my conduct, I think, over the years that finally people realize, wait a minute, I'm steady about this. People who say they still come out with things like, this woman can't, the former Mrs. Baker, my former husband just died, and she sent to everybody out emails saying 99% of the things I say are not true, and she's lied about this and that. She never knew me, but she's always been jealous, okay, of my having been the first wife and all that. What's interesting is that a researcher, she wrote, because she wrote everybody on my Facebook secret message like that. And that's 400 people. I mean, at least, I don't know how many she contacted. I know she contacted some, because she said she contacted everybody. But so one of these researchers is Linda Miner, and she was with me in Toronto, okay? Toronto on October 17th, to the 22nd, okay? Okay, so this woman says, do you know that they didn't even go to see her, basically, she said, his children went to his funeral, on October 22nd. And Linda wrote back, in the message, because she said, isn't Christian of you to talk about this woman like me? She said, well, she's such a bad woman. And he said, the father was so good, and you should see when they went to the funeral, all the kids went to his funeral, And she said, well, I thought the kids went to Toronto. And she said, no, they went to the funeral. And then Linda Miner said, that's funny, because I met 2 of them in Toronto. They were there in Toronto, and none of them went to his funeral. Okay, that's the kind of problem we have there, mainly with this lady. So this lady has, spread bad things about me, and she didn't even know me, For
the listeners that don't know either, in Judyth's book, she explains her, cause I wouldn't want to offend your children or you, that you know, or your kids that might hear this. They had I guess you could say, an awkward relationship, or you and your husband, and it wasn't like the white picket fence type relationship. So for somebody to come out and try to just demonize you or anything else, you guys already had issues, and of course the second wife comes out after he's dead. Wouldn't come out while he was alive, because he would probably have.
Well, actually, she did once. She did. She posed as him on the internet and pretended she was him and put all this stuff up. But she made so many errors that finally Dr. Platzman said, "Wait a minute, who are you? Because you're saying that Judyth Baker is lying because we left and went back to Florida from New Orleans in July, and here she's saying that they were there in August and so on." And we're looking at my checks from Riley, all the way through July and into August. We're looking at my utility bills. We're looking at letters from Robert to me in New Orleans and things like that. And he says, "Who are you?" And then she had to confess it wasn't him. It was the wife that was pretending to be my husband online, saying I was lying and all that. Just terrible. So you have that's just domestic. That's not even the bad guy. This is just somebody who nobody wants to have anything. I don't want to talk about other people, and even about her.
She was probably deep down afraid that maybe if you were right, who knows? Because there's always that. Well, even if you are right, it's the government. What are you going to do? They're going to come get you, and perhaps she was. I'm not saying this is the reason, but perhaps maybe she was worried about protecting him. I'm sure it was probably more of a dig at you, because who knows?
All I know is she told Dr. Platzman that she had an obsession over figuring me out, and
gotten to her. Somebody could have gotten to her too and said, not even you must do this or whatever, but who knows? Somebody could have planted some erroneous.
Or somebody did go and visit them in Houston, okay? They did visit them, and they said I was telling a bunch of lies, and that they needed to hear from them and statements, and my former husband refused to make any statements. The book was out a whole year, okay? And he never said a single word about it. She was the one that said, "We're going to sue you," and then Dr. Platzman wrote back, "You're going to sue about the book, but the book isn't even out yet." So then when the book came out, they did nothing. They didn't say anything, and not a word. Only after he's dead is he coming out,
I've noticed that. I've seen that with other things, that they wait till the person, one of the main figures that was involved dies.
Well, I'm only mentioning it because I have done nothing to her, and I stay out of her way and everything, and I'm not even mentioning her name or anything. Okay?
Well, that's usually what they do, to be honest with you. I've seen that a lot, where they'll approach somebody, and they'll try to attack them on a personal level. It's this game that these people play it's very. There's so many levels that they play it on.
Well, get this. She said that this woman is me. I was so delusional that I tried to move in with my daughter. Okay, and I was so delusional that basically she kicked me out. When the truth was, I came out of the hospital, and my precious daughter took me in for 7 weeks. And by then, I had settled with my insurance company, and they gave me a settlement because I'd been injured. You get hit by a car, and somebody's got to pay for the bills and everything. Anyway, they gave me a settlement, and I took the money after the settlement, and I was finally off. I was in a wheelchair, went to crutches, and then finally I was with a cane, and I went to Hungary and got, because it's much cheaper there, and got physical therapy. And then I got a teaching job in Greece. That's how I landed in Europe. And there the school burned down, so bad things followed me, so I went to Hungary, and there they told me if I didn't go and seek protection in the political asylum program that somebody was going to kill me. So I went to Sweden. I was only in the job one day in Hungary when they told me that they were afraid. Can you imagine?
Did they come to you and approach you at your place of business or your work?
No. What happened? Well, no. I had gone and decorated the school, my room and everything. Gone to orientation. I had 6 weeks of orientation in the Hungarian language and all that. Everybody liked me. I'd already met the kids earlier, and I had one day of teaching them, and something weird happened, and they moved me to a different apartment. And my apartment got broken into, and they moved me to a different apartment. And all of a sudden, the next day, I tried to call them, and there was no answer. The phone number had been changed. Then a woman came and talked to me and said, "You have to leave the country, She said, I've told all this before, but what happened is it was easy to locate me because I had a guide. I had a service dog at the time. I was still quite harmed in that I couldn't get home. I couldn't orient myself without a service dog. So I had a dog. So it was easy to see me and locate me like on a tram or whatever, So this woman sits next to me, well dressed, and we go and eat lunch together. And here's the hard part. I had met her a couple days earlier, and I was in the other apartment, and yet she met me, okay? She said, when I was getting off, she said, "Yeah, I see you're at your new house now." And then I knew, how did she know this? So then I talked to her, and she said, "Well, I had to know you a little better." She said, "Now I want to tell you that you've lost your job at the school, that they got to threaten her, like maybe they might have the school burned down or who knows what, whatever reason." She said, "We're not sure, but they don't want you back there. And we've now heard that, if you don't leave the country, you need to go and leave the country." This is the 8th or so of September, 2007. I said, "I spent all my money to move here, what about my money?" I said, "She can't help it, you have to leave for your own safety." And, of course I didn't have the job anymore, and they came and actually picked me up, the people who had hired me, to work in that part. It was a long drive back to Budapest, but I knew, how did this woman know that I had moved to this other house? So I had to take it seriously. And the fact that my job suddenly ended, and the fact that they picked me up and they told me I wouldn't have another job somewhere else. And they didn't know why, but they decided they just couldn't do it. And then what happens next? They put me in a hostel, a nice hotel, but upper class hostel, really. I've got my stuff in there. I went down to buy a ticket to leave the country and go to America, go back, And on the internet, right away I found a job in the United States because, when you're right there in the beginning of the session and they're going to teach you short, you've got a good chance of getting somewhere. And I did find something. So I had a job offer, and I bought a ticket to go to the United States, and the first stop was in the airport at JFK. And then from there I would get on another plane and go to my daughter, and then from there I was going to go to the job, which was going to be in Arizona, where I'd been before once. Well, here's what happened. I went to print out my ticket, and they ran out of paper or ink. I think it was ink or paper. Anyway, paper for sure, and maybe ink. And they said, "You're going to have to come back in an hour when we have it fixed, and then we'll print your ticket out, And this is the Internet Cafe, and I had my computer with me. I go back, and my place has been broken into, and I've got photographs and everything. It was broken into, and everybody was leaving. They said, "Whoa, boy." And the people that were fixing my door, they said, "Don't leave. Nothing happened here. Don't go." Because all the people were leaving. They said, "Are you kidding?" They said this guy was like 6'3" or 6'4". He came from across the room. He went, as soon as he saw I was gone, he went across and kicked my door open, busted it all, and took all my stuff. And he glared at everybody, and everybody scared, and they were all leaving on the whole floor, because they were afraid he'd come back and do that to them. So I got that on film and all that, the busted door, and they're fixing it and so on. And all my stuff was gone. Popeye, you don't know what it feels like. You lose almost everything you own, It's gone. I mean, here I am, I'm 64 years old. I only have one more year I can get hired to teach by anybody, because they don't hire you after 65, And what am I going to do? And now all my teaching material, all I had was my computer, with me, and in the computer thing, and a little change of some clothes that were still that they were hanging up, That's all that was left. So anyway, I'm sad. I turn around. They're fixing the door. I go back. In a daze, I go back to pick up my ticket, my e-ticket. And on the way, this woman gets on the tram with me, and she says, look, we were with the Secret Service, and we've risked a lot. But because your relatives, from back in 1956, when they had the revolution in Hungary, your relatives, some of them died here. And so we were risking things to tell you have to leave the country. And I said, well, I am leaving the country. She said, no, you can't go to the United States. I said, what are you talking about? She said, when you land in Newark, New Jersey, okay, at the airport there to go on, they're going to pick you up, and nobody's going to see you again. Now, let me tell you, back in 2007, that sounded weird. Today, this is possible, okay? Now, today it's possible because you hear it. But back then, in 2007, that sounded, and I didn't believe her. She said she was risking. She said, don't tell anybody about this for a month or so. So I couldn't even tell the actual details because they were afraid they would lose their job, She said, you're going to have to go to Sweden or somewhere like that, where it's far enough away from Hungary where you can get political asylum. And I said, oh no, So I go to pick up my ticket, Popeye. I go to pick up the ticket, and instead of it saying I'm going to go through JFK, it was switched to Newark. It just sent chills down my spine. And so I bought a ticket not just to Sweden. I bought a ticket also to I think it was to Thailand and so I had one to America and one to Thailand and one to Sweden, all leaving at about the same time. And I got on one to Sweden and I went to the police. I said, I'm seeking asylum. And I just broke down and started crying. All I had was my dog left in my computer. That's all I had. And they were going to send me back to Hungary because, according to Schengen law, that's where I came from, and that's an EU country. And that's the way the rules, but when they called, Hungary would not take me, and they said, no, she can't. It's not safe. So, but then they started believing me. And you know what the date was? September 11th. Well, it's just the day they're going to pick somebody up if they ever want to pick somebody up and nobody can complain.
Right. That would be the day to do it because nobody would, they could just say you're a terrorist suspect or something and people would go, oh, shame on her, get her.
Yeah, whatever. Or never even tell my name, to say pick somebody up or later they could say we made a mistake or who knows what. But anyway, so that's what, and I had, I have been back to the United States since. I only went to finally after 5 years. I went to Toronto, and I've stayed quiet ever since. I mean, you're only a couple of attempts, and this is it now. So, what can you do? I just do what I can, and I love my country, and I just pray for it, and I pray that everybody will be with me there in 2013, and to say we are the monument to Kennedy, we the people.
The last thing was I just wanted to, you had said that Lee had talked about the U-2, his time on the U-2
Oh,
base.
yes, yeah. Yeah, he did. He was sent there. That was one of the things he was supposed to do. And anybody that thinks he wasn't, why did they change all the codes after Lee Oswald? You look at one of my interviews at the Conspiracy Cafe, and you'll see I read about that. In the first book that was ever written about the assassination, and about Lee Oswald, it's in there. Why did they change all the codes? Why didn't they arrest him when he came back? All right. If they changed all the codes on him, as for the U-2 and all the systems like that, that's how much he knew. And then you have the U-2 shot down, okay, when he's there. Lee told me he actually spoke to Gary Powers. But I wasn't alert enough to ask him if it was in person or on a phone or, or what. He spoke to him. And then I talked to Gary Powers' son about a few years ago, and by phone, and he said, my dad, when he saw that Lee was arrested, he walked back and forth in front of the TV. He said, I know this man, like that. Lee was involved with the shooting down of the U-2 because Eisenhower had some strokes. He wasn't on his most alert status. They were afraid to show his weaknesses. They didn't want to have a summit to make the world a better place. They really wanted to keep building their armaments and, making money off of that. And they shot down the U-2. Gary Powers was supposed to have chopped a cyanide tube in half, of glass and killed himself. He didn't do it. And the fact that the U-2 landed in enough pieces that obviously it wasn't blown up or anything like that. The thing probably ran out of fuel and came down because it was maybe diverted. Maybe then it got shot down.
I've seen that. I've seen the evidence to say that what happened was because the U-2's strength came from being able to fly out of the range of missiles or anything like that, and Fletcher Prouty speculated with the evidence that he had seen, and I think even Powers had mentioned this. I'm not sure, but that they had somehow sabotaged the plane, so it had to fly at a lower altitude, therefore making it vulnerable to anti-aircraft because it didn't have any armament or anything. So it was just a sitting duck, and then
there's more too.
To land, and then they made up the story of it crash landing because they didn't want anybody
that
to know.
That U-2 also had now this is what I was told. I don't know whether it's true. I was told that the U-2 had cameras that were out of date on it. But the main thing is that they were thinking at the time, oh, we don't need U-2s anymore. Let's go ahead and do this, and we'll kill all kinds of birds with one stone because let them look bad shooting it down. It's going to stop the summit and embarrass Eisenhower, who was against the military-industrial complex. He understood what was going on, let's go ahead and get it shot down and make a lot of attention and everything like that. But let's don't let them have the nice cameras, You put different cameras in it so then they don't get the best ones. I was told. Lee only told me that he had talked to. It isn't easy getting information out of Lee. But you'd be surprised. I mean, I was pretty persistent. Look how long I can keep you on the phone. Do you know how long I could keep Lee on the phone? Can you imagine? You see? That's how I got information. Yeah, anybody who knows me, they know if you talk to me, ask Edgar Tatro, ask Ed Haslam, because I will keep you on the phone like I've done to you poor thing tonight.
It's not a problem at all, Judyth. It's a pleasure to talk to you every time.
All right, so this is how I got information from Lee. Basically, is by talking and talking and talking, and he would burst out with something, and I would listen. And believe it or not, finally I got him to talk. In the book, you see how it started. I had to injure myself because I was so upset with him because he wouldn't share it with me. He didn't want to because he thought it would be dangerous for me. There's so much I wish I could say, and there are things that I'm told that if I talk about them, there's so much controversy that then maybe people wouldn't believe me. So there are things I can't talk about that I know happened that are true that we just can't really mention because I don't have any proof. So
you can always, if you wanted to put it under the heading of
speculation. That's
speculation. You could always do that. That's your call. But if you if you ever wanted to, drop an info bomb, like that, you could always just call me up.
All right. Well, here's speculation because talking to Gary Powers' son. Gary Powers went down in a helicopter. They said it's speculation, but I heard that he was going to be making some testimony, and I don't know. See, I don't know this. I just can't verify this. But it is a fact that he went down when he was in a helicopter because there wasn't enough fuel. There's no way a man who did the U-2 and was that clever and was a test pilot would allow himself not to notice that he was out of gas in his... That had to be rigged. So he was gone.
And what you can do, you can rig a fuel gauge to read full, and the tank could be or it could say half full, and the tank could be empty.
Or they can say that they can even say there was a malfunction with it. Very hard to do in a helicopter, by the way. So you can look that up. Very hard to have a failure of that kind of proportion. It's too important.
That's interesting. I actually didn't know that Gary Powers died in a helicopter crash. So
that's right. Because of
was it here in the States?
Yeah, it was, and it was he was out of fuel, and very just too interesting for words. So anyway, that's. I hope I've given you the other information he gave me. Oh, Lee did something very, very, very scary, and it shows how brave he was, because he had to go and pick up his passport at the embassy. First of all, what was his passport doing there? There's so much that went on at the embassy there. But Lee goes without a permit to pick up his passport. When he realizes he's not under arrest, and he calls for Marina, and she comes, and they stay in a very nice hotel, okay? He's filled it with blue flowers for her. cornflowers. But what's very interesting is that had he been checked on the train and he had no travel permit, he would have gone to prison to get back to the United States, and he took that risk.
When he was in Russia, it was not easy to travel around.
No, you had to have permission. How he managed to do it, I have no idea. Okay, but he did it.
From what I've read, on Lee, from the research I've done, plus the information that you've come forward with, Lee kind of reminds me of that guy. If he was in the military and he lived on like a base in the barracks, Lee would be that guy that you would go to if you needed something, because he knew how to get things done. I mean, look how he was able to get things handled for you. Found you a house.
There are so many people that he could that he didn't have anything to do with, because he was put into the spy program. His problem was, even though he had friends, you can see his arms around him. He's goofing off with them and all that. Suddenly things change, and Lee said, in order to have him look credible, he has to not get along with his fellow men anymore. He has to not like the Marines anymore. He has to be discontent, and then therefore he goes off to Soviet Union. He even has to rig it. When's the last time you heard of somebody pouring beer over the sergeant's head? That'll put you in the brig, you bet. He had to do these things so it would look like he's malcontent and he's unhappy with the Marines. Otherwise, they're going to shoot him.
Well, obviously, he didn't come up with that idea on his own. Did he ever?
No.
Say who gave him that idea, to go?
Yeah. He gave me the names of some people. I've looked one of them up that I remembered. It's hard to remember all the names because there were a lot of names, and the other part is that some of the names were nicknames. He wasn't even given the names of some of these people, except they were like some nickname, like he's the fixer or he's the medicine man, things like that. Because they don't even tell you who they're, And by the way, he told me that one of the men that was being trained along with him, they executed him because the guy wanted to leave the program and he just knew too much. They just killed him. They shot him.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, it surprised him, and it didn't. It's one of the reasons why he got second thoughts about who was really running our country, But he was in too deep to get out of that way. And that's why one of the reasons he wrote that the Soviet Union and in the United States, there are big problems with both countries, things like that. He'd seen it himself. So these are things, if you knew the man, you'd know that he had to act like he was somebody he wasn't, though, part of the time. He'd seen the film, The Scarlet Pimpernel. It's an old film. It's with Merle Oberon and Leslie, I can't remember his last name. But anyway, I have the film. In fact, I have 2 copies. It means so much to me. But if you watch that, you'll see how he acts like an idiot and a simpering fool, and maybe even a homosexual, and just weak and insipid and even stupid and only interested in clothes. That's the way the Scarlet Pimpernel was. But then he said he had to be that way so that nobody would know who he really was. And he had all these men that were working with him. Lee said there were men, there were contacts he had in the Soviet Union. Okay, that if he ever spoke out. Well, that's all he said, but what he really meant is if he ever spoke out, they would die. So they knew their man. They knew he was a patriot. They knew that they could go and accuse him there in Dallas, and he couldn't say, I'm CIA. He couldn't say, I was a spy. All those people would have died, including Marina's family in Russia, in Minsk, I mean. So what's to do? They knew that he was too loyal to family, to his country, to ever give any of that away. So they had him for dinner.
I think you've done a hell of a job of showing the truth about the whole situation. Like I said, you are that missing puzzle piece that, so many places you turn and you're like, I don't understand how this person is connected, and then you listen to the things that you say and you research.
And we've got a lot,
especially
620 pages here.
If you're a JFK researcher and then you go and you read your book, it's like, from at least myself, as I was reading it, there were things like you would say something, and again, the other day, I don't even know why I didn't pick it up, but I don't remember what I don't remember even exactly how I was doing it. Whatever was going on, I was having a conversation. I was either having a conversation or I was thinking about something. Whatever it was, somehow I got into the thought of JFK and the movie, and I sat there, and all of a sudden it hit me. And I don't remember. Maybe I was listening to one of our other interviews. Maybe I was listening to the interview we did a couple weeks ago on Thanksgiving. And long story short, I was sitting there, and all of a sudden it hit me. I went, "Oh my God, Jack Martin is the character that Jack Lemmon played."
Yeah.
In JFK, and he talked about he worked for Bannister and everything else, and I was like, "Oh my God." For some reason, I never realized that.
Yeah, Martin and Lewis, the comedy team of Martin and Lewis, as Dave Ferry calls it, that's the guys, yeah.
Yeah, and I never put it, like I had never...
They were always together, those two, and they don't even mention they don't mention this other guy. Well, and by the way, later, how Garrison came out with this information. Later in the House records, with the Clinton records, they don't mention the woman in the car anymore. They took it out. They moved it. They removed it. They knew I was there. They removed it.
Do you think Garrison put two and two together? I asked Ed Haslam this about Mary Sherman. Do you?
I think he put it together a little too late. That's why he wrote his second book. Put it together a little too late. And Garrison couldn't have known everything, but he knew enough. And we owe him so much because he's the one that saved so much information. And because of him, we had the film JFK, and that's opened up all those records. By the way, as I say, I would not accept any records after not very long from now because they now have the ability to make records fake and make them look real by using old paper, old ink, and all kinds of methods, and we won't be able to tell the difference soon because they're too clever. I wouldn't accept anything new. I've told other people this. If somebody comes out on the 50th anniversary with something saying that Lee Oswald saved Kennedy's life, I wouldn't accept it. I don't care what it says, I wouldn't accept it. Because I don't trust anything anymore that might be written. And a good example is we have several documents that have come out and say, oh, look at here, this one says that, you can see that, and I told you about one of those. I wrote to you about one of those.
Yeah,
that document. That document can't possibly be real. The document isn't
the one
signed.
about him being trained by proving that he was trained by the CIA, and you said to me, you had said, Popeye, there's no way that's real, and you listed like 16 different reasons why it was BS.
That's right. And the same for the Hunt letter, okay? Now, here's the thing. One person accused me and said, you'll pick up anything that will support Lee Oswald. No, I won't. It has to, I won't. And again, I won't accept anything soon anymore. Unless there's some way you can possibly, how do you prove something when you have...
Do you think E. Howard Hunt's confession was real, or do you think that that's BS?
Well, I think Hunt had a lot more to do with it than he wanted to admit, okay? He said, I was a bench warmer. When was he ever a bench warmer? Come on. That guy wanted to be in the middle of everything, all right? So you can't believe, but was he there? Yeah, he wanted people to know he was there and he was involved. He wasn't going to die without people knowing that. You don't give somebody $2 million for nothing.
I remember his son told Ventura that when Jesse asked him, was he upset about it, did he regret it, or was it like boasting? And his son said no, it was boasting. He was like happy that he took part in it. There was no remorse on his behalf.
And this is the thing with these killers. And I by the way, I've met so many killers. As they get older, sometimes they will talk, They don't have remorse. It's not in them. And sometimes they'll have regret that they didn't do something better, a better way or a different way, so they didn't get caught or something. They can love people. I suppose they had love in their own certain way. But you have Dan Marvin. Dan Marvin became a Christian, a committed Christian, and he's admitted that he's been an assassin for the CIA, and he doesn't even know how many people he killed. This is a good man who's changed, They're all around us. We have 250,000 people that are in the secret agencies and everything now in our country. It's a lot of people, and around the world, So do we have why do I have Max Holland as a friend of 32 of my friends? You think he's there because he likes me? Huh? Okay, so this is something, I don't know how long it's going to go on. You're going to hear bad things about me. All I can say is read the book, and if you get to know me, I think you'll know that this is someone who loved him, and I'm just going to say it like it is. And Popeye, I haven't got an ounce of strength left in me, so it's I never thought I could even talk this long to anybody, but you won. You got it.
I set a record.
You did.
Judyth's longest interview ever in the history of man. Throughout.
Yeah, or anywhere.
Yeah,
or ever again. Or ever again. Or ever again.
Well, I consider it an honor that you choose me to hang out and.
Well, I believe in your future. I believe in you. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. I haven't done this. I never dreamed I would do this, and I feel proud to know you. Take care of yourself and don't let them hurt you.
You too, Judyth. Please
care for our country. Just keep caring.
And if you need anything, you know how to get in contact with me. If something happens, or if you need some word to get out because something, there's a threat or whatever, you email me and we'll be on it, fast.
Well, I just wish that people would think, please don't take these free downloads that are being stolen from me and Lee. Please get them from Amazon or from Trine Day.
Give out your websites, your blogs, and the YouTube channel again.
Oh, no, I'm not going to.
Go ahead. I want you to. I want people to be able to know. It's important they have, because you know what? If they're going to,
to me, it's like being too commercial.
It's not being commercial. I promise. If they're going to ignore the ebook, they have to know where to go to get the physical copy, which I say is the best thing. And again, Amazon discounts it so much that they're not able to. Judyth only.
They discount so much that even the
I want to be able to.
Even the publisher doesn't get hardly anything.
You should be able to get supported so that people can eventually you can do your thing in 2013. You need to be able to do that. So people need to come to.
Well, if they go to Judyth Baker, that's Judyth Baker, blogspot.com. There they can buy the book. We don't have too many left, but they can buy them. There may be 70 books left that we have that I got at a discount, at an author's discount, it is better. The paperback is better than the hardbound as far as we have some corrections in it, and somehow a witness was removed from that. We don't know how it happened from the hardbound edition. My witness, Mac McCullough, information about him was out of the book. We don't know how it happened. It's in the paperback. But the paperback, some of the pages, the photographs are too dark. However, all the documents show up, and most of the photographs are just fine. And there are more new photographs in there, of course, than in any other book I've seen. Some that have never been seen before. That team worked 2 years to put together the best possible book on the subject. Even if you don't want to know about the story about me and Lee, you're going to have everything there about the mafia. You're going to have everything there about all the players in the Kennedy assassination on the sidebars. So it's so handy that way. And if they go to Lola, the number 4, Lola 4, JVB for LHO, they're going to see videos there, and then they'll see a list of books, including me and Lee, but also the other best books on the subject. And I hope they buy them all. I want them to. People need to know the truth. And if they get the book in their hand, it's better than on heaven knows what's going to happen to our internet. Get the books and give them for Christmas. Give them to the libraries, your hard copies, so that the next generation gets to know the truth. Right now, in the history books in our country, our kids are being taught Oswald killed Kennedy. It's in most of the books, especially in Texas, that way. It's heartbreaking. If they go to Scribd, SCRIBD, and put in my name, Judyth Vary Baker, and put in Oswald, without putting Oswald, apparently they don't come up. Anyway, a whole bunch of stuff then will come up that they can use for. Most of these are well-documented essays I've written that show the evidence. It's easy to pick out the good evidence from the bad because I know who he was and what he did. So the proof is out there. The truth is out there. and you don't have to have
I'm
the funny music.
I'm going to purchase a paperback because I have the hardcover.
Yeah, the paperback is better. It's the hardback for some reason. It's like a couple of the chapters got messed up. Chapter 21, the end notes are all a mess. We don't know how it happened. Anyway, it's all fixed in the paperback.
I'll have to get an updated paperback edition because I got one of the originals the original printings.
Yeah, well that's good because then you can see what, you can see what happened. We don't know, as I say, don't understand what happened, but anyway, it's all there. Okay, my dear, God bless you now, and thank you for what you're doing for our country. I appreciate it with all my heart.
Thank you, Judyth. Thank you for having
the
courage to stand up and stay safe. And
I'm going to faint. I'm about to faint.
I will see you in 2013, my dear.
Oh, be there. Be there with every. You've got it. You build up your muscles now. Eat right. Stay away from cancer. Okay. See you in 2013. Okay.
I'll see you in 2013, Judyth.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Okay. Hey, do. Bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor and a pleasure to bring this special interview to you today. Thank you very much for tuning in.